streaming.
How am I supposed to deal with this?
And let's see when that stream comes live.
So,
It looks like we got an excellent connection, and it looks like we're live. Brennan's first computer build. There you are, buddy. There you are. We're good to go, buddy.
Basically, though, we're not the only people that do that.
Yes.
And there's a lot of other people
What do you want to
that
do
that for
first?
other things as well. Like maybe you have a few different people in a Discord lobby. They're playing a few different games, so they just want to hang out.
You're just
with
hanging out.
They all stream their games. That
Tell
way
me.
you
Is
can
it really
do
working
things.
getting the
Tell me
CPU
something
into the
about live
motherboard?
streaming costs versus
Okay.
VOD costs. Luke, hit me
I'm
with
gonna
that
put this
knowledge
back over where
bomb.
you had it.
Live stream is super expensive.
You want to work on getting the CPU installed in the motherboard first.
Where you have,
Is that the first thing you want to do?
a few
I don't care.
eyes on
I'm asking
many
you.
streams.
I don't care what you want to do first. You do that. If you're doing that, then I'll do mine on my motherboard first.
So for those who don't understand, like, what does that mean?
So you know what you're
So,
doing
so
then.
what's the benefit
Okay.
of caching
Okay.
live stream, or like, what's the drawback of not
Okay.
being able to cache a live stream?
So you're gonna save on like.
Here's my
bandwidth,
case.
Because if you can like.
My computer,
You can
that's
do
mine and
with the
yours.
it has to jump.
That's
If you can send
That's mine.
one bit
Okay.
of
because
data,
mine is over there.
90%
Does this one go
of
with
the way,
this? Oh yeah, yours is over there
and
already
then
down.
just copy
What's in
that
this box? Oh, your
to
other
the
stream.
last
Okay.
20 endpoints, or
4,000 people.
Okay, so we're going to
Instead of
talk
sending
about
all of the data
CPU and
entirely
motherboard, right?
You can send it most of the way and then just replicate the from there. You'll save. That's a pretty rough estimation, but you'll save on a lot of bandwidth costs, which is fantastic, and also turns into processing and storage costs as well because of all the chips.
So-
Very
Sherp in chat asks, Sherping?
Sherpa. So,
CPU, what does it stand for?
Like trying to teach someone the game.
What'd you say?
Yeah, so it's like guiding someone through the game, because if you try to go in and play a game like Escape from Tarkov without playing with someone who actually
What does
knows what they're
CPU
doing,
stand for?
I mean, you know what? To you in the
I see
chat
Central
right now,
Legacy
it's like,
Unit. I
I
can't read
totally
it.
do it. I
Well,
did
you
it.
don't
It was
know?
easy. It's awesome. You know
I
what?
can't
Good
see
for
it.
you. Good
Did
job.
you, yeah,
Like,
I'm
you're
saying
awesome.
you don't know, you don't need to see it because you already know in your head.
Wow, you're so smart.
So,
But
you
for
already watched
most
those
people, That
videos,
just
you
keeps
said.
happening because it's,
Yeah, I
it's
forget what
very
P
challenging.
means. I
It's
know the C
really,
means central and the
it's
U.
Central
really stupid.
Processing
I could
Unit.
rant about Escape from Tarkov
That's like-
for quite some time.
A lot of
Remember
people
that
think of
one
it as
time
like
when
the
I was
brains of
trying
the
to
operation.
Move an item,
I more think of it as
weirdly
like
shaped item, into an inventory spot, and then like,
the
pick up
heart
that
because
item
I
and put it
consider the
into another
motherboard
spot
to be
and
the
better.
brains.
Okay,
But
okay, so you
either
can't
way,
just pick up an
that's
item
like
on
the
one side
main
and
component
then
that
drop it
everything
onto
is
a
feeding
spot where something
in and
else
out
is,
of.
and then just be holding that item
Right?
and put it down
It's
somewhere
all
else.
in order for everything to
That
work
functionality has
it's
been
gotta
available
get
since Diablo 1
through
at
that
the very
processing
least.
unit.
And for whatever reason, Escape from Tarkov makes it so that you have to like move
Okay.
all the little things and then move that over there, and
Is
then
that
pick
here?
up this thing and put it over there.
GPU,
Absolutely
power
infuriating.
supply.
Anywho,
Here's my motherboard. It's the exact same motherboard.
Microsoft
See?
Gaming talks about Discord. Right. So is
So we
Discord
can
profitable?
basically-
We're saying probably not, because video chat
Going
is
off the same
basically live
platform,
streaming to a
basically.
single or a handful of endpoints.
It's gonna go there.
And there's also the,
Here's
like,
my RAM kit.
really long-term connectedness.
Here
It's not
is-
like, yeah, voice chat isn't really that these days.
This, I told you we were gonna do it. I think this is gonna actually be installed in yours.
Even
Gonna
even
get mine.
just
This is a USB
like
3.0.
picture
Like my
attachments
room.
and text.
Yeah,
It's not, you see the difference between that
Yeah.
The
and
storage.
that?
Yeah.
And that's where I was like, how do you confuse the two?
It's
They
gotta
don't,
be
like,
I read it wrong.
And so he
I
does-
am like, I don't
It's
really,
like
there's nothing to
video
read,
chat.
even if you
It's
got
not
it
a
wrong,
phone
you could
right
have
now.
known, like,
Video chats,
this
voice
is a
chats,
big
text
card,
chats, live
this is a
streams,
tiny
they
little
do so
RAM stick.
much
Tiny little
But
insert piece.
I mean, the
This
thing about having a lot of users
Is
is
it-
that
I got
content
this
at a
just in
certain
case there's
point,
problems with the boards, we can
almost
put this
doesn't
one in and
matter,
maybe get it to work.
how much it costs us
But
to maintain them.
This
as
is what
long
I'm
as
actually
we
putting
can
into it, but this is
mercilessly
actually not a
monetize
3800X, this is a
enough.
2700X, I took 3800X
To my
out of it already
knowledge,
and put it into my other
Discord
computer.
doesn't have like a deep strategy for
All right.
monetizing its users by selling their data and integrating with other platforms. If they do, hey, for all I know,
So-
they could actually be
Yeah,
profitable.
take that out with you and you
But
put
what
that
I
in
can
probably
say almost for
last.
certain is that their strategy
So-
is not going to be as robust as the one that someone like Microsoft
Technically, we should put
or
both
someone
on.
like an Amazon
Especially that
or
we're walking
Google might
around
have. So
on this.
Apparently,
The reason we're putting these levels on it, these will stop
here's-
static electricity. You can use those, but you can use new ones unless they've got paint on
I
them.
would still be very
Um,
No,
surprised.
you just want that.
It just
It's
like,
going to stop if we have. We should technically
I
be
could
wearing
be
a
very
static
off
wrist
on the
brace.
nitro numbers, but I
Like,
think there are
is that
very,
or somewhere?
very few nitro subscribers compared to
the one?
what you'd
Maybe it's
expect
not. Oh
from
yeah,
something
this.
like
I'm pretty sure it's up here.
So some sources
So
have
you would
stated
wear
that Discord would be more likely to go
something like
public
this,
rather than entertaining
and
the
then connect
acquisition.
this to,
But
like,
apparently 10
your
billion is enough to get
case
Microsoft a seat at
or
the
your
table,
power
because they
supply
have apparently also
to
had
ground
discussions
yourself,
with Epic
Yeah.
Games
Mhm.
and
right?
Amazon in
And then
the
you'd wear
recent
this on your
past.
wrist where that
And
metal
continue
thing
to
touches
respond to
a
the
part of your
requests.
hand,
Amazon declined
where
to
you've
talk
got
about. But with more than
exposed skin,
100 million monthly
so
active
that
users, like guys,
it's gonna
100
keep you from shocking
million. We're
any
not talking
components.
100 million.
Technically,
you
wearing
know,
these gloves will do the same
signups
thing.
on the platform ever. We're
This is what
talking
you'll see a lot of people go, where they wear it on their ankle down here,
incredible. Discord
connect
has
out.
completely transformed from
so
like
that way they're
this sort
still
of
they're
weird
grounded,
niche gamer
which means that
chat
a shock and
platform.
whatnot
I
can't
mean,
go
like, to
through
be
that
honest
into the
with you, I can't
component
think of
and then
a
kill
reason
your components.
to use anything other than
But as long as we wear these
other
gloves.
than that, I'm
Reality is, I
terrified
build without gloves a lot of
of
times, and most people build without gloves. Never have a problem.
Find hard
However,
to
you
trust.
can have a problem.
and
So,
very few people do. Like I know.
I'm gonna
some
take
of
the safer
online
route.
best
communities-
practice is to wear at least gloves. Plus, the other thing about wearing gloves is that
I
they
agree,
keep
but a lot of communities that are on
anything that's
Discord
on your
are
hands,
really
including your own
on those
oils.
things.
Your oils, if you get on them on
Are
glass,
on
will
those
kind
things
of etch it
in the past,
because
and there's been no
that
real
just
reason for it.
naturally
It's
the acid
very
in your
hard
hands
to justify
are going to
that
start
hassle
etching stuff.
of setting up a mumble
So
server when
it'll
you
keep
just
that, but it
start
also
using
keeps
it.
anything
I'll
that's
be
on
honest,
that stuff. Let's say you're working
for
on something
myself
dirty or
and,
whatnot
like,
with paint on
his
it.
friends,
keeps that from
it
getting
is so
on you.
much easier for me to just be like,
So it serves multiple
yeah, you
purposes.
guys just use Discord.
And it
like I'm,
provides
what I'm
static
supposed
shock.
to navigate them all.
So we'll
through,
take
like,
this out. This bag itself
crap between mumble
is an
server, like,
anti-static bag.
I can't.
So while these components are in it, they're not supposed to
Yeah.
produce any sort
Now,
of static electricity or anything.
Go ahead.
So something interesting that I
We're gonna
don't
build on the
necessarily
bed,
think
on
is
the on
block, it
the,
might be, is
the cardboard, but let's look at what else came in this thing. So we've got inside of our case,
One of the big sticking
we've
points
got
for Microsoft right
SATA
now,
cables.
it's like
You'll need one of these for your big hard drive.
Is that the
We've
Microsoft
got-
store.
This talks about installing your RAM in the right
I don't really
areas.
have to add anything on
Nope,
top of
I
that.
think
was
that-
gonna
And
do
then
it as a-
this
like the Microsoft
here, we're
store
gonna
just
reference.
sucks.
This is, you're
It's
gonna use this
terrible.
book
Don't be like-
constantly when we're building. It'll tell you what all these little ports are, what every plug is for, all that stuff. So you wanna keep this handy with you.
Right.
You don't really need the CD.
That could actually
This
be
is your
like
I/O
pretty-
back shield, so
could
this is
help
gonna
with
go
a
into your
lot.
case.
Even
Back
if it's
here,
just trying to shift
back here, see
Even
this
if
little
it's
gap
the same
here?
stupid broken
This
store.
will slot
They
in
make,
like this
some
on
improvements
that.
and then also have the Discord. They could.
So you can either install it now, so you don't
They
forget,
could really
or we can
fix
install
a
it
lot
later.
of that sentiment and get
You've
a lot
got
of people
a
interested
standoff
in
here.
getting games through the store.
You've got
Maybe if the new Bethesda games
what
that
looks like an
launch
M.2
also
screw.
launch through the Microsoft Discord store.
Another
or something
M.2
like that. I
screw.
think that could be pretty huge.
Yep.
Third,
Another thing
and
that
that two
Discord could potentially
And I have
do
it
is
here.
be like a gamer-centric communication hub that they're building for Xbox.
Two screwdrivers
And
that
as they
probably fit
continue to
those,
move
and they're
towards, like you
magnetic
said,
tips.
this
I think you
cross-platform
also have
kind
your
of
own
future.
screwdriver.
It's clear
Yeah, but I
that
don't think the smallest one
you know what? It's
fits
not
on.
clear. I don't know what.
Not.
I don't know what
I will
Microsoft
put these back
is
over
doing
there.
or has done.
So we're
Like, I
not
don't
gonna
know
do it because we don't be
what
messing
kind of
with that.
specific
I'm not sure.
learning
Well, I guess we
disability
can
they
start.
have that
You wanna
makes it
start with
hard
the
for
CD
them to
first,
build
right?
a communication platform that just kind of works in every
that?
way. You know,
Do you
going
know how
back,
to do
they
that?
were in the lead
Yeah.
with MSN Messenger,
Okay.
and then they
Oh,
went
yeah.
through sort of like a very dark time when Skype was their best offering, and then what was it called? Links or something? What was like the
That's all you
First
do.
Links was the thing.
Yeah, Links.
Just lifting
And
that
then
right
Skype
down. This basically
gave, like,
just
they
sits at
took
the edge.
over Links'
and
backend
locks.
or
If you
something
look
like
at
that.
what this
that
is
then
doing,
Steve branded
see how this
Skype
whole
for
thing is
business.
shifting?
And then the regular Skype one
So
still
once you
ran
get
on
that,
like the
the
dog crap,
actual
easily
CPU in there,
exploitable
it's gonna
old
push that
Skype
down
backend, and then
and lock over top.
Teams is like,
Okay.
man, I need
There's
Teams
a
to
lot
work.
of problems.
The
Teams
Teams.
is
And then-
Teams is kind of garbage. Like
Look
I
at your-
oh,
don't
man.
make sure that when you
Yeah,
open
If
this,
I could just use
you don't
Discord,
drop it,
Luke,
because
if
if
you
you look
could
on this
switch
side,
to
you're all
using
over.
Discord instead of Teams
So you can
for
see.
work, would you just like
it's gonna be
do it?
pins on it.
Flowplane
So there's
started
something
off-
called
Oh yeah, that's true.
There was a few different reasons why we switched.
L,
There's
G,
actually quite a few.
A,
But most of them were
and
for,
P,
for reasons that
G,
wouldn't apply to like
A.
most situations.
Right, because you guys are on Slack now, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
line grid array.
And like
And
Slack annoys the hell out
pin
of me too.
grid
Slack
array.
has tons of problems. It's just the problems that Slack has for our use case are much more manageable.
So
than the
line grid
problems that
array
Discord had
or
for
pin
our
grid
use
array?
case.
Right.
But oh geez, if I was on Teams, I would move to Discord in a heartbeat. No question. Screw Teams, dude.
This one will have
No, it's just
pins,
It's
so the pins are sticking out.
unclear when someone's
Line grid array has basically
I know.
little pads that are in a line, and
just
then
like notification.
on the
delivery,
mother
and
on the socket here. This is what's called a socket.
Nightmare.
Okay,
I just-
so all these
I don't
pins.
know,
See how
man.
every one of those is pins. If you look at it like this, you
You
can
got
see
people
the
in the chat that are
pins
like, I don't
sticking
think
out.
it's that bad. Like,
If one of those
alright,
gets bent,
alright, fair enough.
kill
Hey,
it, you're done.
You enjoy.
You bend one of those
Like,
pins.
man.
You might not be done, but that is what happens. So like, you need to keep together all in a straight line in the grid, like.
Discord goes down and has a problem or whatever.
Everything-
See the one behind it.
Yep, everyone is like this and like perfectly lined up parallel, and then everyone is perpendicular, lined up parallel this way, and they fit into every one of those little dots there. Like back in the day, there would be like maybe, like when you started off, there was like 4 pins, and then there were 6 pins, and now there's something like 44 pins, or like LGA 775, or like we're on what's called AM4 right now. But there's probably, in there's probably, I don't know how many, 700
Whenever
pins?
there's
Not even
whenever
right.
there's voice issues,
There
you'll have
is-
to potentially find another secure
I don't know, there's a lot of
region
pins in
that all
there.
your employees have.
But you don't want to bend anything.
Waste a ton of
The way
time
that
to
the
get
way that
onto it.
Intel works is
When you're on
they
the
have all of
clock,
those
it's like,
pins
when
are
you're
sticking
gaming
up
or whatever,
off
and
the
it takes,
motherboard.
it's that
They have
Seinfeld
sockets.
episode
You have a
where
cap
each one of
over
them
it,
kind of
kinda
goes
like how
and
this
makes
is
a phone
the
call,
package,
uses the
to
bathroom
keep
or
those
whatever
pins
else,
from
they
getting
can
bent.
never
It's the
actually
same thing
go
that
anywhere
happens
or do
whether the
anything.
pins are on your
You know, when you're
CPU
gaming,
and you're
it's
slotting them
like,
into the socket,
oh well, you know what,
or whether the
it's not bad
pins are
for
here and your CPU is slotting into it. If one of those pins on the CPU or on the socket gets
you know what,
broken,
let's just play around without it. Like,
you could be
can't
completely
do
fucked
that
because
when you're
one
on
of those
phone
pins
with,
is like
you know,
if it's a
your
non-essential
local
pin
government
and you're not using
about
it,
some zoning
maybe you're okay.
ordinance or something.
But for the most part,
Everyone
those pins
needs
are
to
there
be
for a
on
reason,
phones, that's
and a lot of
all.
times the one that you bend is going to be the one that kills your
So
CPU.
man,
So-
would you still be completely comfortable using Discord if they were owned by Microsoft?
I'm not completely comfortable using Discord in its current state if it's for business.
Sockets.
Yeah,
Right?
that's fair.
This is technically a socket. This is a
Alright,
socket.
yeah. Oh,
This is a
okay.
PCIe
Okay.
socket.
Here's another question.
Look how
What
this
is your
this one has a
confidence
reinforced
level that
metal
Microsoft
bracket there.
managed to destroy
This actually this
Discord
little motherboard.
and just
It's not the most
Right.
expensive,
Very
but it's
low,
pretty good.
very
It's
low.
got its
They-
own
they have-
little.
they have a
So it's
track record
also
of
will
just,
match your case. But
like
it's like
eliminating
you're gonna get black,
eliminating any
but you
communications
got
left
silver that
on
looks
the
that'll
hands.
look nice in there.
They have
This
the-
has
what is
a
it? Seasoned defeat
chipset
from
fan
Johnson
on it.
Factory.
This
They-
is our
they-
M.2
they-
that's got a
they
heatsink
encompass
over it.
that
This is a pretty
communication
beefy
platforms
heatsink
to
over our
such a
VRMs.
nice Like MSN Messenger
So,
was actually just the
It's
most
not
thing.
like it's
Yeah.
not.
And I
It was
know
a
I'm
very
kinda
inexpensive X570 motherboard. It's
preaching
not the
to the
worst.
preacher on this one because Linus and I
So-
both love MSN Messenger.
Alright,
They
you want to
had-
drop
they
your chip
had
in.
the
How do
work
you do that?
MSN Messenger.
You want to make sure.
They
Look at this
did, and
chipset
then they
here,
just
and you can see
let
like
it
one of
go.
these
And
corners.
that was
That's
actually
see
the
how
most
every one of those is cut
confusing
off at like
thing in
angle,
tech.
an
And
angle,
your
angle.
MSN
That one is cut with a
your
square,
MSN
right?
profile page, which was like
So,
personalizable and like
you're gonna look
basically
at that
was the
and figure out
precursor to
which
what
one of
would
those
have
has a
been
square on
Facebook
it.
now.
Usually it's one that has
Was
a
just
golden
like
triangle.
this like
Yeah.
bolted on
That golden triangle
add-on
is
to
gonna line
MSN
up with that
Messenger that
square right
absolutely
there.
had the potential to be people's like
It
social
wasn't-
media hub.
It wasn't really there yet.
No.
But like if they didn't
Yeah, this
get
is
rid
the
of
very-
MSN,
this is the part where
they
you wanna
didn't
be
get
very
rid of the
delicate
MSN
with it.
profiles thing,
Don't
it
abuse
would've
it.
just killed. Someone said, what about ICQ? What about whatever? Yeah, there was a bunch of other
Nope,
ones. MSN
nope,
was the
you're
king.
nowhere near
MSN
lined up.
was going to win.
Yeah.
Like it just
Not even close.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now
Like
you're running first.
the Gen what are we, millennial, what is that? X, Y, Y? Gen Y. The
Not
Gen
that
Y
hard.
cohort was not interested in anything that wasn't
That's
MSN
it.
Messenger. Like
That's what you're
ICQ
doing.
was
So you
more
see that
like
little
your
tab
Gen
right there?
Xers. And
That's what you want to push to
they
the
were
side just a
they
little
were
bit and then
switching.
snap
They
it
were
underneath.
ICQ was dying.
Yep. Now you're good.
Long before MSN got replaced. Anyway, good luck, Microsoft. Please don't ruin it.
And you also got, as I say, you also get that sticker. So if you want to put it on your case, you can put it on your case. If you don't want to, I personally don't
All the
like.
stickers that come with it,
Potentially increase their public
On.
offering.
If you want to, yeah,
Oh,
that's what you
so
want
that
to
I
do.
can remember.
wow,
Because I
that
don't.
is spicy.
Well, this is why we should also be
You're probably right. You know,
keeping your
I
notepad
wish that I
and
could invest
making
in,
notes
like,
of, hey, this
official
thing
public
went into it,
offerings
blah
and
blah
stuff
blah.
because-
I need to go register this
Not
part.
because I think Discord
Yeah,
has
that's what I'm gonna do.
amazing
I'm gonna
potential to make money,
I'm gonna
quite
have
frankly.
the stickers on
But
here
just
and then
because
write it
every
in.
single
in
tech
the-
IPO over the last couple of
Not every
years
part is
has gone
gonna be
absolutely bonkers right after the opening
Most of
bell.
them won't.
Like, and guys, I am
I
not
got my
a
4700
financial
next night.
advisor.
You got
This is
your
all
3700
the
next night.
ignorant ramblings of a smooth-brained
Yours is
ape.
newer.
But sometimes
Just back
I
together.
do look at these kinds of things, like the Roblox
And then
one.
you're
I'm just
going
like,
to need.
well, yeah. You know, it's a gaming tech IPO, and what did it go up like 75% or something in the first day? It's ridiculous. It's insane. So, I mean, if they go IPO, I would be surprised if they don't enjoy at least a degree of short-term
This will come
success.
out. This is gonna have thermal paste
Speaking
on
of a
it.
degree
I
of
would almost
short-term
put that on.
success, Intel
We could do it
is
now.
planning for long-term success here. I am so excited
Yeah, let's do
about
it now.
everything that Pat Gelsinger is
But wait, let's go get your thing
I
first,
think,
yes. So that we
I
can-
think the stock has
write down
actually
all your
slipped
thoughts.
a little bit since after this announcement because investors don't care about the long term. But this is the kind of long term thinking that we need. So some of it seems a little optimistic. Starting with that Intel will be returning to the TikTok product development cycle that was their bread and butter back in the day. So a tick, man, I can't remember which one is which. Doesn't matter. But a tick and a talk are basically a process node advancement.
I'm pretty sure a tick is a new process node
New
advancement.
process? Okay. And then a talk then would be an architecture change. And the reason that you tick and then you talk is that if you try to do both at the same time, then you just dance. Okay, sorry. It's that if you try to do both at the same time, it's extremely risky. Every time you shrink your transistors, shrink your lithography, every time you shrink the CPU, what you risk is like, oh no, there's like an electron migration, quantum tunneling crap that we didn't see coming from our previous nonsense. We gotta solve all these problems now. Oh no! And every time you change your architecture, of course you're reconfiguring the way that your entire CPU works. Of course, there's a lot of problems that you're going to need to solve. So the idea behind TikTok is that you are only tackling one set of those problems at a time, and it gives you smaller gains overall with your new CPU, but it gives you hopefully a predictable amount of
So,
hassle with
what I
each
did
new
was-
refresh.
I got a
So-
Just to be super
pencil and a
clear,
pen,
tick is
a
new
pen to write down
process
which thing is which, and then a pen to write down which thing is which, and then a pencil to write down
Yep,
what
looks like we've
parts there
got
are.
it right here.
Yep.
So
that I
think
can
it's
erase
pretty
the parts if I change them out,
optimistic. With that
and then
said,
replace them with
you
whatever
know what,
parts
I
are
say,
needed.
you know, hey, I don't know
Yep,
if you guys
exactly.
ever pull this off,
Because
but
eventually you
the
probably
reality
will
of it
want to
is
upgrade
that
this computer.
TSMC has been rolling new process nodes just about on a yearly basis, while Intel has been absolutely stuck. I mean, no matter, even if they don't quite manage like a yearly TikTok cadence, it's got to be better than what they're doing now, because like we're currently on this cycle, okay? So remember, a tick is process and a talk is architecture. So 5th gen Broadwell was process, all right, on 14 nanometer. Then we had 6th gen Skylake, that was a new architecture. Then we had 7th gen Kaby Lake, which was optimization. 8th gen Coffee Lake, which was more optimization. We had 9th gen, also Coffee Lake, that was a refresh. 10th gen Comet Lake, that was optimization. We had one. They shouldn't be allowed to call those 5 generations of CPU. Like, what
Google
does a
Docs,
generation even mean
Sheets,
anymore? And then
Go to
finally,
Google Sheets.
11th gen
I'm gonna
Optimus
create a new blank
Intel
sheet.
stuck on 14 nanometer. we finally got a new architecture, and we got some real performance gains out of Rocket League. Now, it has problems, it runs hot, but
Yeah, just a little bit.
just a little bit, but you know what, Luke, okay? You can't ride a rocket without getting a little close to the sun. Closer to the sun. The atmosphere doesn't block the rays. It gets hot.
What if you went the other way?
You eventually reach another sun.
Okay.
Yes,
Not really.
success,
Okay.
I win.
Yeah, yeah.
On top of this commitment to go back to TikTok, Mr. Gelsinger announced that Intel will be investing $20 billion. That is with a B in 2 new chip-making plants to be added to its
Okay.
Arizona campus.
So far I have
We are
these two.
expecting from these over 3,000
AMD.
permanent
The motherboard and the
high-tech, high-wage jobs,
motherboard.
over 3,000
I mean the
construction
CPU
jobs,
and the motherboard.
approximately
Yep.
15,000 local
I would
long-term jobs.
maybe take.
That is freaking
Let's see
awesome.
here.
Mind you,
Get a serial
until the
number
new fabs come online,
off of
until
It's
they
gonna take a long time.
yeah, it'll be a
It'll take a long
Yep,
time to
serial
build
number right
properly.
there.
They take a long time
See that where it
to
says
do
SN?
that.
Mhm.
It's
Right
gonna
there
be
next to
Be
the
a spicy minute.
3700X.
So they'll be using third-party fabs more openly starting in 2023. With that said, my
In
understanding.
fact, I'm gonna write mine down while you're doing that with yours. I'll write mine stuff down.
To use third-party fabs is, you'd be our lowest priority. Thanks. Not only because you have your own fabs that you mostly use, therefore you're not really a strategic partner.
Is that first one a 9 or a
Also,
G?
At the same time as announcing that you're going to use our fabs somehow magically.
I believe
are
it's a
announcing that
9.
you will be going to
Because if it was a G, they would have put it capital.
because
Yep.
Intel
All right. I
will
put
apparently
9 as well.
be
I just
looking
didn't know
at
because you
this
got better
new
eyes than I
fab
do. They
and
freaking
then
like
be
these.
offering
These
their
letters
own
are
fabrication
small.
services to the same customers that might otherwise go to TSMC or to Samsung. So, yeah. In other news, though, Intel's own 7-nanometer process efforts are apparently progressing well, which these new fabs should help with once they are ready. And it should be noted that Intel 7
Okay. Cool.
is
That
not
one's
the same
done.
as TSMC's 7-nanometer, which is actually closer to
That's my
Intel's
3800X.
10-nanometer. We did a whole
It's
technical on
cooler.
this, and it was
Let's take
shocking
this
how many
board.
people were super mad about
That one?
facts in that video, and how many people have sort of
Ready to
fallen
write the
for
serial
the
number?
branding that other fabs have used around the manufacturing process.
Oh yeah.
Intel
Serial number right up
is
top here.
behind. Their 10-nanometer.
If you look right there where it says serial number.
And I mean,
So
normally,
where's your
we're in a
box? Oh, this
position
is
of
your
being
box. I'm good.
ahead
Sorry, my
of
bad.
everyone else.
My
So
bad. Good
what
thing I'm not
we're
registered in
looking at
yours.
right now
Oh,
is
I'll get that
actually
on ground.
branding of a technologically not really the
Okay,
apples
this
to
is made
apples
by
manufacturing process.
ASRock.
So when you take someone else's 7-nanometer and Intel 7-nanometer, the actual transistor density is probably not as good as
X570
TSMC
Pro
or Samsung.
4.
Well, that's the conventional wisdom, of course.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see how much Intel
That
Elena
done?
said something about it's way past bedtime, and I was like,
transistors
okay,
when they
well.
move to 7
Huh?
nanometer.
Elena said it's way past
Think
bedtime.
that they've talked about it
Everett's
publicly yet at
bedtime.
all.
Oh,
But we'll keep an
okay.
eye on that. And
So I was like, well, do you want us to stop building?
I'm not gonna stop building.
I kind of, I said we may get into this and we may go through the night because that's how I. And she's like, he'll never do that. He will go. I was like, dude, when you get excited about something, you just want to go and do
I
it.
don't like. She doesn't know how late I stay up.
Well, maybe you should stop staying up that late because I hear that you try and sleep during school.
The Discord topic was
Right.
probably a lot more eye-grabbing, and
That's when it's on virtual school, 'cause it's cool.
It's because you stayed up too late. It's not because it's boring. Because
Well, no, it is boring. The teachers.
Yeah.
really
I'm
help.
sure it probably is partially boring, but that's what school is. So it also the more that you like pay attention, stuff becomes less boring because you start understanding it better, and then you realize how this thing over here connects to this thing over here, connects to this thing over here. So even if it's boring during like the lesson that you're learning, if you can know that what you're learning is going to apply to the rest of life in this area or can apply to this interest that you have, then even if what you're learning at the time is boring, you understand that it serves a bigger purpose.
That alone, pretty cool.
You know what I mean? Like
Sounds good. Intel
me
will
talking about
have
electricity with her is boring as hell.
Gives people
But
like
when
me
it applies to
jobs.
your computer and then you earning
Bullshit.
money and
Like
whatnot,
Corsair.
it kind of becomes worth it for you to
Corsair
understand
wants
that.
all of y'all to check
Right?
out the new K65
You know, like it's like math can be boring, but like if you don't know how to do math, how are you ever going to know if someone rips you off when you give them $5 and they give you back $3? If you don't know how to count, oh, this is only $3 and I gave you something that had a 5 on it for a $5 bill. I wanted 5 singles back. If you don't know how to do that simple basic math, you know what I mean? And then when we talk about like multiplication, division, right? That's what I was doing when I was doing kilowatt hour stuff.
Notion is an excellent tool for
But that's what you're doing in
or you can use
all of this stuff: multiplication, math, figuring out how much RAM do you need, how does it break down. If I want 16 gigabytes but I only have an 8 gigabyte stick, how do you get that? You get 2 of them, right? 2 times 8 is 16. Get 1 stick, okay? Let's figure out the reason we're getting you. We got you 1 stick, right? Of 16 gigabytes.
And many of us in the office are using Notion
Well, what did we get?
personally
1
and at
gigabyte,
work
8
to
gigabyte?
seamlessly manage and collaborate on different projects
16 gigabyte,
around the
right?
office. So sign up for Notion for free using the link in the video description. Also,
Right here.
oh look at this, I've got a video.
Yeah,
for this
16.
one.
The reason we got you
Linux.
16
If
gigabytes,
your Linux
do you know
distro
why?
is designed to
Instead of
reach
getting
end
an 8
life
gigabyte
where it
stick,
already has,
we're getting a
you
4
have
gigabyte
to
stick.
do.
Is
Take
because
control of your
you
end
have
life
4
strategy
slots
with
here,
extended
right?
life cycle support
So the
systems.
maximum that you could do,
The service is
if
now
you got
available
8
for
gigabyte
Linux
sticks,
6 or
right?
Linux 6
What is the
and
maximum you can do?
16.04, extending the life of those
Is that
versions
16,
4
right?
years after the
No.
UL date.
How many slots
This
are there?
includes the updates and security
4.
patches that you'll need
So
for
what is
all
the max
packages
you
of
can
the
do?
operating
30
system.
32
It doesn't affect any
Yes,
of your
yes,
running
that's what you could do with
infrastructure,
8
and
gigabyte
it's
sticks,
priced,
right?
it doesn't require
The
any
max you could ever get is 32 gigabytes. Well, we've already reached the point where
This was
16
not-
gigabytes used to be like the normal, okay, that's about as much as you need for gaming.
Uh-oh.
It's starting to creep up with games like
And it's
Cyberpunk
gone.
where
Whatever.
you
The
could
point is,
start
keep your
using
end of
more
life
than
systems
16
going.
gigabytes.
Visit elsportal.com.
If you only put an 8
or
gigabyte
click the link
sticks in
the
and you went to
description
8
get
to
more
16
information.
and now you wanted to go to 32, you'd get
that
2
video
more 8
file was, I
gigabyte
think,
sticks,
4K,
right?
so
And then you'd have no more room to expand. Whereas if you get a 16 gigabyte stick in there, we put one 16 gigabyte stick in, you got 16 started. Now you realize, oh, I need more RAM. I'm going to put another stick of 16 gigabytes, this exact stick in. You still have 2 empty slots. So you could get up to 64 gigabytes of total RAM. You won't need 64 unless you're doing heavy video editing.
Yeah.
You won't need it for the next 5 years. And then at that point, gaming may get to the point where 32 gigabytes may not be enough. It probably won't get there even in 5 years.
I'm not
But
gonna need more than 1 right now.
but this is, you will need more than, you mean 1 stick. Yes, you won't need more than 1 stick right now. But it will increase performance if you added another stick, because then you would be running in dual channel as opposed to being running in single channel. But the point is that we're getting you a 16 gigabyte stick, so because you have 3 other slots that are open that you can expand into. And if you get 2 8 gigabyte sticks and stick them in, now you only have 2 slots to expand to, which means that you get half the capacity when you have full capacity, because 8 times 4 is half of what 16 times 4 is.
Which is exactly why people are glomming onto them.
Yes, for sure. I'm
0,
not trying to dig on
back.
consensus, but like
sorry,
over $500.
2. I'm just,
It is really brutal. So this
7,
talk was
1.
done up by one of our new writers who's not on probation yet. Whether it's miners, silicon shortages, or just PC building popularity, or more likely some combination of all 3.
Alright,
Pretty much
so those 2 things have been
graphics card for MS.
documented for us to go to the
It's going for
website, and I'm just documenting, hey, we did this, we did that, so now we know when it's time to, is this mine?
20% under MSRP.
When it's time to,
under
where's my,
in normal times, let alone cards from 2016, like they should be so much less. And if you want something in the 20 or 30 series,
I
good
put
luck
mine
finding
on
it for
top of
less.
the pile of
They
shit.
nearly double MSRP. So the reason Nicholas has been researching this is because he's actually working on a video that we're going to be
plastic
doing
thing.
where we are going to buy cards at Scalper prices,
You mean
and
the
then
ones-
we are going to make them available to
plastic, like
verified
the
active
actual
gamers
plastic
at
bottles.
MSRP. So we're going a step farther, Luke. We're going beyond. Okay, so I know it started. Okay, verified actual gamer program started with us buying cards from manufacturers. but we're stepping it up. We are actually going to go find cards that accidentally, or maybe on purpose, got into the hands of scalpers. We're gonna get them back to gamers. Now, I can't promise that we're gonna do too many of them that way because it really is a lot more cost effective for me to just buy them from manufacturers. But
There's also some feedback already coming in from people saying to not fund
Something wrong with me.
well, what do you guys want me to do? Do you want gamers to have them in MSRP or
Something wrong
not?
with both of us.
I think
That's
they
the
just
question.
want
There's something wrong with all of us.
Or-
It's easy to figure that out.
directly
Everyone is a
from
human being has their own
programs,
little quirks.
from the
Exactly.
manufacturers, but I don't know.
Alright, cool.
Well,
So,
we're working on that too.
our CPU
So,
has been
guys,
installed.
if you want more cards in the verified
Let's
actual
talk
gamer
about
program,
registration.
what you have to do is you have to make your voice heard. You've got to let GPU makers know. You've got to let guys like ASUS and EVGA, Gigabyte, MSI. You've got to let these guys know. Zotac, hey, we want to see you guys support the verified actual gamer program because we trust Linus Tech Tips to
Registration.
actually deliver these things into the hands of gamers, and we don't trust
What does that
whoever
help
else
us
it
do?
is. Because honestly,
That help
I
us
can
do
tell
something
you now,
called
if your
R
trust is shaken in the
and A.
traditional supply chain,
right?
I
Return
feel
merchandise
this is
authorization,
we uncovered-
which means
I
that you
really
get permission
don't
from the
wanna name
company
names because I
to
don't
send
think
it back
that's
to
wrong
them
in my
so that
life,
they can
but we
analyze
uncovered a
it, fix it,
situation
and send it
around
back to you,
CPU
or
launch where
take it
manufacturers
in,
were telling us
send you a
one thing
brand
on
new
the
one,
supply,
and then let them do whatever the hell
and
they want to do on the back end to analyze it.
places where
Well,
that
that's why
supply
you
was
register
supposed
these
to
things
be
with companies,
was
so
telling
hey,
us other things,
you don't
and
wait
so
till I have a
we
problem,
do
now I'm
not
gonna register
believe
it.
That all the cards that were
Oh,
supposed to
you
end up
didn't,
on shelves
just registering,
actually made
you
it
already
to
have a
shelves.
problem with it the day
But
after you
have my
registered it?
personal pinky swear.
No, like that can
every
happen,
single card
but
that comes to us,
and that
from
does
the
happen a lot of times
manufacturer
because
that
most
we
people
buy
forget to
will
register
go
all their
for
shit, but
MSRP
I would just do it at the
no
time
more.
of.
We
So,
actually have a really exciting
put our cooler
announcement.
in?
I'm probably jumping the gun on
We'll
this
put
a
our
little
cooler
bit.
onto our
These
chip.
guys
Now be
seem
careful,
jazzed to
because
engage
when we
with
take
us, so
this
I think
cooler
the
off,
odds are that they're gonna
there's
go
going to
forward
be
with
something
it.
called thermal paste on
It
it.
looks like EVGA
That's the
is
sticky
possibly
stuff,
going to be our
That
next
is-
partner
it's not
with the verified
sticky,
actual
it's
gamer
just
program.
paste
So
that
guys, be excited
is-
because
Is it kind of like
you guys know EVGA.
It's like
is
toothpaste,
huge
yes, and so
when it
if
comes
you
to
smear it
force.
around, it's no
So
longer gonna
really,
work properly.
really excited
So if
about
you
that.
look at the
And
bottom
what I
here,
wanna
see
say
that
about
gray stuff?
EVGA is
Yeah.
even if they don't
That is
manage to
thermal
make it
paste.
happen, even if they can't dig up some cards for us, they
There's
get
dots
it.
like that.
Like, not everyone just like immediately understands
smooth or
what
is
we're
it
trying to
dotted?
do here. But like Jacob over
or they
there,
put polka dots on
I
it?
don't
freaking
know,
that guy
that's the new
gets
method, I
it.
guess.
I barely even
Cool,
had to
whatever.
explain it. I'm just like, yeah, we built
Polka
an
dots.
actually
So, like, when
That's a new method.
block.
When I usually put
Nothing is
thermal paste on,
But we
usually those things are
really,
covered with a
really
smooth
well
layer,
defended
and it's just
by
one
this
layer.
system.
That's what I've normally seen.
And then, or you have, what you typically do is you don't have that, and you put a drop
No
of thermal
advantage
paste
to people
right
who have,
on your chip,
you know,
and then
blocks
as you
and
push
stuff
it
or
down,
roots or whatever
it's
else.
gonna
It was
seal.
like,
So,
dang,
real quick,
I'm in. And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. So
this is
these
how your
guys
motherboard
really
is
hard,
going to
and
sit
we're really excited to work
in
with
your
them,
system,
but
like
just because
this.
we've already done a drop,
So you
like
wanna
St.
make sure that
Lucius,
when you
for
put the
example,
cooler
still
on,
feel free. Let those
the,
guys know
the
that you want to see
logo
more of these
is
drops.
facing
The more cards we
upwards,
have,
if you
the
care about
longer
that
they will
stuff.
last, and the better
That
chance
like,
that our
this
local
logo or whatever
especially
is
you guys,
facing
will be
upwards so
able
you
to
can
get
read
their
it.
hands on it.
You get what I mean?
There's a pretty
So basically-
These two are clips, so basically your cooler is gonna unclip under here and under here, and then screw down to seal.
Maybe that will mean
So if I want it to be like that, I would have it be like facing this way.
Yep, it won't, if you're pointing it like that, yes, so it'll be like that right onto it.
Okay.
Right?
If you're fighting with that sentiment,
Um,
trying to help us get
I guess we can do that right now. I may do my, I'm gonna do mine first so you can see how this process will work.
Yes.
Personally, I don't
Do
really,
that.
we're using
Through the program,
There's also
I mean,
gonna
if
be
you guys want, maybe what we could do
these
is,
two cords. This
like,
one is
you
for
know what, I'm just
RGB
gonna tell you
lighting,
guys now, the
this one is
concept
for
of the video
USB.
is a really fun
We're
one.
gonna use the
I'm
USB
really
one and
excited
not even
about
worry
it.
about the
We are
RGB
going
lighting.
to do an
This
in-person
though
event.
is the
It's gonna be a
fan,
little bit challenging
so this
over
fan
time.
that's on
It's
top,
gonna be like
this
outdoors
needs to be
or
connected to
something
our
like that. But we
CPU
are planning an in-person
header.
event where we're going to verify that people are actually
So,
gamers by
these
having
two
them game
clips, these
against
little
me
clips here,
or other members of the element
that is
team.
what we're going to
And
clip,
the way that I intend
onto
to
there.
run it is if you even like
and then these
can
little things, you'll
demonstrate
use
that you're a
these.
gamer, okay? So
As you do
don't
this,
walk
as
up
you
and
snap
play
them
a
down,
shooter game and put your fingers
they're
on
going
the
to
keyboard.
lock it in
And
place.
see, that's right away.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
So I
Like,
believe
as
we need
long
to do
as
this
you're
left
a
clip
gamer,
first,
okay, MSRP, no problem.
and
okay?
then the
But
right clip, and
if
then
you
we do
start
that
winning,
with the right clip.
Well, hey,
In fact,
now
there's
the price
instructions
might
that
go
come
down.
with it, but I ain't gonna even fucking read
Yeah.
the instructions.
So we're gonna have
So,
some real fun with that
here's
event.
my
So
top
the intention
piece.
was actually
great.
for
This
us
ain't
to
even
buy
sh-
the scalper
this won't even
GPUs
show
and then sell them at MSRP,
this.
or
It's gotta
even
be
for
like
less, depending on how gamer
So
you
if you
were.
want AMD up,
Um,
it's gotta be like
But
that.
what we could also do
Okay, so I'm
is
gonna go
we
like
could
this,
just take some
hook this
from
back
the
one in.
EVGA drop, and we could use those to support the in-person event. If you guys really don't want to see that, I
Should we
just
take a poll? Should we get a poll?
yeah, we could get a
That's
straw
on.
poll going. We got
Because
some-
because
Okay,
it
now I'm
could
gonna
be the
stretch
loud
this.
feed, right? I
Oh.
could be taking the wrong sentiment from the crowd right now.
Oh,
Maybe people are totally down with pulling from scalpers. Yeah, dude, it's already make it.
I got it already. I got it.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I've created the poll, and I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna drop that in Floatplane chat first here, real quick. Okay, Floatplane chat, you guys are ready to go.
And I mentioned a shooter. I said Counter-Strike, but I don't believe the idea was exclusively shooters. Right after I said Counter-Strike, a bunch of people in the chat were like, "Oh, what if I don't play shooters?"
So my intention would be to offer people a few different options, and my intention would also be to make it extremely challenging. So the kinds of games that I was going to offer people the opportunity to beat me at would be things like Halo 1, Beat Saber,
it's not
and
this needs to be-
I think there was something else that I had in mind. Probably something like Super Mario World
Tough enough so
3,
that
the
it
like
stays
battle
in?
thing.
It's supposed
So
to be.
these are
It's
all
supposed
things
to
that I'm like
kind of-
legitimately actually fairly good at. So
Fuck
Yeah.
me. There's no instruction with
we got
that.
people saying Beat Saber, let's go. You know what?
What are
good
the
luck.
instructions with it?
It's
Mine is
possible.
just actually really good.
It's
You may just
possible
have
you're
to
better
watch
than me.
a,
It is unlikely. I legit have
Not
a
the
Yeah.
good hour
instructions in
in
this,
this.
yeah. This might have our
Just as a
instructions.
reminder, you didn't say that you had to
Good.
win. You just had to prove that you're a gamer.
That's right, exactly.
They're different things.
Well, it looks like the community has kind of spoken here. Should we liberate scalped GPUs? 71% of you say no. Man, I would have thought people would have been jazzed about this. Here I am trying to like.
I basically have that
Goes
very,
to show you, maybe I
very
just don't
close
even
to
know what
being
I'm
where
doing.
you see. I just don't understand.
Because
why
here I
it's
am,
so
I'm
fun.
making gold Xbox controllers and nobody gives a shit. I'm like, hey, let's like use my own money to buy scalped GPUs and like make them available to the community for less than MSRP. Woo, go Linus! And it's like, no, Linus,
Is
don't
there
do
any
that. I
instructions
hate
in
it.
there?
I hate it.
I
It
think,
should have
I think
pictures.
the idea here is
Yep, okay.
to take Robin Hood's kind of thing.
Sure.
You're buying from the rich to give to the poor
So I should
instead of
steal.
taking from the rich. And a way to maybe but a way to
It
sort
just
of
says
maybe do that
flip lever
is to
over
acquire
to
more
secure
GPUs
heatsink.
directly from manufacturers so they don't
Yeah.
filter their way
Alright,
through
well,
shady back channels directly to scalpers or to miners,
Yeah, that was
whatever.
right.
Okay.
You can get
I was
those
right.
and
I just
them
didn't. I was
directly
trying to put. Too, I didn't want to put too much force on it because you do want. You want this to
I mean,
apply
that is,
force
that
because,
is, that
hey,
is
like I
fair.
said,
I mean, the reality
here
of it
is
though,
your.
there's gonna be a
Here's your
limit to how
integrated
many I
heat.
can get my
Let's flip
hands
this
on.
page over.
And, honestly, one of the things I was a little concerned about with Verified Actual Gamer Program is like, don't get me wrong, guys. Like, we are still making money on those GPUs, and I'm legitimately not. It's not good for me to sell them below the MSRP because what that does is it undermines the hardworking people who are trying to make a living selling computer hardware.
IHS,
You know, like that's
integrated?
actually
And doing it legitimately.
it's bad for the industry for me to undercut
Heat.
people. So it really is an MSRP. So I am.
Spreader.
It's not a ton of money, quite frankly. the margin is
That
not
takes this
But
little.
I am
It's
actually
just this
using
metal
Java
piece.
to
And remember when we
money
flipped that over
So
and you
this
saw
is
all
a
those
way
pins
for
and
me to try to
whatnot?
kind of
And then
say,
on the
like,
back
hey,
of this,
guys,
you saw that green thing.
Verified
If
Actual
you pull
Gamer
this little
Program,
thing
like,
off,
really isn't about-
boom,
I
you
am
would see a
making
green
money,
thing
it's
with a
not
bunch of
making
little
money.
chips
So I was like, okay, I'm
on
gonna
it.
I'm gonna blow
Those
some of
chips
that
then
money
produce
on these
heat. That
scalp
heat goes
ones
through
as a
to
way
this
of
integrated
giving
heat
back
spreader
as well,
here.
but if
Right?
people
This
don't
metal
want it,
thing
it's
that's
like,
supposed
yeah,
to
I mean,
distribute the heat
don't get me
outwards.
wrong, Linus Media
And they're
Group
using
is
something called a
great.
heat
We're
sink,
down to make money.
which is what
So
this
I think-
part
I
is,
think
this
the
copper
video
part.
is personally
Or this
it's
part
perfect.
here.
I
Yeah,
think the
pull
video
this out
is
real quick.
fantastic.
Yeah,
I
mine's
think you
copper.
can still totally
Well,
do
they're all
it.
copper.
Hopefully
What I mean
we
is,
can get-
this flat plate,
hopefully
see how
we
it's
can get
basically a
more
flat plate
manufacturers
there?
on board. Hopefully we can get
That,
more
without that
product,
thermal paste
and
on it,
then
is
takes
called
away from the
the
onboard
heat
mode
sink.
just
And
less.
see how it's got these
And
these
then you can
heat
still do
pipes.
the video concept because that's
Take
a really,
the heat
I would watch
from
that.
here, this flat piece,
Yeah,
and
like a
distribute
battle
it.
royale
So
for
they've got
being
one
able
pipe
to
there, one pipe there, and it looks like they
It's
have
kind of brutal,
pipes
but-
coming off this
but
way,
really
and
cool at the same time. That's something
those
that, like,
internal pipes that go
if
up
I
maybe
was currently in the
through,
corporate
because there should be 4 pipes on each side, it looks like.
this event was
Got
going
2
on,
coming here,
oh,
2 coming
I'd be
there,
in a heartbeat.
Maybe
I
they
know
go
it's like
and then
at
either
the very least,
just,
you
oh,
literally
you know what that
already
is?
said you don't have
That
to
is
wait,
that,
just get a
this
banner
one
built.
here that goes to this
There's
one
no way you're
there,
gonna show up to
and
your
this one
event
here
and
goes to
not
that one
feel
there,
that
and then
way.
this one here extends up to
You
that
know what I
one,
mean? And
and
that's
this one down
probably
here
true
extends to that
for
one.
a lot of people
So there's
because
actually
it's
4
like, yeah, you
pipes,
might not beat
2
like this
here,
in Beat
and
Saber,
2 here.
but if you
Heat
can
spread, then that
show
takes up
know
these,
what
which are
you're
heat
gonna do,
fins, which is
and
basically part of the
understand
heat
how
spreader.
that stuff works,
So this is
and
basically just one
basic
big
gaming,
block,
flow and stuff
and
like
basically
that.
what
Yeah,
that does,
like-
and it's got all these little
Or even if
fins.
you just demonstrate that
So
you've
the
like
reason that they have
put
fins and not just one big solid block is because they're creating more surface area. It's kind of like how your brain, if you ever looked at your brain, when you
So,
open it up,
yeah,
right, you ever
know
seen the
what,
way the
guys,
brain looks, so it's all a
if
bunch
you
of
wanna
folds
see
and stuff?
more cards in the Verified
The reason they
Action
do that is
program,
because it creates
we-
more surface. If you just have
we
one
provide
smooth
some skeletons
round
not
area,
answered, so
you'd have
we-
less
we-
surface
in that case,
area on
we
it.
need more
So
cards
the reason
from
your brain is all like, it almost
I
looks like
just
little
wanna
strands
take a moment
of
to
noodles, like
shout
all
out
wrapped together and
the
like
guys that
shit
have
in it.
supported
Because that means
Verified
that
Action
all those little
program
ridges
so
around the
far.
edges,
Asus
you've got more
was in
surface
first,
area
and the
than
side
what you
was
would have in a single
shortly
volume.
behind. Like they were
Smooth volume.
right into
So
it.
that's
I
basically what those
posted
fins are
guys
doing.
that were-
And then this
Because
fan
it's really
is going to blow through those
very
fins,
disruptive to the regular
right?
supply
And all
chain.
that heat is coming
Those
up
guys
through the
went out of their way
IHS,
to support
through
this
your
program.
heat sink,
Massive problem
up into those fans, which are basically
AMD,
acting like the
I think,
radiator is
one
over
so
there.
far that
And then
has
you're
gone
using a fan
way
to
above
blow
and
through
beyond in terms of
to
their
take the
support.
heat
When we
away.
have our AMD drops,
Okay.
expect
So
to
we
see
talked
some
about
serious stuff
thermals.
of Ryzen 5900X and of Radeon 6800 XTs. Like, we are really, really excited about those drops. So those guys were in
Temperature?
first,
What did
and
we just
then
talk about?
It's
Oh.
actually, I don't want that to take anything away from EVGA. I didn't
We
approach
talked
EVGA
about
yet until like 2 days
surface
ago.
area.
Because we wanted to see the, I mean honestly, even having 3 partners lined up before we did a single drop, no offense Luke, but I was terrified.
Oh, yeah, no, so was I. It's fine.
Because if for whatever reason the technology didn't work, we were gonna look like complete assholes, right? So now that we've had one really successful drop, other than that
Physics.
message that kind of didn't go
You're learning
away,
physics.
we have fixed
Physics.
This
after
is
we've got a
physics.
successful drop net, the Verified Actual Gamer program is open
That's
for business.
moving
So
hit air,
huge
moving heat
shout out
around,
to
all that
ASUS,
is
MSI,
physics.
AMD,
Right?
and to
Physics.
to
We're talking
so
about
far.
mechanical action here too, right? Those clips.
Yeah.
And putting their money where their mouth is and supporting this program.
Yeah, and
That's a
maybe
mechanical
it's,
part, right? So you got electrical parts in these systems,
back in-
you got mechanical parts in these systems, right?
Inside
So like electrical is like something that requires electrical activity, and then like really even that a gate is opening or closing, which is mechanical. But a lot of times it's not because it's solid state, so it isn't. It's electrical gate opening and closing better than physical gate opening and closing.
Yeah.
But like us putting those
And
latches
there
down
was
and
a
whatnot,
reality, and I'm pretty sure
that
this
is
did
physics,
happen.
but it's
Where some
mechanics.
people
You know what I
didn't
mean? It's
even
how does
Yeah.
this stuff fit together, and then you're
They
mechanically
ended up on this
switching
video,
it,
they ended
you
up
know,
on
or
the
flipping
video,
it, or
like,
screwing
what's
it together,
this?
or whatever.
Wanted to check it out, and they
That's-
see this quiz, and they're
That's
like, "Wow, I'm a
mechanics.
gamer," and they wanna
Whereas
do the quiz,
sometimes
and
you'll
they
do
finish
things
the
where
quiz,
like
oh,
we have
wait.
like electrical energy going through these boards, right?
And
That
so
will be
we wanted a system where
An
someone
electromechanical
didn't
signal
fly
coming
the
through
car,
that, you know,
they just got
some sort of
the
electrical
car,
signal comes through and then opens
release
a gate,
that car
closes a gate.
back to the next
or something,
most recent person
right?
who had successfully
But-
completed the quiz.
The
So
gamer
that's
don't-
how
Alright,
it-
cool. We really
Yes,
use
You
this
don't always
fucking
necessarily do a quiz.
instruction set. I told you, I was like, I don't really need the instructions, but every time you say that, you probably bite yourself in the ass.
So this is
yeah,
kind of like
so
how
there-
when you
there's essentially
flip on
huge
a
system
light
to
switch,
make sure
that's
it all
mechanical, but then the electrical is actually
we
turning on.
also
It's
were
it's exactly it. It's
manually
that's
improving
when you're talking about a
every
switch, right?
so
that
we
is
could
all that's
have
in your
a-
keyboard.
that's
It's a
another
switch,
layer of trying
right?
to
That's why
make
they call them
sure things are getting
red
the cards
switches
into the
or
hands of the
green
right
switches.
people.
If you look at like the companies that make those switches, they make like the biggest company that does that stuff is called
Yeah.
Omron.
Okay.
They make like tons of stuff in my world of
there
like
was
building
some
machines for
conflict there.
machinery
We didn't-
because I have like switches that like this motor moves this thing over here, this thing moves over here, hits this switch to tell it, hey, I've reached my limit position, or I've reached my homing position, or whatever. And it's all a switch. All of this is something, a lever that like When it closes, it
wasn't
sends
second.
signal out,
I'm gonna
and when
say
it
this wrong.
flips back to open position, the signal no longer goes through.
But,
Right? That's binary. When you're talking about binary, there's multiple different things about binary, but for the most part, when people are talking about binary, they're usually talking about on or off. A 1 state is on, a 0 state is off. That's why you see ones and zeros, ones and zeros, ones and zeros. 1 means on, 0 means off.
Kind of like with a hand grenade where like the pin comes off and it automatically starts that like countdown
It
thing.
was just
Yeah.
it was just the communication around the.
What happens with a hand grenade, when you pull the pin, you're usually holding a trigger on it, right?
Yeah.
You pull the pin, as long as your hand is on that trigger, it's not counting down.
Yeah, but then as soon as you let
As
go,
soon as
that
you let
piece
go,
flies off.
then,
like maybe
uh,
no man's land,
what's really happening
and
is
how
like
we're manually
a
verifying
fuse
yours
starting
back end,
or some sort of
and how that
electrical
was
signal
back, so it wasn't
is
giving
starting.
message
Usually it's a
back. So
fuse, kind of like
we're
when you
learning
light a
a
black
lot.
hat, right?
Guys,
You light a
you know
firework,
what? I mean,
and then
websites
there's a
that
timer
teach
that's
you
going
these
down.
kinds
You
of
can't stop that
process
timer
limited
unless you
items
somehow
that have
kind
been
of cut the
for
fuse off
years and
before it
years.
reaches the powder.
And we're
Right?
just kind of
But
jumping into it because we
this
felt
is
like
more
we had
like
to.
like with a light switch. When you flip it to the on position,
reloading from that
immediately at the speed of light, electricity transfers out
This was the
and
thing,
hits
you know,
that signal,
you know,
and now it's on.
actually,
And then if you flipped it down to off,
it just didn't
that would be
keep
off.
proper
In fact, look
for
at this.
a few different reasons, but
Look
you
at
refreshed and then it was
ah.
like, oh, there's none left.
the back of your power supply or the back of this power supply over here.
For the site to tell you that
Mhm.
properly.
And look at the
That
switch
was the actual
on it.
result. That is what
Or like,
you
let's
got.
see, you have,
It just, yeah, it required a refresh to like.
come here and look at the back of this.
In other LTT store news,
Look at that power
go to
supply.
LTTstore.com
You see that the little button, that lever that goes up and down right there? Look at that. What does that say on the bottom side right there?
For LTX,
On.
Well, and what does that say up top?
okay.
Can you see
I
that?
have 16
But what does it actually
sections
say?
left. They're super cool.
Circle.
Basically,
Circle and
they
what?
are
Big zero.
pins of
And a line.
who was
right?
on our roster.
Yeah,
One
so
and zero.
a 1 and a 0 is what it actually is, right?
Yeah.
A 1 and a 0 is, but yeah, it would be, a lot of times you'll say, so like,
We've got, oh man, I'm probably gonna struggle with this a little bit, but I'm gonna try. I believe this is Andy, Anthony, Jake, Matthias, Tyler.
1 and 0. Or you
Tyler
could do
was,
in electrical
with
terms,
us at
what
the
this
time.
means is like, hey, I have a
Aaron,
signal coming through
James,
from
Riley,
this component
Yvonne,
here
Dennis,
to this
John,
component here.
Colton,
That's why that line is
Lloyd,
going through, right?
David,
Because it's
Nick,
actually
Light,
making the connection, which is a
Edsel,
1.
John Martin,
Right,
so that's
whereas
our
0 would be
writer,
sitting
Dennis,
between there.
Landon, David,
There's nothing
That's
actually
Davis.
connecting through to that to send the electricity.
Alex,
Let's say
Alex,
this is the
that's
power
what that's
side,
Alex. And then,
right? This is the power side. It can send through this thing here
pretty sure that's
to
Ella.
create power there. Whereas this one, there's no, the connection here doesn't actually make it through, right? So it's not open. So if you have this, even though this is powered, you're not going to get shocked if you touch this. Because
We
you
have
can't send
just a
signal
handful
through.
of them left.
Yeah.
They were
Right, 1 and
supposed
0.
to be exclusively sold at the
So
event.
we can go.
But we didn't get them together in time. So we have
On.
the reason we have a weird number left is because we made them available
Off.
first to
Now there's
VIPs,
also different ways of writing
then
binary.
to,
Where you could, I could write like
2-day pass
this.
holders, then
where I
then,
did
then. So
Let's
most
call-
of these
talk about
events,
bits.
people were at
Bits
the
and
event,
bytes.
Figured, you know what the hey, rather than throw them in the garbage, we might as well make them available to some of you man show viewers.
A byte is 8
Right.
bits.
Oh, and there's another announcement for the store. We have a new sticker pack. So any order
A
that
bit
you place is going
is
to come with
any
a sticker pack.
1 or 0 in a sequence. So
What else
let's
we
call
got?
it like,
Is there
you ever
anything
heard of like
else?
8-bit music or like
Let's
Yeah.
see.
a 32-bit system or a 64-bit system, right? So
Right.
we
8-bit.
Also
usually goes
looking, I have
4s,
something.
8s,
Intel Tech Trivia, answer in the form of a
16s,
question. That is the formal name of the game
32s,
show that we are going to be live streaming
64s. Because
exclusively
we're gonna
on
we're gonna build you a
on
64-bit
March
system,
31st. That
which means you would have
coming up.
dit,
So
dit,
this
dit,
is our
dit, like,
tech
so
spin
4-bit.
on the popular game
1,
show
2,
format.
3,
Um,
4. That's 4 bits.
Should I just
right?
admit? Yeah.
And
Okay,
8
Jeopardy
bits
was
is
on.
8 bit.
Well,
Is
our guests
that-
are
so
going to be
2
Ewan
sets of
Jack,
4,
Dick
or 1
Wolf,
is an
Hardware,
8-bit system.
iJustine,
So,
Snazzy Labs, and
You could
Everything
do
HD.
a
That is
1,
the
0,
first
1,
other
1,
business that
right?
I have
Or you
ever
could do a
created.
0,
I'm
0,
really
1, 1.
excited.
Now,
Format
there's
is
another
going
way
to be
to think of
a,
these bits
like
where if you're
winner
talking
moves
about
on, Losers
Decimal
are
places. In fact,
eliminated
let's flip this
for
over.
half.
This is way beyond what we need to do for
By the
building.
way, and we are
But
expecting the live stream to be as long as
let's talk
2
about-
hours. The goal is to start at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time on March 31st, and there's going to be 3 games with 2
So,
rounds each.
this
So
place
game 1
is the
UFD Tech, Bitwin,
ones.
and Paul's Hardware.
This place is the
The
twos.
goal is to have
This
it be a
place is
little
the
bit more
fours.
PC,
This
IT
place is the
oriented.
eights.
Game 2 is going to
Right?
be iJustine,
If there is a
Snazzy
s-
Labs,
a-
and
a-
NVIDIA HD.
a
So the
one
goal
in
is to have
this,
it be a little bit
then it
more
goes to
mobile and Apple
1.
oriented.
If there's so we
you're
do
gonna have,
1
like,
and we do
themed tools
0,
contestants.
0,
And game
0.
3 will be
What
the
does that
winners
equal right now?
from games 1 and 2 plus a secret guest.
There are 0 8s, there are 0 4s, there are 0 2s, there's 1 1.
Okay, I see in the notes. Yeah, there was no way I wasn't going to tell the people. Okay, it says right here, the guest is supposed
No,
to be a
there are
secret
0
surprise.
8s.
But Linus is really bad at keeping secrets
Plus,
on the land.
there are 0
It's
4s.
Linus.
What is that?
So I will take on the winners.
0 plus 0.
So I will take on the
Okay,
winners.
there are
in games
0
1
2s.
and
0.
2.
There is
If
1
you
1.
don't catch it live on Float
So
Plane,
what is the
it will
total?
be edited and released
Okay,
to
right?
YouTube
So this
sometime
would
in April,
equal-
the exact date TBD, but these kinds of live events can take a long time to edit down for you.
1.
So,
What I was gonna say.
So now if we
is
do
someone
this-
wants to add something to the dock in the future, they don't want Linus to spoil. For one,
What does this
don't put it
equal?
on the dock.
well, I would have said it anyway because I knew that I'm going to be
Why?
the third contestant for the
For
third game.
2, put the don't say
But
this.
this is your
first.
8th place.
Probably a good idea.
This would be your 2's place.
So someone came up with a pretty interesting idea for,
So what
for
is
that,
this?
that video, by the way.
9.
Where
Could
they'd have to
be
bring their old GPUs.
8. Right?
There's
We take
1
their old
8.
GPUs for them in projection.
There's 0 4s. There's 0 2s. There's
Sorry,
1
what?
1.
Yeah, maybe if someone's GPU is old enough, that's kind of useless. But the comment was essentially saying
There's
like, oh,
1
if
8.
someone wanted like a 3080.
There's
they could
1
bring in
1.
their current like 1060.
Like a trade-in program.
Yeah, and get like a discount
What is 8
on
plus
the
1?
already MSRP priced graphics card. And
There's
then you
1
guys
8
can
and there's
then
1
flip
1. So
those old graphics cards
I said
at a
9.
reason.
yeah, but you acted like you didn't know what the hell you were talking
That
about.
sounds like an
So
accounting
now we're
item.
gonna have to keep
I'm so
going
It
on
sorry.
sounded
this.
really cool.
Right?
as a
Because you
text,
do
and
this
Right when I set it out
plus
loud, I was like,
this.
oh, there's a lot of problems with
And
this.
then these
Yeah,
are
I'm
zeros.
sorry, I can't
So
do
if
it.
we
My
do
Wii Fit
this,
packs are apparently going
and
to
we're
start
doing
shipping
4
out
right now.
really
Imagine
fast.
64 of these out.
In the
And then
way.
you're adding all of them because this place over here is now like you're counting by 1, so you go 1, 2, 4, 8. Then you go 16, 32, 64, 128. That is only at 8 bits. You're at 128 ability. This is how you count in binary, basically. When you're doing addition and subtraction and all the stuff that you do on your calculator, you put into that thing, making all those all those pixels appearing it's doing this math in up to like
Oh,
this,
is really frustrating.
you know,
My
let's call it
superchats are not under the
16
tab. So there's
however
bits
many
of
places
$50
out that
that's
you're
not
going.
in there. Steve,
Let's say we're just doing
Guerrero,
16, so you're going then 128,
One
256,
from Brandon
uh,
McKelvey, first super
512,
chat for years. When was the first verified
1024, and that's why you
It
get,
was,
when you talk about
this
gigabytes,
Tuesday? This
right?
Tuesday.
a
And
gigabyte,
he pulled it out of the video
most people
app.
think of that as 1,000
For years to come by this get
bytes.
into the store, 'cause,
That's not
we were
correct.
only in
Although, and that's why people are getting sued now.
20.
Because they think of you thinking of it as that, but it's really 1,024.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys,
bytes.
but I don't.
And so when you get a drive that gives you only 1,000
you guys can still recall
bytes
them,
of space,
just
when you
recall
expect
them,
1,024
and,
bytes of space,
hopefully you can get a refund
you
on
feel
them,
pissed
because
off that
I
you
don't
got
have
ripped
any way
off.
of reading them, you guys.
people who
Sorry.
know what binary is will get
Courtney
mad
asked
about
if Float can get a
this
screenshot
being
VOD
a gigabyte instead of this being a gigabyte.
Tech trivia to the form of the question. I don't see why
Because
not.
when you add this up to get to like terabytes,
So if you guys
now
do
you're
that,
missing
make
out
sure
on
you
24 times
subscribe to
24
our
times
monthly
plus 24 times 24. So like when you
Keep
add that
asking,
up,
what's the
that
site
24
for
becomes
IFTV
meaningful,
program and how do we enter
right?
it? You
Especially when
need
you're
to
doing
make
like
sure
binary
you're
counting and
watching
stuff.
Linus Tech Tips videos.
It,
Get
you
that
can't,
bell rung.
you're not going to be able to
Make
count
sure
to the
you're
right
watching the videos as
places
soon as
if
possible.
you're thinking of
If
1,000
you're in the
instead of
Discord,
1,024.
There is a Discord
Okay.
bot
But
that
long
lets you
story
find
short,
when the video goes
let's
live.
do this here. Let's do
Make sure.
So here's a question. Do
What
you
is
even
that?
want to tell people if we have a bunch of
6.
verified actual gamer drops?
That's right. Why?
Do you even want to tell people?
Because it's in the 4s and
When
the
they're
2s.
coming.
Yep.
2 plus 4 equals 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't think so.
Because I mean, for me,
Zeros
like
mean nothing.
part
Exactly.
of the verified actual
That's how
gaming
counting
program
works in binary.
is that this
So
is
if we
me
did
taking
this-
care of my own. Like, if you are one of those dedicated viewers that is
What is that?
right there on that bell
Zero.
notifications,
Absolutely
watching the
nothing.
videos
Does
right when they
it-
drop,
Yep.
then I want you to have the best possible
Yep.
chance to get a GPU. It's that simple.
Right?
Um,
So now if we do
yeah,
this,
I mean,
let's get it a little more
Sorry.
complicated.
This is where I like in-person learning.
Makes sense though. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
We're going 100%.
Yeah, so make sure you
I'm
guys
happy
are
about
watching
it.
the videos. Make sure you're watching the whole thing. Because we're gonna have, we've got
8-bit,
some pretty fun
right?
ideas
So now we have
for how to
1,
make it
2, 3,
um,
4 plus 1,
harder
2, 3,
to cheat.
4. Right?
and
So we did
harder
the same
to
thing.
just
Ones,
kinda jump right
twos,
to the page
4s,
without actually
8s,
watching the video.
16s,
So it's gonna be fun.
32s,
Anthony
64s,
asks me, what about people
128s.
working / at school during the
right?
drop?
But it's easy
There's
when you
not
think
a
about it
ton
though,
that we can
right?
do
Let me do
about
this.
that,
1,
but we
0,
will
0,
consider
0, 0,
doing some
0,
of them
1,
at
0.
different times
What is
of day
that?
Because it's more than just working in at school.
130.
There's also different time zones to
Boom,
consider.
right?
So I
Super
would be
easy.
quite
Looks complicated,
surprised
but that's right.
if we don't
You knew
see
that now
some
you're
of
figuring
them
this out.
happen,
Boom,
with
130.
videos
Why?
that are
Because you have
not
1,
that
128, and you have 1, 2,
Alright?
right? So you got
Alright,
128
Saturn II,
plus 2
I'm
equals
gonna grab
130.
my GPU or
Boom.
something. Ugh,
Now you know how to count in
it's
binary.
really hard for us to
Although
manage. It's
there's
not
also something called
just kinda
hexadecimal
like
code,
brain
which is
input.
completely different than this, like
Another
that your
kind
computer's
of
using. It does use
It
this
was-
to actually
yeah,
count
maybe
up and
not
down,
for this, but there
but then
was
you're
that
using something like
idea
hexadecimal
we
to
came up
produce
with.
things like A's, B's, and C's and D's because this
Do you
only
remember?
produces
No, I
numbers,
don't
right?
remember.
Yeah.
The signature
Hexadecimal
edition
means
thing?
like by using the string of this
I don't
in
remember
a
the
different thing,
details of
it's
that.
going to actually use this string
Oh, that
to
makes
tell
sense.
you what
Yeah, I don't feel like doing
number
that
or
right now.
image
Not
or
necessarily.
No,
what
definitely not for this. I'm just saying like it's
symbol-
it's a potential thing that
what do
could
they
maybe
call
work.
them?
It's just not-
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right
character
now.
No, not at all.
to
Alright,
produce.
so that's
Whether it is
the
a
show.
number
We'll
or
see
whether
you
it
guys
is
here
an
next
alphanumeric
week. Same bad
character,
time,
that's how it will
same
produce
bad
that. Right? Let's do one more of these.
Bye.
We just watched that whole show. Okay, 8-bit. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. The best way to do it is group with them in groups of 4s. You know what I mean? And then as you grow, you'll see.
remember
Because
it.
then you'll see, like, let's say it's a 64-bit system, you'll see
This is an idea someone was
64 lines broken into, each one is broken into 4s and 4s. Or it's usually broken into
Cut on
8s
YouTube.
with a 4 and a 4 in a single, and then 4 and 4, and 4 and 4, and then it does that.
The following podcast
Four
is
times
brought to you by
makes it 4 total.
CDKOffers.com. Use
Okay,
offer code
so
DIESHRINK for 3% off everything on the
let's do
website and
a
Broken Silicon
0,
for 25% off
0,
all
0,
Windows codes.
1.
Alright, on with the show.
0, 0, 1. Right? What is that?
17.
That's right. Damn. So you're getting it.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just adding whatever numbers
Are
in the
underneath
right
it.
place.
Yep.
Okay.
And have you ever seen something like a dip switch? Like a dip switch, right?
And welcome
You'll
to Broken
see-
Silicon, a gaming hardware podcast. I am your host, House Hunting Tom, and I am joined by my co-host.
A
Apartment
dip
lease
switch will
renewal
have, it'll
Dan.
be like a little box. Usually looks
That's
like
right.
this,
You did have one that kind of
right?
applies in the
And
same
it'll say
vein.
on up here.
Yeah,
It'll say
so you're
off.
not getting a house. You're
down
just.
here.
You gotta be honest, Dan.
And
From
it
my
will have a
perspective,
little
you're just far too busy to
thing
worry
that'll
about a
say,
house
like,
anytime
let's
soon.
go 1,
Yeah, that's probably
2,
uh
4,
that's probably true.
8,
I would consider moving into a
16,
house with people, like
32,
if they wanted to, like to rent
64. And you'll
next
have
year or something. But
In
no,
terms of actually buying one and worrying about maintaining it and looking for one and all the paperwork, it's like, nah, you're just too much of a research boy.
yeah, probably. Maybe we'll see if things ever lighten up a little bit. It's a PhD, so probably not that much for the next 4.5 years. But the first year is a rough when it comes
So
to
let's call
scheduling,
this a
so
timer.
hopefully things get a little
Right?
better soon.
So now you have a little thing
Well,
in here
I
that
do
you
want
can
to
switch.
thank you for coming
to
on
the
again.
up
People
position.
will note that this is this the first time we've done
Up
2 news
position.
episodes in a row, which we were never afraid
Up
to do. We just
position.
never it never made
Down
sense
position.
to.
I mean, those
Down
early,
position.
probably, I don't even know how many episodes
Down
it would have been. Might have
position.
been less than 10.
Down
where we
position.
didn't decide on like a regular schedule yet.
Up position.
We
right?
might have done
These are
2
on
news
like a little
episodes in a
track
row once or
where they can
twice.
flip through.
But like since we said
I don't think so. I think I would do one of
Flip
those
this
solo
way or that
ones.
way.
I'd
Kinda
rather
like-
maybe
kinda
a
like
couple
when
of
it's in
those.
like a recording studio, they
Yeah,
have
so
those and
maybe
change
it
like
is,
the different.
Well, that's
it's
more
like
like
one
levels.
where
No, that's more
we
like
decided
levels. That's
that,
an actual
having
slider.
a regular schedule
This is a
a good idea,
switch
at least.
that will, like your
Yeah,
light
the
switch, it flips
guest
on
or special
off.
episode, and then in between that,
There's no in between. This is a switch that
I mean, it's
it's a little physical mechanism
That's part of the
that
reason
you
we
will
are
take with your
doing this.
finger.
It's
Let me,
not,
I'll
it
pull it
has
up.
nothing to do with
So you
getting
can see
guests.
it.
Actually, there were 2
Is it
more
kinda like
guests
a
that
lever
said
thing?
yes today.
It's
Dan.
like
One
it's
of the
like a
reasons
dip
we
switch.
say-
It's just like a little, it's like a little push thing that you can slide up or down. Look at, see all those? So you can slide it, you slide that switch up or you slide it down. This is like old school dip switches.
Oh.
Let me show you a timing dip switch. See how it's on, it's up, and down, it's off. And you literally physically move that. See, these are all in the off position because they're all down. Those are all in the on position because they're all up.
Like I said,
Right? See how this looks like it's a little electrical component? Let me see, find a dip switch timer.
Tasks falling, and I'm trying to catch all of them and get all of them done. But I'm always.
Yep, so like this. So like this. This is exactly what I just drew for you. Right? So it says 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 13. And then those switches are on or off. And you're literally floating them up or down.
Okay.
So this one's on, this one's off, this one's on, this one's off, this one's on, this one's off, this one's on, this one's on, this one's on, this one's on.
You sound a little
Right?
shaky right there.
And so this is the timing of how this thing works, right? So let's say you wanted to, I'm going to ask you 2 different things, okay? So now, what? I mean, this does not have to do with really building it. This is having to understand binary. And like, this is, if you can understand this stuff, you can take what you do here and make something more out
Had
of
to
it.
kill that
Become a
near
developer.
dead air there for a second.
Start
but-
coding. Start
You did a
doing
good
like,
job, Dan. We're
and
getting
even then,
good
you
at
don't
this,
really
you
need to
know,
understand this.
and
But
I'm
if you
recording,
have this
I
knowledge,
started
you'll be
House
way ahead of the
Hunting
people that
Tom.
don't get this.
I'm recording in an
So,
Airbnb.
okay,
in
so let's say,
Nashville
what
right
is
now.
this
I looked at a few houses
let's
today.
call this time.
I think I sound probably
It
just
still
as good as any other
corresponds to exactly
podcast.
how you did the
Actually,
math
seems to
here,
have
though.
pretty good acoustics
So what
in
is
this
this?
room. So it's all good, but it is not the normal setup. So I did almost just knock
This is
over
on.
everything and screw it.
Just think of it as
But it's good
one.
again.
Think of it like
It
this.
does look like
okay?
you've got a relatively cozy room, though, so hopefully the echo isn't too bad or anything.
It's cozy as heck, bro.
Leave it like
Let's
that.
get to a reader
Zero,
mail here.
zero,
Faceplants writes in
zero,
and says,
zero,
a hashtag
one,
include
one,
this tone
one.
in an
Right?
indication
So
of
what would that be
satire.
then?
Let me think about that. Okay, so Faceplant says, moving houses isn't just a stressful activity that
Here, I
consumes
can give you
time,
one
money,
hint.
and energy.
135,
It's also a very
135.
serious affliction that lasts for many
1
months.
plus 2
Tom won't
plus
be
4.
moving so much as he will
That
have
is 6
moving
plus
and
1
inflicted on him
is
for
7
many
plus
weeks.
128
Murphy's
is
law of packing
135.
probability states that
Now,
there will be at least
the way
one
that you
box
can always
have,
think of this,
which contains
if
all
there
the things
is
you'll need and
a
can't
1
find for the first few
in the
weeks of
ones
new
place,
house. This will be
it's
the last
always
box to
going to
appear
be
that is
odd.
ever found at all.
If there is a
Prayers
0,
for
it
his
because
speedy
all of these
recovery
numbers are even,
and
right?
sarcastic
Every
tone.
number after the
Hope I
ones
did a
place is
decent
even.
job there.
So that means that if the
But
end
so
number
again,
is a
I think,
1, it's going to always
bear
add up
with
to
us
an
for the
odd.
next month or
If the
two.
one,
I
the
would
one's
be
number is a
moving to
0,
Nashville.
it's going to always be
We'll
even
be
because
building a
all
studio.
even numbers are
Maybe
always
a
going to
couple
add up
episodes
to
where, like, the
evenness.
studio's not
So
done,
now
too. We'll
I
just
want
do
you to
a
make a
new
timer
living room.
that gives me
And it could certainly be a couple of
67
apartments
seconds.
randomly as well. But I have to say, Dan, I think I've already found a couple of houses that are ideal, and a couple that were pretty interesting actually.
Oh yeah, I guess just thinking like you're probably going to be, I guess I don't know how long the moving
Here's the
process
on.
for you is gonna last. Like
Is the
your
on.
house sold pretty damn fast.
Where are you
when
gonna
put
put
it on
these
the market,
switches?
So that's good, but that also kind of puts a clock on you for when you need to move to Nashville, whether that means you're in an Airbnb for a couple weeks or whatever.
Yeah. Well, and the house in Peoria is already sold, everybody. So I'm looking to move quickly and decisively here. But Dan, please look at the pictures I just sent you.
Did you send them to me over Facebook or yes you did?
Yeah. Now, this is the basement to the first house we looked at, which the upstairs and main floor were beautiful, gorgeous. I loved everything about it. But would you say the basement maybe isn't up to the same quality as a modern renovated house?
Yeah, it kind of looks like the set of a horror movie.
So, for those listening, there's just windows open. There's not even glass in that window picture, Dan.
Oh, cool.
That's just open.
That is 100%
There's multiple
correct.
open holes in the
100%.
basement to the
Right.
outside.
'Cause it's 67.
And if you look at the staircase, it looks like the
I don't
realtor.
think that staircase is up to
Yeah.
code.
That's right.
No, Casey
That's
said,
what I asked
Tom,
for.
is
That's
it
30.
safe for me to follow you
Yeah.
downstairs? So I
Yeah.
would say, it is
That's
definitely
I was
dangerous
wondering
for
how
to
you
do
were
that.
doing it because you left that blank.
And she said, "Oh,
Another
she's
way to
safe
think of
here."
this
Yeah,
is
we got
what you
that.
do is to get to like
She's
if,
great.
if,
Shout out
if
to
you, the
Casey.
way that I always
Just
do this in my head
piles
is
of
like,
rusted
is there
metal.
any 128s? This number is lower than 128, right? So there can't be any
It's one of the best
128s.
parts of Nashville,
Is there any
too.
64s? This number is greater than
It's like, it's
64.
beautiful.
So it's got to be at least one of those because then and then you take okay, well 64 or 67 minus 64 leaves me with 3, right?
That's why. They just
How am I going to
decided
get to 3? I'm going to add. I
an
know I'm
open
going
hole
to 2
as
plus 1
under
is
the
the next
house.
3.
Like, you can just
Right? So
walk
everything
around
else will be
the house,
0
just open
and then
holes to the
2 and 3.
outdoors, and you can see
Or
puddles.
2 and a 1. Boom, we got 3.
Jesus. I like
Or
that.
what you do is you do,
Sure,
okay,
keep up to code.
I get to my 2's place because there's 3
I
left.
like how
Okay, what's
in the
3 minus 2?
description it
Oh, that's
said
1.
something
You already
like,
know
the
that. Okay, only 1
basement
spot
is a
left.
fixer
You know
upper.
it's an odd number, so you can add that.
Yeah.
Well, otherwise, what
I
we do is you-
mean,
let's say you
I
had,
was like, I mean, if
like,
I got
let's say
this,
it was
I just had to
69.
spend a ton of money
Everyone
finishing
loves
it. There's
69.
no way this.
You know,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't think this is gonna pass.
So we would have
Like I told- I don't
164,
think it would.
right? To make
Yeah,
69.
like,
Then we
even
would
if you
have.
did,
One.
renovated, you just made
So
it
we would
like a
have 5
storage
left,
area, which
right?
is how
So
it
boom,
is
then you're like, how do I get, well,
that's-
okay, if 5 is less than
I
32,
feel
there's
like
no
getting that
32.
up to
5 is
just
less than 6,
being
16, there's no
okay for a
30,
house
16.
to have in it,
5 is
if
less
you need
than
to spend like
8, so there's no 8.
$5,000 or something.
5 is
Oh,
more than
no,
4,
it'd
so there's
probably
1
be
4,
like 10, 20.
right?
Oh,
And then
Jesus,
there's
okay,
1
so
left
it's getting
over.
more,
1
especially
is
with
less
that.
than 2, so
Well,
there's
yeah,
no
especially
2,
with how
and there's
demand
1 1.
labor is
Boom.
right
Now
now.
you know how to
Yeah,
count
that's true.
binary.
So-
This was a total
Yeah,
off tangent
unless
thing,
they would be
and it
willing
took us
to
probably
renovate
20
it,
minutes
I-
to a half an
Just
hour.
drop a ton off the price,
worth
but
it.
I don't think so.
I mean,
because
but
it's
you
in
learned,
town,
right?
It's just moving quickly, so it's
You
like,
learned.
we're like, why
You
did
did all that.
There's
You learned
several
in
things like that.
You learned
Somehow, like,
binary.
Just like gorgeous. Like
Okay,
parts of the house
so
are like a 5-star
now you
hotel,
can
and you'll just
tell
go
people
over
not only
it,
do you learn
just looks
binary,
like a
you
legion,
learn
you're like,
binary counting, you learn binary
It's
math.
definitely a seller's market, people. I mean, that's what that tells me.
So now if
it-
my
yeah,
math
definitely,
teachers
it's
ever like
that's-
in any of my grades are like, we're gonna work
that
on
can
something
only happen
binary,
in
I'm
the
just
seller's
like,
market.
put
Well,
down the
you
buzz,
also
I'm
like
already done.
this.
No,
So,
because it gets
there was
way
this
more
one
complicated.
she suggested
You're at
that
like the
wasn't
beginning
on
of
our
it.
list.
This is like learning
Where it
1
was
plus
in a
1
good
is 2,
centrally
and
located
1 plus
area.
3 is 8, and
It's
then you
an
learn
Airbnb,
multiplication
wasn't
and
an
division. We haven't
Airbnb.
talked about how to do.
So,
I mean, you do the division the same way
interestingly,
by
it
adding
has,
these
like,
on
a
in this
bazillion
section, and then you say
bedrooms
multiply
and
by this,
bathrooms. The
boom,
kitchen
and the
is
same number
huge
down
and meant
here.
for entertaining.
So you'd be like
It's actually
67
kind of nice, came with all
times.
the, furniture.
What did we do up
And
here?
then
We
when
did
were outside in the
1,
backyard, she's like, "Does that look like a raccoon hole under the house?" And I'm like,
128
"Kinda."
plus
And then
4
when we went
plus
upstairs,
1,
she's
so
like, "Well,
that's
that's a creepy closet."
6,
and it just had
7,
an open
we did
entrance
135.
into, like,
So let's say you want to do
like,
here.
area
You would do
in the second
this
floor, and I was
sequence
like,
of
I noticed
1001
some, like,
minus
of the
this here,
insulation
which would
inside
be
that area.
0,
See that
1,
hole
0,
in it?
0,
And then I
0,
turned
0,
around
1,
and
1. And you do blah 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 plus blah blah blah. And what would you do? 135 plus 167 or something.
Jesus.
A readdition.
And I'm like,
Or you
so
do
they're
135
raccoons are just
minus
walking around
67
inside
would be
this house
subtraction.
sometimes, apparently.
Then if we did multiplication, we would
Don't-
have that.
you
Then
don't
you still would
want
have to write the number out back in
raccoons freely
binary.
wandering
So
your
this is
house.
I mean, it's just, it's fat. There's, I could talk about that one house too, and how amazing parts of it were, and how bizarre other parts were. It's definitely, she said, this is definitely
So
an Airbnb
this
for
one right
like
here is basically like
bridesmaids parties.
1 plus 1 equals 2,
Oh,
good
so
job,
it's
you get
pro-
a cookie.
so there's like a
it's a little more
facade
complicated than that, but
really high,
it's not
and
like
yeah,
this
but
is
then
not
if you,
going
like,
to.
look- dig
You're not going
into
to
it a
take
little
this
bit, like,
and
why
be
is
able to
there
code
raccoon
a rocket that's going to go to
access port
frickin'
in
the
house?
moon and back.
Yes, and why is this nothing been maintained?
You know what I
in
mean?
this
Like
area?
you're not
Why
going
is
to
it
be able to
just
create a
massive
game
trash next
by
to it?
knowing this. But this will help
Yeah,
you
not
if you
great,
have to get
but-
into the back end of
Yeah.
something. A lot of times you really won't have to do the binary part of it
And
because
there will
there's
be more updates coming to you all
there's
soon.
things called
Okay,
coding
so let's look
languages,
into
right?
the rest of the
Oh,
opening
God
reader
damn it, now
mails,
we're
you know,
going
so
to
this
somewhere
will be
else.
another news episode
So,
after the
yeah.
other one. The
There
reason
are-
we're
I've
doing
seen
this is we have a
They
very
have, like, a
big guest
website
coming up,
dedicated
but
to coding.
they couldn't schedule
Where you can
until
really
the
play
following
Yes.
Flappy
week.
Bird.
So you're talking
So
about like
it was like,
C
well, if we-
plus
if I
plus,
could
right?
have
Or
Yeah.
up another guest, guest.
Python.
It's kind of like I'm burning the guests that I like to space
Or,
out regularly. And at the same time, that would have been a month of
Ruby
news
on
episodes,
Rails.
and we would have to cover way too much. As it stands, we will be doing a news episode that covers technically, I think, 3 weeks.
Right, even
So
Yeah.
it'd be best if we just did
HTML. That's what
and also
web
I'm
pages
exhausted.
are
I got
basically
3
used to
hours
be
of
built
sleep,
on.
drove
Or
to Nashville, went to houses for 8 hours, so.
HTML5,
You know, so a little bit of a shorter news episode,
which is
that'd
what
be
most
ideal.
of them have gone to now.
Yeah, and I think.
Right? These two are
I mean,
interchangeable.
this news episode was designed around being a bit shorter, so.
but I'm pretty sure it'll be a decent piece. It'll be a
Right?
solid
But
app.
this is a language that
Yeah,
you'll
yes.
code in
It
like
would be like the
saying
2.5
like stop
hours.
this, start this,
No,
if
2.5
this
hours, most
true, blah blah
likely.
blah. You
Alright.
write in a language that you and I
Neighbor writes in,
understand
it says, "Tom, I
verbally,
watched your 6800 XT
and then the
30
computer
reviews,
on the
and I
back
have to
end knows
say,
that when
I
I
was
write
very
the if
disappointed
sentence,
to not see
make
what
this
benchmark
binary
actually
command.
matters.
If I write
Fortress.
true,
When
make
the game
this
was
binary
complete in
command.
20 to
If I
30
write
years,
stop,
every other game
make
will simply
this.
be
And
a
so
loading
you don't have to write the
Fortress.
whole binary out.
Characters we place
You
with
just
a
have to
bunch
know
of dumbass
what is the
doors.
language
Frankly,
coding that I'm
I don't
using here,
really
and how does
see
it
any
want me
point
to
in
program
benchmarking
things.
anything else.
Okay.
And Karma Cry
So,
writes and it says, Tom,
when
I
you're
watched your
programming
6800
games,
XT
like,
and 3070
for,
reviews, and I have to say
uh,
that I was very disappointed in not seeing
Epic,
one benchmark
they
that
have
truly matters.
Unreal Engine that you
Catechism
can
Dark
code into.
Days Ahead.
You don't have to
When
know the
game is
binary on the
complete
back end
in
of it,
20 to
because
30
the Unreal
years,
Engine is
every
going
game will
to
simply
basically
be a
do
mode
all
in
that
Catechism
conversion for
Dark
you.
Days Ahead, but the characters replaced with a bunch of dumbass cyborg
Okay,
psychic
so
plantoids.
we
Frankly,
have
I
done
don't see
a-
any
oh, we
point
still
in
need to install
benchmarking
your
anything
cooler.
else. So I'm not sure
Right?
what happened here.
So-
Sometimes we get weird
Yeah,
mails
they have a whole
in the Reader Mail
website
channel where
dedicated to
I
coding.
feels like there was some
There is
like
more
a
than a
plan
website.
to
There is a
mutiny
billion
to
websites.
mess with
But,
us
like, you
while
can
we're
put
recording,
Flappy
but
Bird on it, and
I
you
did
can
bring
choose
these
when to jump.
questions up in the
And
beginning
it's,
just to mention
like, you
again,
really
like
code,
when you
like,
look at the
you
games
have,
like
like, this
benchmarking, it's
long-
like, well, why did
Oh, you
you
mean like you say like, hey,
It's like, well,
jump at
honestly,
this
it's
point in the
benchmarking
game,
games.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
That's how speed.
And
You
some
have
are
talked about like these
quantitative,
people
and some
who
are
do
quantitative.
speed
Make
runs
sure
and
they
they
establish a
cheat,
baseline.
or like
You have to
how
do some
our dude we were
average
talking about,
frame
what's his
rate
name?
benchmarking,
Dream.
I think, just to
Dream
make sure
was
the
doing
cards
all
work.
of that
'Cause every now and then
bullshit
it's
where
just
he
gonna
was
be like,
getting
well, that seems off. What's going on here?
like he was
Yeah.
mining at a rate that was unheard of, right? You know what I'm
It
talking
seems
about?
hard
How like
to decide
I don't know how that shit works with like
the
Ender
suite
coins
of
and blah blah
games
blah
to
coins and
benchmark
like,
for a person
but like
you who, like,
your
doesn't do
the
it
probability of
professionally
him
makes
getting
perfect
that
sense why
many
you do that.
coins
And
of that
I don't know,
rarity
it's
within a
kind
certain
of
time
like,
period was like
for you,
1 in
like a-
6 billion.
your
You
reviews are
know?
almost
So
like
it's
a
like
test drive
the
of
way
a
that he was
car,
doing that was by
which is
going in
an
the back end,
interesting
or
way
like
to do it.
hackers. When you see hackers, like how
This
do I
is-
get aimbot
this is
working?
my
It's reading
experience
the
using
code
it.
of oh,
So
well,
this
this
is
player is traveling like
why
this.
I would recommend
Make my
buying
fucking gun
your
stay
looking
crosshair
for
right
something
on
like
his
this car,
what's
like
called a
the
hitbox,
6800 or
right?
the
Because it can on the
37,
back, even though
right?
you don't
That's
see
what you
it.
reviewed, yeah.
The computer on the back end knows where the
And
hitbox is. Like
doing
when you
another
shoot,
one soon,
it knows,
too,
oh, I hit him
or
there or
at least
not.
about a month
So you
or
can
two.
program something to say,
I don't-
okay,
I don't wanna do
constantly
too many. It's
target
clear
that
the
hitbox
community
there
does want a
across
ton
the
of
screen no
them.
matter
You
where
guys
he's at.
really do appreciate me doing whatever now.
So that whenever I hit the trigger,
And
I'm always
and
gonna
I
hit
think
it.
it's important even just for me as
Right?
well
Okay.
because
So you want to do your CPU cooler now. I'm gonna
if
put
I
this
go
in the
try
bag so I
Ampere
don't forget.
once and I talk about it for 2 years,
We're
that
gonna
almost
be
feels
using
stupid.
a US.
Yeah, I think it's good, like, even if you don't get to use the full range of Ampere, like from the 3060 to the 3090, having some use of it is obviously beneficial because I think it gives you more authority to talk about DLSS and like RTX
Okay,
than you would if you
got
didn't
okay,
use
you're
it.
inside yet?
Yeah,
You sure
and
it's under that?
I guess to be honest, I don't know why more people don't do it this way.
Yeah.
I think
kinda
if
get
you
that one
if you
out.
think about who does the best benchmarking, it's like, well, I'm just gonna probably go to Gamers Nexus and Hardware Unboxed because of how easily I can replicate their results most of the time, and they do so many games and so many cards. I don't know why most
that
test
face
houses
on that way?
bother to compete with them, and then they'll like spend a
Okay,
week
that's out.
just never endingly going between rigs benchmarking after benchmark after benchmark after benchmark. And you'd almost think it'd be better if a lot of the smaller tech tubers did 15 to 30 minute reviews where they actually show the games they're playing and they're like, this is what it was like going from my 2060 to a 3060. So this game it didn't really matter. And overall I've gotta say I didn't notice it that much, or I did notice it that much. I feel like getting like a handful of reviews like that next to the big quantitative benchmarks from Hardware Box and such makes a lot more sense because if you like trust a YouTuber, like, don't you more want their opinion than them to try and obviously fail to compete with Gamers
Yeah,
Nexus
yeah.
or something?
That's where
Well, yeah, it's like when doing any type of
There we go.
I don't know,
Now,
analysis,
okay,
I guess we'll say, like, they are doing their thing where they make a ton of data, and it's for you to comb through and look through all of
Now
that,
you
but they're
can
not
take
making
the
that much
motherboard like this and
qualitative
kick it off
assessment.
and
There's some
move it like
obviously
that.
that
And
they're
that's not even a
including
funny thing.
with
That's
their
literally how you
conclusions,
install
but
it
I
into your
think
case
if you're
because
not
have to
able
install it
to
in your case off
do that
standoff.
high throughput, like testing a ton of cards and a ton of games, it's not
So
worth
you may
really
wanna get
doing
this
it
thing out.
if you're just
Because I'm pretty sure
testing
we're just
half
going
the
to plug
cards,
these in
half
through
the-
our
half the
USB
games. I
cable
think just doing
and then download some
more
software.
qualitative review makes a lot more
And
sense.
Yeah, more qualitative focused, shall we say.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get to the corrections and omissions then. Hislarian Bitrock writes in and says, in Broken Silicon 92,
We won't
I
use
think
it.
when
We
you were
won't put that one
talking
in
about the beer riots at a game,
Not
you're
yet.
thinking
We won't
of
put
the
that in at all.
1974
No.
Rangers Indians
Why?
with 10
Can we
cent
not use
beer
it?
We
nights,
don't need it for
massive
this because
riots,
this
and
is
the
going
fans
to be-
literally stole the
We're gonna
bases
use
when the
the
Cleveland
Andy
fans went
software
up
inside of it rather than
the
using
Cleveland
our
players
onboard
defending the
motherboard software.
Rangers.
Oh.
We're gonna use
I just love
software
that.
that we're gonna download
They
and
just
install.
let us at them, and they're
and
like, no, we're just playing
instead of
against them,
using
don't hurt them.
the LED
Hey, man,
header on our
that's why you don't
motherboard
get sports
to
fans
then
drunk. It's like that's a
what we
that's
have
a
to
thing in,
download like
England.
whatever the ASRock's
football
Oh, yeah.
hooligans.
lighting
They-
service thing would
they
be.
encourage it. That's
and then
just a
have
fun
that
thing. Is they'll
control.
fight each other at least.
So there's a little
Hey,
plug.
the U.S. is perfectly
Find a little
capable
plug
of
on
doing the
your
same
cooler.
thing with our sports if we're given enough alcohol.
Well, and again, I said this in the Discord where people brought that up first in the comments of that episode, which of course you guys get access to the Discord if you support us at Patreon. And I was like, 10 cent might as well be free. Like, even back in the 70s, and I'm pretty sure there was a more recent one where it was like $1 or $2, by the way. I'm pretty sure there was another one recently where it got pretty bad. Probably not as bad as that, that's insane. But, you know, where you have the baseball teams banding
this
together to defend against everyone.
I mean, the only other sports
Yeah,
event that I
other
can think
one.
of is there was a basketball game where the
There's a right one and there's a left one.
basketball
You're doing
players
left
went
one.
into
You're
the
doing
bleachers
left
and
one.
started
You're doing
punching
left one. You're the right
fans.
one. You're the right one. Yeah.
I guess this stuff
There's another.
happens.
There's another tab.
Yeah,
If you look between the
This
two of
is
them,
ridiculous.
see that little line right there?
QH Freddy writes in and says, in Broken Silicon 92, talking about a hardware and box video,
Maybe
I think
it's
you are
11,
overstating
so if
the
you
impact
close
of the
off, or if you
NVIDIA
get like
driver
a
overhead.
little
Okay, so yeah,
poker,
this is
flip it
the
out
video
like that.
hardware box found DirectX 12
Poker,
driver
flip it out
overhead
like
that
that.
can severely limit performance of high-end NVIDIA graphics cards.
Maybe
And
we use this-
well, in a decent amount of
Yeah,
games
you don't
in
really
certain
need something
scenarios.
that big. I would do something much smaller, like
in Horizon Zero Dawn
take,
at
like,
1080p, ultimate quality with a
what was that
3600X.
flat?
The 3090 only trails
Those
Navi
little
22
orange
cards
ones,
by
where did they go?
single-digit percents
This is-
when it using
Yeah.
the Zen 1 and Zen Plus
Is there a
CPUs
flat
often
one?
underclocked.
No.
And it really,
All right.
let me see, that really becomes a
Then-
problem above 1080p. I personally appear to run into this issue when testing a 5600 XT versus a
Use the
2080
edge of
Super
this.
in Warzone the other
Just
week,
to kind of-
where the particular minimum frame
I was
rates
thinking, I
were
got
basically the
my
same
fingers,
between a
so
2080
the little finger
Super
should
and a
have been in the
5600 XT. This was 1080p at low settings at 100% and 125% resolution
Oh,
scale.
I would
With
put
a
it back
in the
3600.
box or something.
This one is definitely significant, I guess,
This
if you're
one?
playing the game
The smallest one?
competitively. For me,
This
this is
little
definitely
edge,
pushing me
you're gonna
towards
have to make
finding
sure it's
6700
facing the right
XT.
direction as you
However,
go
in
in.
campaign, where I was playing the
What's the
game at
version of
133% resolution and 1440p
Well,
with mostly
look at
ultra
this,
settings, a few short
look
tests
at the slot.
I did show the 2080
Look
Super
at
coming
the
out
end
well
of your
ahead as it
cable.
generally does in other games. In short, my opinion is that in 1440p with high and
So these
ultra
things go
settings,
up?
even a 3090 with a 3600
So
is not
shit,
more
I
value
might
for
need my
NVIDIA
own
than it is for
fucking
AMD. Only at
USB.
1080p or Zen
flip
and
it
Zen
out
Plus
too.
CPUs is it a problem.
Because
I mean,
like that.
it's a fair point, but I would say, like, I just define what you mean by overstating, because you found a serious example. So,
Yeah.
I think when these
Cool.
cards are, the way
So
I
now
put it is, yeah,
technically,
when these cards are performing so close
this
to each
needs to
other,
connect to
I
our
don't think I am
CPU fan
overstating.
header.
It's not like we're talking about before where
Well,
the
if you
2080
look at
Ti
your
was like
motherboard
whatever,
manual,
30% or more
that's
better
where
than a 5700
motherboard
XT.
manual is
We're
going to
talking
come
about
in.
cards that are razor
Is it
fish
CPU fan 1 or
is in a
CPU
lot
fan
of
2?
games, and all of them are trading
Probably
close.
CPU
I guess
fan
NVIDIA's
1,
better
but
at
I
ray
want you to
tracing
read
in
the
some
motherboard
games, but like
manual.
that's the only
Okay.
advantage you really say anymore, besides DLSS and a handful of titles that you better be playing if you're bringing that up. Like, I think this is a thing that kind of nullifies some of those advantages NVIDIA has. Nullifies probably isn't the right word, but I'd say this is something that you just need to consider openly now. Like, you really need to check what settings and games you play. And let us not forget that 3090 is a fucking $1,500 graphics card. And if it ever
Yeah.
comes close to these other cards, it's insane. It's insane, guys. Come on.
Yeah, and it's like I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at the benchmarks again right now. I don't think that's overstating to say that if you have certain CPUs, even if they're relatively older or lower end
Okay.
CPUs, like mid-range CPUs from a year ago,
Where,
the fact that
so
the
you've located the
3090
CPU fan header
gives
somehow?
worse performance than a
What was that?
6800 in some
Yeah.
games is worth mentioning.
Because
because
you're
your CPU
doing that
bound when
by
you-
the
with
writing on the
3090. I think
motherboard.
that's worth
Yeah, I just looked
mentioning.
for
Yeah,
CPU
I mean that is literally, that is
I guess you
part
could
of the
say
way
we're
that you do it,
overstating,
or you do it by
but
looking in here
you and your own
and finding the
testing found an
corresponding
example of
port and saying,
the
okay,
issue is
which
mostly
one do I want to
1080p,
plug it into?
but the issues do
So-
continue to persist into 1440p a little
Flip
bit.
to.
Yeah, I just think it's, I mean, overstated.
Personally,
said,
I don't. I
my
read through my
recollection is I
manuals
tweeted
all the
with a
way
couple
front to back.
people like Nerd Tech
So
on Twitter, and it was like, I'm just
Right
saying this is
here,
a very serious
number
issue
4
that people can't just go,
of this
oh, certain
diagram
scenarios and
is
move
gonna
on.
kinda show
this
you
is
what you
something
need to end
anyone
up
looking
doing
to
with
buy
that
this
cable.
card should be looking into. Anyone. Because this is a very
CPU
and
fan.
for a
this should
box,
make you take
right?
pause, I think, when
Yeah,
you're
it's the
spending.
CPU
When
fan
graphics
one.
cards prices
But
are
it's
this
like-
much out of control, and AMD's this competitive with
Where does it
NVIDIA,
say that?
it's like, this is, I don't know, I think
Right
it's just
there.
as major a factor
Very
deal
Yes,
as
good.
yes, but that's not.
And I
Yeah,
think they
that's
didn't
right.
even say, or and
That's
if I
not
didn't,
what
I'll
we're
just
really
say it
looking
right
for.
now. It is worth mentioning that these rigs, I think if you're people building some of these rigs, like question your thinking if you have like a 1600X and you're getting a 3090, maybe consider also upgrading your CPU if you haven't for 3 years and you're running a mid-range CPU from back then.
I mean, I think that's a fair point, but my counter would be, I'm not talking about the extremes here. My
Yeah.
concern is more in the middle that people need to think about, right? Like, so, if in his example, he's talking about a 3600, okay,
Yeah.
or a 3600X.
28.
How much better at gaming is a 2700X than a 3600X? Really? 10%? 15? Alright, so maybe it's not an extreme, like Hardware Unboxed, I think, found some games with 20 to 30% differences due to this. So maybe it's 10-15% difference. But a lot of enthusiasts bought 2700Xs. A lot. That was an enthusiast CPU that was being compared to the 9900K, even if it cost half as much. And with that in mind, you can't tell me some people with a 2700X isn't considering maybe not a 3090, but a 3080. So yeah, the extremes of like a 30% difference with a 3600 to a 3090, I don't think that's going to happen. But I do think there's scenarios where someone with a 2700X wants to get a 3080, especially if they somehow found a way to get one near MSRP. And then when they try to get it, they find it's 10% weaker. So what does that mean? So it's just flat out losing to the 6800 XT in a lot of games. That's a problem. That's a real problem.
Yeah, and I don't really know what else you can say. Like, yeah, if you don't have the right CPU in some games, a lot of cards will. A lot of AMD cards right now will outperform a NVIDIA card that's $700 more expensive.
I knew it was saying one.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think that's
From the
notable.
moment
All right, story number 1. Final thoughts on RX 6700 XT reviews. Do we have anything else to talk about? Now, I'm not even going to put this in the title of the video. I frankly think if you look at the tab on YouTube, people are sick of talking about the 6700 XT. I actually think they were tired of talking about it before it even came out, because we basically knew what it was a week before it did. But, you know, I mean, technically, the actual review falls into this news episode cycle, and we didn't get to discuss it openly in a podcast since it literally came out. Although I think our coverage of it was entirely correct pretty much. But I don't know, do you have anything else to say here? You know, links are in the description for everyone listening about the reviews we looked at. Anything, I mean, final impressions of the 6700 XT and its launch. You did try to get one and didn't,
This
right?
needs to go to our USB 2.0 header.
I wasn't
Which
expecting
this
to,
thing
but you know,
kind of really
might as well
has
try.
one USB 2 on
No,
this.
not too much. I think
It
I
does look
generally
like it's
stand
only
by
one
what I
USB
said in the
2.
I don't know how many times
So
we
I'm gonna
talked
have
about
to
it.
get
The
a splitter
time we
for us.
talked
This
about the
one
reviews
down
before
here.
the reviews technically came out. I mean, we're not gonna go and like look at the frame rates for every
It would be
single
like this.
review and talk about the frame rates because it's not.
But we're gonna need
that'll
other
be a boring
because you
conversation.
have a USB. Oh,
But
you know
I don't
what?
know. I guess it's a
You
little
may be in
closer to the
luck,
3060
you
Ti
little bastard.
than
Oh,
what
you're
I
not
was
actually
going
in
off
luck.
of.
You're,
So I guess it's just
you're gonna be partially in
so I
luck
just
because this
have that
only takes
caveat, and
USB
it's a little
3.0.
closer to the 3060
But then that
Ti.
little box that
So
we're gonna
maybe
connect
I think
in,
a fair
remember when we
MSRP
painted?
for it would be like,
That you may
given
wanna
the
put another
current
code
climate,
on.
like
Yeah, I just
$150
remember
or
that.
something like
Yeah,
that.
so
But
that's that. Yeah. So
Yeah,
go
we're
fast
I'm sure it is
on
to
that
400s of
one.
there it is.
yeah,
Right.
But
And
that
I think
will need
there's
to
no
have
doubt that AMD
one.
was
So
definitely
that's
in
the
a normal
USB
world was
2.0,
probably
yeah.
paid this $399.
Wait,
I
don't
think
push
they
it,
would
don't
have for
force
sure.
it. Look at
and
this.
from what I'm seeing,
So there's
I
a missing
personally
pin there.
I think it
There's
is a
a missing pin there.
$399 card, but
Just
that's
kinda
just
like
not
we do
what
the
the
triangles,
market
you gotta make
dictates
sure
right
it
now.
lines up correctly.
It's an $800 card in the current market, so.
Thing is,
And you know, if it had 8 gigabytes of RAM, I bet they would have still done the MSRP at 400, although MSRP means absolutely nothing right now, but I bet they would have done that. It's just when they see 12 gigabytes, they're like, you know what, let's push it the extra 5% and then just kind of justify it as a 3070 because at the end of the day, these are going to sell at higher prices, so we might as well take more of a cut for ourselves. Because again, that's the thing to remember, when NVIDIA prices their cards at $399, well, I guess they are doing some AIB cashback things that I covered in the Ultimate Play article, but for the most part, they're making less money from their own cards sold at MSRP, and they don't make a lot of reference cards, but AMD does, and so they don't see any of that money when AIB's marketing's up 50%. From their perspective, they might as well just make more reference cards that relative to what NVIDIA would do and try to keep more of a cut for themselves. I don't know. Do with that what you will. My summary of the performance is it is weaker than the 3070 in raw performance when VRAM isn't an issue. Although again, as I've shown in my reviews, it often is an issue. It also overclocks better than a 3070.
You said you needed another paint
3070
coat
isn't
on it.
horrible at overclocking in terms of
You
like
do.
it really does gain more performance from
Yes.
memory overclocking. So
You do.
overclock to overclock, they're probably
Yes.
pretty close to the same. Cost the same. One is more RAM. One is better ray tracing performance and DLSS. They're pretty close. I don't know. It's like what would I recommend overall? I think it just depends on the person. For pure gamers, if it's below 500, I would typically lean a little towards the 6700 XT. But at the same time, if you do other things or there's a specific game, there's plenty of people who should get the 3070. It's really all there is to say, I think.
Yeah, and it's more about the one you can get for a not ridiculous price, because I guess I would say the 3070, you would probably say it should be sold for a higher price than the 6700 XT, but not an incredible.
They have the same amount of RAM, yeah. Otherwise, it's kind of like in this no man's land of what I think. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not a ton better in performance. I do like how people are like, was it more of a 3060 Ti or more of a 3070? And it's kind of smack dab in the middle for most of.
And those cards are only like 10-11% away from each other anyways.
Yeah, it's like, at 150 frames we're talking about. I mean, with the 3070 being at 150 frames per second, the 3060 Ti is often at like 140, so less than 10% a lot of the time. It's like, we are splitting hairs at a certain point by saying, is it more of this or this? I don't know. It's in between the two, and you can say it's more of one or the other, but it's pretty much smack dab in the middle, and in some things, you see a bigger increase in performance with the 3070, so I guess it's closer to a 3060 Ti with 12 gigs of RAM, and no RTX.
Well, it has RTX, and there are some games where it performs better. You just mean worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry.
On average, worse.
Yeah.
All right. Ike's writes in and says, in response to the mid-range GPU prices, I don't think the prices will go down, even if another competitor enters the market. I think NVIDIA has permanently ruined the market, and unless several players enter, I doubt prices will ever go down to where they used to be a few years ago. Or I guess you'd say maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I think... I've been saying this to people too. It's just like, I think we will get into better times than now in the future, but I don't think we're going back to $350 mid-range, $300 mid-range cards and $450 higher. I think those days are basically gone. The 3070 is staying fine. I should just say the X70 from NVIDIA is probably always going to be over 500. The 6700, X700 XT from AMD is probably always going to be above 450 moving forward. Unless there is simultaneously
This guy asked us
a big
questions and we
line
weren't
crash
there
or
to
something
answer him.
happens with Ethereum somewhat unexpectedly with an Intel launch that's more aggressive
But
than
we did
expected.
get one
If those
like
happen at the same time, I think that might change things. But this doesn't change unless people paying extra for cards get burned hard. Well, AMD and NVIDIA also kind of get burned hard. Everyone needs to get burned for this to change, otherwise there's no incentive to bring prices back down. Because clearly people
We're
will
getting
pay
close
for
to
it,
being
and
able
AMD
to
are
install the
watching, they're like,
motherboard. We need to put RAM on that
Yeah,
thing.
and so,
We put our
I don't know, hopefully we fall back down to something like the mid-range being $400. I'm hoping for that, but I wouldn't bet on that, and that's still worse than what the market used to be. But I don't think this is like is a crazy prediction that maybe this is just what pricing is like for here on out for At least
for the foreseeable
MSRP.
future.
Yeah, at least what the MSRP is like, that's what it'll be for the foreseeable future. I don't think we're gonna see some crazy thing like the mid-range goes up to $700 next generation, but
No. No, I don't think so. And again, it's just like, the best argument I could make for why prices are probably going to stay at least at, shall we say, Turing versus RDNA 1 pricing levels is that I just can't hear any good arguments for why they would go down again. It just sounds like people go, well, I think they will, and then they say nothing besides that, and it just kind of sounds like you're hoping it will and not giving a good argument for why anything would cause that to happen again.
yeah, and I don't see it going back down to the quote-unquote good old days. That's not going to happen. If somebody presents me with a reason why it might, I'd be happy to accept it. I want things to be cheaper than they are. I don't know why you wouldn't want things to be cheaper than they are as a consumer. That's always better for you, assuming the products stay the same quality.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I would say is we are talking foreseeable future. I have no idea what the market could be like in 5 years. That's a different discussion. Who knows what might change, what dynamics might make prices go up or down. But at least for now, it just seems like they're competitive with each other, but they've also both discovered at the same time that people will pay more. And unless Intel really does something and someone else enters the market or something disruptive happens, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Greeny writes in and says, I got 503 errors on AMD's website today trying to buy the 6700 XT. Not a good showing for the servers being run by Epic Milan. I'm kidding, by the way. But I do want to congratulate the people who are lucky enough to get a 6700 XT without having to pony up to the scalper tax, which, in day one, the scalpers were going nuts with those things, and they were selling for like $900 or something, or more. All I would say is, what I saw on the all I can do is say what I saw on the Discord at Moore's Law is Dead. And we do have hundreds of people there, and when the 3090 launched, no one got one, I think. I think maybe one person got a 3080, and some people got 3070s, 3060 Ti's in Big Navi when they launched, especially 3060 Ti's. But the 6700 XT, a handful of people did get them on launch day. So it does seem like they ship more to the US. Europe, of course, just gets it later. I don't know why people keep being surprised by that. It's like, that's always been true. But, I guess what you can say is the most unsurprising thing happened. There was more demand than supply. But it does seem like more people got some than before. Although, again, it's hard to tell, but if you're looking at it.
Yeah, it's impossible to tell because I don't know how much demand is than supply. It's clearly a lot for everything. I don't think it's a super hot take to say, though, that a card that's way smaller than the 3090 would be released at higher supply. I think you
far
would.
Higher too. It's by the way, it's lab. The 3090 and 3080 effectively didn't launch until November, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's good to see that some people in your Discord got it because I don't know, there could be some sampling that error there or whatever, but that does say that it was a little.
Well, I'm only comparing it against other times in the Discord, is what I would say, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to compare it to anything else, because obviously these people are trying far harder than the average person. These are enthusiasts for the most part in the Discord.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, let us get to story number 2. AMD 3rd Gen Epic Milan review. A peak versus per-core performance balance. This comes from Anantech. I'm going to quote some sections of it. The arrival of AMD's 3rd generation EPYC processor family using the new Zen 3 core has been hotly anticipated. The promise of a new processor core microarchitecture, updates to the connectivity, and new security options while still retaining platform compatibility are a good measure of an enterprise platform update. But the one true metric is platform performance. Xeon Zen 3 score ultimately per-core performance leadership in the consumer market back in November rose expectations for a similar slam dunk in the enterprise market. Today, we get to see those results. The top processor from AMD is the EPYC 7763, a 64-core processor at 280-watt TDP, offering 2.45 GHz base and 3.5 GHz boost. AMD claims that this processor offers plus 106% performance in industry benchmarks compared to Intel's best two socket 28-core processors, the Gold 6258R. and plus 17% over its previous generation 28-watt version, the 7H12. From a competitive standpoint, Milan continues to strengthen and maintain a very stark one-sided performance advantage against its biggest competitor, Intel. Rome had already offered more raw socket performance than the best Intel had to offer at the time, and the gap is currently quite large as Intel has not updated in that time. Intel has stated that its Ice Lake Xeon SP family will come sometime soon. However, unless Intel manages to close the core count gap, AMD looks to be in a good shape. Meanwhile, as AMD is focused on Intel, the ARM competition has also entered the market with force through 2020, and designs such as the Ampere Ultra are able to outperform the new top Milan SKUs in many throughput-bound workloads, and we still have some very clear advantages though, such as much superior memory performance through huge caches or vast CPU per thread performance with specialized dedicated SKUs. Still, it leaves AMD in a spot as they can't claim to be the outright performance leader under every scenario, and offers another generational target to consider as it develops future cores. AMD sets its own bars quite high with Milan by aggressively emphasizing its performance gains in the middle of the product stack. The general enterprise market will look on these parts very favorably, Nanotech's opinion. There's always room for improvement, but if AMD equips themselves with good I/O updates next generation, EPYC could stand to gain better than generational performance gains again in the future. But as it stands, the product itself with Milan is a very solid offering in light of the competition or lack thereof. So, that's what there is. I'll be honest too, I kind of forgot about this launch covering everything else, so we really did have to cover it in this Broken Silicon. I don't know, did you look at these benchmarks at all, Dan?
I looked into them a little bit. I think the big takeaway is AMD's new CPUs are pretty much, for servers, are pretty much universally dominant over Intel's current offerings, which isn't a surprise. And that includes multi-threaded and single-threaded tasks. The one thing I'll say is there is a new competitor, the Ampere Ultra, which I looked into a little bit, where they're in some multi-threaded performance, they're not thrashing AMD, but they're beating them pretty heavily. And
like low single digit, or are they like 30-40%?
30% in some tasks.
Okay.
It's
well,
pretty
that's a win.
It's pretty isolated, and it's only an ARM though, so that because Ampere doesn't have an x86 contract. But I looked into that company a little bit. They sell literally one product right now, I think. So, so they sell one product specialized in doing that one thing as of right now.
Yeah, but that is something for AMD to try to conquer next. And of course, we have rumors of Zen 4. We've had those rumors for like over a year of Zen 4 being at least 96 cores. And so, yeah, they increase, IPC by a similar amount as we should expect with this Zen number increase. And then, they have 50% more cores. Yeah, if it comes out in under a year, they could just dominate everyone at everything. AMD could almost get there, and I'm sure there will be other cases where they lose. So I know someone's going to yell, well, there's this one, and it's like, okay, I know, but they'll pretty much be almost complete leadership at that point.
And then the other big thing they called out was with some CPUs in the product stack, it seemed like there was a regression in performance per watt because they idle at higher temperatures now. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe that needs to be called out too, or somebody will say this was in buy.
Okay. Later. Let's watch this new Van Neistat.
Huh?
The Spirited Man by Van Neistat.
Oh my god.
Who knows where ideas come from?
Oh, you know what? I forgot.
Probably from some
This didn't actually save
awful
our
thoughts in our
image edit.
subconscious. The ideas for this logo came to the Spirited Man in bits and pieces, but if pressed for a recipe,
Oh, that's why. File's bigger than 2 megabytes.
ingredients
That is
promote
why. I was like, why didn't it
something
upload?
like this.
Go to pictures. Go to this son of a bitch.
1/6 baseball cap insignias,
Open with
1/6 steel mark asteroids,
paint.net. File, save
1/3
as.
rattlesnake, and 1/3 Scott Myers. The interwoven letters come from the classic baseball insignias, like
Ooh,
the one
let's
on
go.
the great Jackie Robinson's Kansas City Monarchs cap. Then there's the Chicago American Giants insignia, the Yankees, of course, the hometown World Series champion.
What? The Chicago
Dodgers,
American
and
Giants?
that
What the hell are you
upstate team.
talking about? No one likes the Chicago American Giants.
Then there's the Chicago American Giants insignia, the Yankees, of course, the hometown World Series champion Dodgers.
Wait, whoa. What is this thing about?
Who knows where ideas come from?
I literally just took out two
Probably from
kids
some aquifer of
who were both
thoughts
fighting each
in our
other.
subconscious. The ideas for this logo came to the spirited man in bits and pieces, but if pressed for a recipe,
There we go. Now it's
ingredients
saved.
would look something like this.
We've been on for 139. Okay. What do you want to do now? You want to do
Baseball cap
the
insignias.
M.2 or you want to do the RAM?
Um,
Let's do the M.2.
1/6 steel mark asteroids,
okay.
1/3 rattlesnake, and 1/3 Scott Myers. The interwoven letters come from the classic baseball insignias, like the one on the great Jackie Robinson's Kansas City Monarchs cap. Then there's the Chicago American Giants insignia, the Yankees, of course,
The Chicago American
the
Giants.
hometown World
Dude, what
Series
the fuck are you
champion
talking about?
Dodgers, and that upstate team.
I don't even know what he's saying.
He's talking about baseball logos. How he made his own logo out of that.
This is called the steel mark, made up by a steel company. Steel is the king of all building materials.
Okay.
This is where the little diamonds come from. They're called asteroids. And they're drawn with some kind of geometric formula. The steel mark
Steel.
predates the Steelers logo.
Imagine that was
Steel
their
mark
actual
first.
name. Steel.
Okay, the rattlesnake. Now let's not start getting controversial and judgmental here, but Joan Didion says that it's a Californian's obligation to kill a rattlesnake if you see one. And, well, the spirited man's family has killed 3 so far. Though he
How old
considers
is that
himself
kid?
a
He was dead in
relatively
his
worldly
hand.
man, this spirited
He was
man
dead by the
is
time he was
hopelessly
born.
American. And Ben
Oh,
Franklin said
I
that
thought
the
the kid killed him
rattlesnake was
alive.
a good symbol for the American spirit.
It's dead. It's dead.
I don't care.
No, I don't like snakes either.
It's like, do not
And
eat.
This is mine.
I ain't gonna eat that.
It's yours.
lucky, subconsciously driven coincidences.
Oh.
The initials for this series just happen to
Yep.
be the initials
You might want to
of
use
this
this
spirited man's
so that you can
best
slice open
Yes.
just
oldest
that little
friend,
edge
Scott
right in here.
Myers.
You get what I'm talking about? Like you just want to get between the gap
Yeah.
right there. Just slice it so that it's. Now this.
the toughest son of a
Let's
bitch
talk about storage.
you've ever met.
What is that called?
Huh?
What is that thing called?
What would Scott's
This?
logo be?
Yes.
If he had one? Well, it would definitely have a tough old rattlesnake on it. That's for sure.
SSD.
It technically is an SSD, right?
Yeah.
Why though?
Cause it's like a, it's, cause an SSD is like a storage thing and this is a, cause an SSD is like a hard drive storage and this is what it is. Storage. hard drive.
This is not just a sheet of paper. It is an invitation to everything that exists, for this paper is metric, which has a special property other pages don't. Dividing into each twain is half the whole. Obviously, I guess. But each half is also the same shape as the whole, the ratio of its sides identical. This only works for metric, though. For origami and letter paper, their halves are half as big, but different shapes, which is far less satisfying. A full sheet of metric is named A4, and each half A5, and each half of that A6, all the same shape again. And so it goes in the opposite direction. Double A4 to get same shaped A3, again to A2, to A1, to
What
A0,
does an SSD
which
stand
is
for?
1 square meter of paper exactly, and exactly the same shape as A4. With metric paper, everything from posters to postage can be designed on the A4 before you, and scaled up or down perfectly. No futzing with the margins. And
Solid
everything
state
can
drive.
fit on a roll of A0 exactly
Yep.
for printing. It's so satisfying,
Why?
practical, and
What does that mean?
Each sheet of A4 so hypnotizing. This A4 is
Kinda like a solid
the door
state of, like,
to the
storage.
exponential spiral of everything.
What does that mean?
Begin with one sheet of A4 metric paper. Divide in half.
With,
then
like, an
half
SSD
and
card and, like,
half.
a
Again
camera, it's
and
like
again.
you
Always
use it
creating
to
the same shape. Dividing
be
down to
able
the
to have
size
enough
of
like
the bead,
storage to take
and then smaller
enough
to
photos,
the
Yes,
videos.
size of the
solid
organ
state
bead
beam.
and the detailed limit of human vision.
As
But
opposed to
no need
a
to stop here.
mechanical
As 24
hard drive
divisions are the cells
that
of
is
the bead,
spinning
each
rocks,
just as alive
that
as
has
the atom
spinning
before,
platters,
and each with
right?
their
You said
own
you took one
organs
apart,
carrying
right?
out the business
Do you
of
see the
editing
difference
the
between
matter, defending themselves
this?
from viruses?
This
Things
is not
so small
moving.
as to hover
That's
on
right.
the edge of
There's
one.
no moving parts.
Move!
It's
32
moving
divisions
electricity
down,
through it,
the
but there is no
brain
moving
of
parts.
this
Whereas
cell
this
containing
this
chromosomes
disc,
of
that
the
silver
brain,
disc,
the operating
is
system
spinning,
of life.
and this little laser, this head,
But it's here.
is moving like this across the
Just
disc
39
to read the
divisions
little
already
pits and
smaller
valleys
than
in it
visible light.
with a laser,
Seen in a
right?
meaningfully
So this is
way.
gonna die usually a lot quicker than that thing
So,
does.
let us turn on atomic vision to explore what's here. 56 divisions down is the width of a strand of DNA,
No movement.
where
At
hexagonal
all.
arrangements of atoms interact
It moves, it
mechanically
dies.
to build living things, to build more DNA. 64 divisions down is the size of a single hydrogen atom, and we fall through its electron orbital to enter the interior and discover the truth of matter.
Hearing this
It
is just
made
hurting my
of
brain.
Nothing. Everything you touch, everything physical you care about is an electron cloud creating the illusion of
Okay.
something over
I
nothing.
kind of believe
At the
this, but I
center
don't
of the
believe
atom
this at
there
the
is
same
but
time.
the tiniest speck of
So
matter.
some people are telling me
Hydrogen
that there's a
is
1 in
single
quintillion
proton,
chance
1/100,000th
that if you take your hand,
the size
you put
of
it up
the
against
atom
the wall,
that contains it.
the atom
Before
will
yet
perfectly
even
align and your
100
hand
half
will go through
divisions
the
down
wall.
from the A4 where we started begins to stretch
Exactly,
human
that's the thing.
comprehensibility.
I'm like,
Proton isn't a sphere.
I find
No,
that
but
hard to
possibly
see.
living in a virtual fucking world, and at that point maybe, but not in the physics, in the physical world that we
Here,
understand
we
today.
hover above the edge
You're
of the
fine.
abyss of quantum deep.
I died.
before
I can't watch
plunging
this one because I need to watch this later when I'm actually
into
thinking.
nothing. Fall.
We will go to.
I died. I don't care, I was sitting still. I didn't have that.
Under
good
T
of a
versus
look.
Riot. If Jake wants to sue me, I'll come
Oh
out.
dang, this kid is popping off.
Sports Talk. We are trying out shorts once
This
again
kid has,
on
like-
the channel, and this time we
like,
decided to
Are you done?
10 kills.
TLDR
Yeah.
of the Riot
You
Games
installed
versus
it?
100 situation
What?
that happened earlier this
The
week.
solid
In case you
straight
missed it,
drive?
Riot provided their
No,
own
not yet.
TLDR.
I haven't-
M.2,
Dispute over
because you're gonna need,
started
at this
the
point,
match between
where do you
100
think we're gonna put this?
and Coach Frost of 100 Thieves
Probably
demonstrated
in a slot that's small.
behavior and threatened to use social media against
I'm
it.
guessing.
Then, 100
Yeah,
Thieves
you can't
Frost
see it right now.
video evidence where Frost tells them
Why can't you see it?
and shows them defending their case.
Because it's probably not on the motherboard.
No, it's on the motherboard.
And that they have 3 witnesses and that Frost himself actually admitted to the
It
same.
needs to be
Ever
installed.
since then, we have
Needs to
radio
be uncovered
those
so you can see
Seems
the
like no one
place
is
where we're going to
interested
install it.
in pursuing the issue
Where do you think that is?
Anyways, guys, if you're interested, be sure to check out
Under the
the
M2
videos
armor?
on the channel.
That's
Till next
right.
time, guys. Bye.
What is that? Armor. What is it though?
It's a metal plate to protect it.
No. It's a metal plate to do what?
Who knows where ideas come from?
Think about it. What
Probably from
does
some
our metal do on our
apropos
other
thoughts
machines, on our other
in our subconscious.
applications?
Spread out the heat.
The
Right?
ideas for
Yes.
this logo
That is exactly
came to
what
the spirit.
our metal does. So what do you think that thing's doing? It's a
Absorbs
heat
the heat
spreader.
and spreads it out.
It's a heat spreader, yes. That's what it's made for. Oh. How tiny is that? Those screws on there. Not that deep. I could do it with this one, I bet. Okay.
I got my tiniest one, and this one fits. My tiniest Phillips head. I love this thing. The screwdriver.
Yeah, that's why we got it for you.
It's like the best thing ever.
Don't lose it.
Yeah, I'm not.
You don't lose it. Okay, you're too big. Banana size. Yep, that works. So again, you don't want to lose these.
That one's too big. Where's my tiny mojo? There it is. Told you. I was gonna need it. I was gonna need it.
So you don't want to lose those screws, and you don't want to lose the cover. You also are going to need another screw though.
Is that why it gives you screws in the box?
That's exactly right. You also have this thing, see that little piece of tab? So once we're done, we're going to push this, peel that off and stick it onto it.
Okay.
So,
We'll bring this, a mat that doesn't have the screws on it, over, so that I can,
whatever you need to do, that's the best way to keep yourself organized is to use those things.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to install my
And the gloves.
Okay, I'm gonna need a standoff there. And then I'm going to need my screw. This is my box or your box? That's your box.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're building on your box.
I mean, that is usually the best practice, honestly. It's just a less static surface.
So which screw do I need?
You're gonna need a little screw and you're gonna need that standoff.
So the silver thing and then a tiny black screw?
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
I got both of them.
Okay. And then you're going to need to install your standoff where your M.2 would extend to. So I used my M.2 to measure myself up at, putting it basically in there, and then figuring out I'm gonna end up at that one there, right? You're gonna do the exact same thing because this is the exact same.
Okay. So do I put the standoff and then the screw?
That's how it should go. Whether this is gonna work or not, that seems goofy. Stand up doesn't seem to want to.
Mine's not coming under there.
Weird. Why is there plastic in this shit? Never seen something like this before. I can only assume that I have to have a standoff in there.
How do
Yeah, hold on one second.
I?
Let's read our manual real quick.
Okay.
Because we shouldn't have to do that. I don't know why they have that plastic over the freaking screw holes though. But that does look like what it has. So let's just go ahead. We revert to our manual.
Yes.
That's usually the best practice. Here we go, starting on page, I believe, 34. Yeah, page 34. For the standoff that comes with the package, then hand tighten the standoff into the desired map location on the motherboard. Yeah, I wasn't wrong in what I was doing. I definitely was doing the right thing. For some reason, these frickin' boards have like a plastic cover.
Okay, so what do we do? Do I just
We'll end up pushing through that, but I don't understand why it's got that. Oh, okay, it's a little cover that you can just scrape right off. It's a little, that little orange thing over the top will just come right off. Or take this little thing, did you get it off? Okay, take that little thing and kind of like push it into the center, and it'll slowly start moving, and then you should be able to then, you know what I mean?
so am I able to put it on even though the plastic's not off?
No, I would get the plastic off, but put it into there, push the plastic around. That worked fine, perfectly. Yep. You're gonna, yep. Okay, now pull it out.
I thought the whole thing itself was orange.
That's how you get off.
I
Now
thought the thing was
Now the hole in
orange.
the center is where you can try and screw that into, and then you put that in, you screw that down, screw it in by hand, right? Until it fills that hole. Let's see what you got in troubles. It happens.
Oh, I got it. Take, here we go. So now it's time for Mr. Screwscrew.
Really? It's time for, yeah, it's partially time to screw out, but the drive in first.
Okay.
So the drive is going to go into that slot, but it's gonna kind of fit in and then kind of push a little bit to actually, you'll feel it kind of slide in. Did you get it? Oh, that's the thing. It should not be lying, it should be lying at an angle like that. See how mine is at an angle? That's where it should be, and then you have to push it down from there. Right? Let me do this. Okay, yep, now push in. Push like into the slot. Push into the slot. There you go. See how it clipped?
And then rubber band. And then do I just screw it in? Nice.
Oh, actually, that was not this before. That was mine. What was that? Fuck me, I'm an asshole.
What'd you lose?
I lost that screw and it was the screw for the heat sink. Yep, it was my heat sink screw. So hold on for a second. It's underneath this bag or something.
I found it.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, that's it. Perfect. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so now that we've done that, do I peel this off?
Now, no. Did you put the screw in?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you did already. Huh. Yeah. Now peel that off and kind of try to line it up like we did with this thing, and then make sure you got the holes so that as you apply that thing, you're going to be able to put those other two screws back through it into these outside standoffs. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
That's how that's going to secure down.
So basically do it like that? Have it be...
Yep, perfect. Then put the screws in. God damn, what is wrong with me?
What's wrong with these screws?
Oh, I just lost that. I'm gonna magnetize my screwdriver. So you know about this? Okay, let's talk about this. Magnetics.
I know about that. My tip's magnetic.
You what?
My tip is magnetic.
So how does that work?
It uses the opposite charge of the screw to hold it
Yeah,
together.
but how is it doing that?
Because the force.
It's lining up all of the ions in one way or the other way, right?
Yeah.
Like it has them in like a non-magnetic thing has
Like
them in all different
North
orientations.
and like in and in, they just
they
they
repel
don't.
each other.
Because
Yes.
it's like, it's like
Yes.
you betray me. I hate you. Okay, I'm gonna move that part. That one was fast and easy. Maybe it was easy because I didn't use my screws.
So this little thing here, you're saying, oh, I have a magnetic screwdriver. No, I have a magnetic screwdriver.
How the?
Now I don't. Now I do. Now I don't. All this does is this is magnet, and this ends up lining up all those ions in my screwdriver.
What is this witchcraft?
It's just a magnet. And then on the other side it does the reverse.
Wait.
See that? See that? What's on my thing now?
No way.
Yes. That's how you make any screwdriver into magnet. That's why they provide this in the kit. You can make any screwdriver magnetic.
Does it stay on magnetic if I put it back into that thing?
Well, as long as the ions in there are lined up properly.
Where is it? I'm gonna make this thing magnetic.
Is it not magnetic? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
So which side do I do?
Put it in there. Run it around, yeah. Now give it to me. Fuck. It's gone now.
No, we use our magnets.
It's gone. You're right. You see how it's magnet? You see how you picked it up though? Right?
It's magnets.
You're telling me this wasn't magnetic before?
Yeah.
It wasn't?
No.
And now it is, right? Now try. Yeah. Yeah, look at how you just learned something really fucking cool, right? That
I need one of these.
That makes, yeah, doesn't that make,
I need one of
that
those.
makes shit so much better, right?
Yes.
Like,
Non-magnetic.
that-
You have a non-magnetic screwdriver?
Yeah, now you
Not
have a
anymore.
magnetic screwdriver. Now you got, you know what I mean? That's how you can make like.
You can turn a normal $2 screwdriver into
Yes.
a like one that would be like $50 off
Not
Amazon.
$50, but yes, you can do that. I mean, hopefully everyone knows that you can do that. That's how, like,
Well, the
that's
morons don't.
how
know that.
magnetism works. You're just lining up the metal molecules and ions in this thing, that line themselves up.
Alright. Now what do we do next?
I'm gonna get this thing.
I think we should put this here so that you don't lose any more screws.
I don't know about that, but I think what I need to do is get these fucking gloves off. Can't.
Do we put the ram in next?
Yeah, that's what I would do if I was you.
Okay.
But do you know what slot to put it in?
I'm guessing the one that has this piece that's pushed forward.
No. Now which one? Okay.
Any of them?
What am I looking at? What does that say?
A1, A2, B1, B2.
Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? Alright, read the manual then. Read the manual for me. You're gonna put it in A2. Read the manual and tell me what it says when you get to the RAM section. While I put this thing back on. Isn't that Are you on the RAM section?
Yeah, I don't know which one though. They both say DDR4.
Yeah, of course, because everything on there's got to be DDR4. Every one of those slots is going to be DDR4. You could technically probably put DDR3 in it, might be, but that's like yesterday's cabbage. We won't do that. All right, that one's done.
So which one did I put it in? A1 or A2?
Oh, you know what else we didn't do? We didn't keep track of fog. Oh, wait, was this the only thing we put on after the CPU?
Yeah.
Do we have a serial number on these? Should have gotten a serial number somehow.
I know.
Is there a serial number on the box? There's
It only
definitely.
says HFJ2. But that doesn't say SN.
Yeah. You're right. I don't think I think for you I brought the box that might have your serial number on it. Hold on. And I brought the receipt that might have it on it. And that might help me determine mine.
Or maybe we look at the instructions.
Yeah, here it is. I've got your serial number. You ready to write it down?
You must stick it. Get back in the box.
Where's your box? Let me see your box. Let's see if I can line these numbers up. Yeah, weird. I don't even see. It's really weird. Either way, there's your serial number, right? If you look on this receipt, on this very top receipt, that serial number, SN, right there, is your serial number.
I need the box. I need the name.
So I'm gonna go back to mine. SN 750. M.2 SSD. Western Digital. And the serial number, I don't know how to get off of this box. So I may have to get it once I get home. For myself. Yeah, this is yours. Yeah, you can keep this. I
Is
don't
that mine?
see it anywhere on here.
Is that my receipt?
Yeah, this is goes in college. This has that Western Digital, and then it has here's all the rest of your parts on this one
Okay.
with serial numbers on them. So if anything goes bad, you've got this plus.
Yeah.
If you needed to take this back to Microsoft, you could do something with it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So that way you know exactly what you paid for, all that stuff. Do you want to go put that last coat of paint on now?
Yeah. Let's get my glove. Can you hold on, Xbox, please? I will reconnect my controller. So what do I do for this one? Do I just rotate it? Do I just rotate it 180 and then do the same thing?
Yeah, rotate it 180 and then do the same 3 kind of like things at the top, and then roll
Angle it and then.
Yep, hit
Okay.
that bottom edge.
Okay.
Not too much.
I am a champ. I did that perfectly with smooth
Alright, cool.
rhythm.
Then let that settle. And then,
Did you lose another screw?
No.
Why are you looking around and spreading the sheet out like you
I was
lost
just
one?
spreading it out because I'm a fucking psycho. I have OCD and I need to have things.
I came down here spreading out the sheet. I'm like, he lost another screw,
I
didn't he?
didn't lose another screw. I got all my screws are in the box now, or on the spot on this board now. So,
Alright. Which thing?
did you look in the manual? What did it say? I'm almost positive.
It's
I
not
know
helpful.
What stick to go? What one to go to? It is hidden. Really? It's not helpful? This is the best helpful thing that you're going to find.
After,
If you can't figure it out with this, then you need to
after this thing, it just goes to a different language.
What do you mean? Then you've gone too far. So find RAM in there before that. It's probably on like the second or third page in. Installing the CPU. Okay. And the box cooler. Okay. Installing the RAM starts on page 22.
Did you say 22?
Yep.
How do I know what?
What does number 4 say under the star section?
You mean like this thing?
Yeah, what does it say? Number 4.
We suggest that you install the memory module on DDR4A2 and DDR4B2 first for better DRAM
DRAM compatibility.
onto DIMM's configuration.
Yep. So look at the next one down. And what does it say if you look at SR and DR for one single stick? Where is that located?
A2.
Right? And then single rank or dual rank on A2, and then if you have single rank on A2 and B2, and then dual rank on A2 and B2, and then single rank all the way across on A1, A2, B2, B1, B2, or dual rank, and then it can show you the actual speeds that you can get if you have all of those filled. So if you had all of them filled, the max speed you would get is 2667 on dual rank.
Okay. So which one do we put it in? A2?
Yes.
Okay.
You know which one's A2? That's right. The
Yes.
second one from the left.
Yeah. Because it usually goes 1, 2, 3, 4.
A1, A2, B1, B2. Usually goes 1, 2, 1, 2. So we're gonna go with this one here. We're gonna open the tab.
Which way do I put it in? Does it matter?
Yes, it matters. You're not gonna be able to put it in any way but the way that it works. This slot is longer than this slot. You see those?
Yeah.
One is longer than the other.
Okay, so it goes in this way.
When you line it up, you'll know. I mean, you'll know when you get this close to this, because you're gonna look at, see that little cutout?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the cutout on that,
Yeah.
right? As opposed to if the cutout was this way in there, see how that, now, see where the cutout is way not lined up?
That does not work. So,
So what is this metal piece called?
which one?
That,
This?
yes, the metal.
Forget.
You forget already?
Yeah.
Okay, so look at this little thing, right? This thing with the little, those are pins. Remember those pins we talked about on that thing?
Yeah.
That's doing the exact same thing. You see how every one of those is separated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is just another form of pin. Those are pins sticking out like this. These are pins sticking down like this. Each one of those is copper because they make its own electrical connection. That's why there's a break between them, right? This one makes one signal, that's another signal, that's another signal, that's signal. See this, if you look on the side or whatever, now this is a black PCB. If you look like right through there, that's the same thing as like what you're looking at when you look at the edge of this board here, right? This is just a board with then etchings in it that ends up letting you put, so they call this PCB, right?
Mm-hmm.
Printed circuit board, PCB. Okay? I'm gonna write that down. PCB, printed circuit board. That's what this is here, right? All of this, you see that? So this, crazy, you can actually see them. So. This right here NAND flash. That, see that little thing sticking down? Remember that little, you said, oh, that looks like a, this chip here. Remember you said, that looks like a CPU. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is a printed circuit board, this blue thing, or this green thing, right? That's how most of them usually came, was green. That is a chip.
That is a chip.
That little guy right there, right? Chip. 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 And there's multiples of those all the way along to this edge. This
Chip.
this might be a single rank. No, there's not. That's probably just up under there too. And then this thing here, here's your serial number, so you may want to write down that first before you install it. You want that? That metal thing, remember we talked about IHS on the CPU?
Mm-hmm.
Integrated heat spreader. That is just a heat spreader. almost like a heat sink, right? We talked about that. This was considered the heat sink, this whole big cooler part. We're talking about the part that covered the chip. It's called the integrated heat spreader. It spreads the heat out. This metal thing here is going to spread our heat out from the chips that are on there, because remember I showed you those chips underneath it? So it's going to spread those out and spread the heat to that thing so that the heat can then be taken away through some sort of thermal adapting, which means like we're going to use some sort of probably wind or air okay. This is
Alright. And now do I install it? After I've written it down?
yep.
Okay.
Do you know how to install it?
Yeah, you slide it in and you lock it in place.
No. As you push down, it should lock itself in place. So you didn't watch any of those videos. You can tell me the truth because I already know whether you did or you didn't just by hearing you talk, just so you understand that part. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. You know what that means? It means I already know the answer before I ask the question, and then I listen for you to answer me, and I know whether you're lying to me or not already. Because I already know the answer. So, when you say, this is how I install it, how do I install it, blah, 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 I know you haven't watched a video on installing RAM. Because that's like the basics of what they teach you. So, you're going to line it up in the slot completely, right? In both slot, yep. And then, you're going to kind of push down on one side and the other side. Then it should snap. Yep, now push this side down. This side is not pushed down. Push, push, push. Yep, that thing should snap up. Okay. That kind of thing. That was a snap. See how you heard that snap?
Yeah.
If you open it, you're going to take this and push that back and lift that side up first and pull the other side out.
Okay.
Okay? I'm going to install my RAM. You put the last coat on that thing, you think it's good now? You think it's good now?
Yeah, put the rim on and then. Is that
No, I'm
what's-
talking about the coat of paint.
Oh, yeah. I do.
You think you're good?
Mhm.
Okay, so let's look at this. What did you that's, what brand is that?
G-Skill.
Yeah, just goes actually better than T-Force. This is basically the same thing, but see how it's black PCB?
Mm-hmm.
And they put this silver T-Force, whatever the fuck, over top. The heat spreader.
Yeah.
Like, back in the day, this didn't exist. You just had this thing with a PCB, like, looking like that, and you just slotted them in. Like, that's what it was.
That's ugly.
Like, let me show. Yeah, it was ugly. It definitely was ugly.
That's
But
ugly as hell.
that's how RAM up. This is DDR4. So up DDR1, DDR2, DDR3. Just before there was even DDR, you just had chips like this. So like, let's look at a. Yep, that's what chips used to look like. And then you have this that goes over top. Remember? So like, this is what is underneath. That is what this piece here. That's what that is.
That's ugly.
And then they put this little heat spreader metal thing over top and clamp it
I'm
down.
glad they put that thing over. I
Really?
don't want to be looking at that.
Really?
Yeah.
RAM
not-
heat spreader.
It does not look good without the heat spreader.
Okay, so see, I actually have some of this mask. Look at that's like heat spreaders for your. That's mobile chip. Look at that Vengeance. I got that in one of my mouths. But that's what you have. So like this is what it looks like with the heat spreader on. That's a G skill right there, heat spreader. But if you open that up, this is what you're looking like underneath. Just like I said, just like this little PCB right here. Right. So this is just. It's partially to do with aesthetics. Like that. It looks like that, and then you put a heat spreader over top of it. Right? It's just to take heat away. Mostly that's what it does. It does give it a little bit of that, sex appeal or aesthetic appeal, artistic, whatever the hell. But it doesn't. That to me, like this is all. Most of the time, this would get put into a box. Most of them didn't even have a glass panel on them back in the day. It was the back panel was the exact same as the front panel. You know what I mean? You just had a metal thing that slotted over it, and you didn't see any of the components inside your gear. Like kind of like your phone. You don't see the processor chip. You don't see the RAM chips in there.
Yeah.
That's in your phone as well. You have RAM inside of this, but it's chip soldered onto a single board. They just make it like a motherboard like this that has all the components really basically slotted into it, soldered, hard soldered, so you can't take them out. You can't take them in. That's one of the biggest problems with like phones nowadays and like iPads or anything.
You can just take them right
Something breaks on it, you can't like pop something out and pop a new one in. For the most part, they're hard soldered, so you have to unsolder something, resolder it. It makes repairing it just impossible.
I'm gonna go change my shirt back to what I had on before.
Whatever you want to do. Are you cold? %100% tested, lifetime warranty. Wow, okay. I only carried it to here and not over to there. Alright, I don't think it's in this container.
You got thermal paste.
I have thermal paste, yeah, this is what I was already using on my other stuff. I actually used different thermal paste this morning because I took that chip, that 2700X that I put in that thing. I took out of my computer this morning and put that 3800X from that bot into my computer this morning. Took that out while I was testing that other GPU to make sure that GPU worked.
So what are you gonna do with that other motherboard?
What?
The motherboard that you're building?
I'm putting that in that case. We're making a computer out of it. Remember? Remember? What do you mean? I'm building a computer next to you while you build it.
I thought that was already a computer you already built.
No, that's just a case that is here. Here it is. Okay. This
Found
one,
it.
this will work. I
The
believe.
holy grail of items that you need.
I don't know if this is. Oh no, this is a fancy. Fuck. And this will work for something, but I don't think it will work for USB. And I had two.
Why won't it work?
This is the same thing because it's not the same connector. USB has like 8 on them. Whereas like the fan, damn it. I had some MCXT, I thought. You may have to buy something, you're gonna have to add it in at another point. Which is what I'm also gonna have to do. Think.
You need it?
Well, if you want that thing to work, the thing that you're painting right now, it's not gonna work without a USB connection.
Why not?
What? How is it gonna, there's no data input. I thought I had some MZXT spares here one time. What is this? That is a FireWire card. I could have sworn I had two MZXT splitters, but I don't see them now. The splitters, I bought the last ones that were available.
Well,
So we may need to buy one more thing. Fuck me. Damn it. I thought that I had those too, the splitters, that's why I didn't buy them. I was pretty confident that I had them in case we needed them. I bought a USB 3.0 splitter.
is that not a USB 3.0? Is that not a USB 3?
No, that's got USB 2. Remember the thing that's coming off of your fan right now?
Mm-hmm.
That little connector coming
Yeah.
off your fan.
Yeah.
Damn
You mean the thing that literally says USB?
it. Yeah. Oh, look, here's some regular modules, some DDR. Look at, oh, here's the, so this is when they first started putting heat spreaders on DDR3. This is what,
Okay.
do I need DDR3 in here? Maybe not. We've got some some DDR3, that's laptop memory, that's laptop graphics. This is the same thing, just a piece of PCB.
It's tiny. Someone built the world's smallest computer. Like it's an actually good computer.
They all say they built the world's smallest computer, but it's not really true.
No, this one was like so small.
This is a key puller. I don't think I have one. I don't think that's why I brought this fucking box. not going to be able to utilize.
Now the need we're done.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit in there. Fuck. We'll look for one right now online, and then we'll find one, and then we'll.
Do they have one on Amazon?
That's what we're gonna look on right now. But that sucks because now you may have to buy one more thing. And
I'm fine with that.
Are you fine with that though?
So what was it?
It depends on how much it costs, probably.
What was it called?
A USB 2.0. USB 2.0 header splitter, so something like this. There's one $14.99. That actually has good reviews. $7.59. Let's go like this. Sort by average customer review.
There's one for like 4.5 stars.
Where?
Right there.
You mean this one there, or that one there?
That one.
That one actually isn't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
This one does more though for $14.99. But if you like that one, that might work.
I'm fine with any of them.
$79.99. Ooh, here we go.
Huh.
$13.89. That's basically like the one that I was looking at, right? Except this is just two separate ones that feed with two separate cables, whereas this one feeds with, oh no, that feeds with two separate cables. Yeah, that's fine. $13.99. Cool. Go with that. You're saying this one's $7.59, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Problem is, I can't buy one for you. I mean, I can buy one for you, but I can't order one for you because it will ship to my house instead of your house.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I might be able to have a shipment shipped to you.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you can change like the address.
Yes, I mean, I'll try and do that. I'll have it shipped here. After I ship them to myself first.
I didn't even realize this. Mom texted me at like 12:30. She's like, "Can you come up here for a minute?" 12:35. You want to know what she said to me?
What?
I'm going to bed.
Are we in trouble?
No. She literally just said, "I'm going to bed."
But that was hours ago, right?
Yeah, it's like 1:48 now. This is basically what
Someone who knows your password is trying to sign into your account. I'm like, yeah, that's me. But they're like, hey,
He's trying to
you
sign
don't.
into your account.
Well, I know. I'm glad they do that because I don't. If I'm signing in from Indiana, yeah, flag it because I don't usually sign in from here.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back on that one. Go here.
Okay.
Cart.
This is so weird. This phone.
Proceed to checkout.
The Samsung Galaxy
Is it
Z Flip 5G. The flip thing.
the fold is okay. The flip is not. But the flip phone.
That thing.
Yeah, that used to be how phones were back in the day. All phones used to
Yeah,
be
I
like
know,
that.
it was like a
But
flip
they didn't
phone.
have they had dialer pads down here and a little screen up here that was black and white.
Yeah, I know.
Not like, dude, I like fold phones though. If I could get any phone right now, it would be the Huawei Mate X. But they don't sell it in America. And that's why you don't vote for frickin' politicians, because they all pretend like they hate other countries and then it comes back to backfire on you because I can't get what I want. Don't I live in a free country? All these crazy Republicans run around talking about, I don't have to wear masks, blah, 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 free this, free that. Well, how come I can't use the free phone that I want to use? Well, you take away my freedom. I'm just asking you to wear a mask so people don't get sick. You're literally taking away my freedom to use a piece of phone because you're a dick. That's how it works. It's like, what are you talking? Like, dude, don't tell me you want freedom in one breath and then take away my freedom in another breath. Okay, place the
I'm trying so hard not to laugh.
At me or at?
No, at this. It's a dark humor joke. And it's like, my grandfather said, I'm too reliant on technology, and I said, you're a hypocrite, and I unplugged his life support.
Yeah, that's not appropriate. Add new address. Oh shit, don't fucking hit enter. Brennan Rand, right? Right?
Yeah.
That's how you spell your last name, right?
I'd probably do Elena.
No, I'm doing Brennan.
Oh, yeah.
It's
'Cause it
going
was
to
shifting
show up here to you, and then they're going to be like, what is this box you got? And you're like, don't worry about it. It's fine. They're going to be like, let me inspect that. Are you getting drugs shipped to the house? And they're going to be like, go ahead, inspect it. And then they're going to inspect it, and they're going to be like, okay, it's a computer component. And you're like, yeah, that's why I told you not to worry about it. Okay, what's the address here again?
14301. Samoa Street.
S.A. Fishers, Indiana, 46038.
Yes.
Use this address. Brennan Rand, care of Michael Novelli. That's C.O., right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Place order. Well, that probably won't be getting... Oh, estimated delivery tomorrow, March 28th. With any luck, that may show up before the end of the night, and we can install it and be done. But either way, if it doesn't, I'll just exactly explain to you how to do this. So you saw how this thing sits, right? This, we probably should have looked to make sure that we didn't need two of these. Like I got two of them. That's why I got the one that has the 4 on it, and then the one that only has the 2. You might be okay with this though, but you're going to need this here is going to go where we plug the CPU in, and then these two here are exactly what's on the. Oh, you're not paying attention in the least.
I am. You're saying.
So what happens?
I plug that into where I have the USB cable plugged in.
Yep, and then what?
Then I plug the USBs that I need to plug into those into there.
There you go. That's right. Yeah, so this will go into the motherboard right now where our CPU fans are. And then that fan that's plugged in right now, one of them is going to go into that one. And then the other thing, that little box that we're using upstairs, that's this thing over here. See, because this right here is going to have, this is why I got you the USB 3.0 header fit. So right now you have this coming off the front panel. This is USB 3.0. It's blue. They're always blue. Sometimes they're red. Sometimes they're colored. Because they did weird shit, but the regular USBs that used to be white turned to blue. And then okay, I'm using 3.0. But then they came out with USB 3.1. Then they came out with USB 3.2. Then they started calling USB 3.2 USB 3.1.1 Gen 1. And then they started calling it USB 3.2
What the
Gen...
hell was wrong with them?
Yeah, that's what everyone said. And then it's like, dude, and now they're coming out with USB 3.2 Gen 2. You're like, dude, just call it USB 3.4 or just call it USB 4.0 or something.
Exactly.
Why are you calling it these magic words? It's like
3.2 Gen 2.
It's like how freaking the iPhone became the iPhone 12s Plus. You're like, what? Just call it the iPhone 14 large. You know, like
iPhone 14.
it makes no sense. They just keep adding names and things and letters. It's like, dude, just
Technically,
add up.
technically
Why is
this
it called?
isn't even the iPhone 12
Or it's
because
called like
the iPhone 10
it's
had like
called-
15 phones.
It's
with
called Windows 10 now. We went from Windows DOS. So Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows ME they had at one point. Then they went to Windows, which was Millennium Edition because it was Windows 2000, but they didn't want to call it Windows 2000, so they called it Windows ME. Makes no sense. Every other one was 95, 98. Why wouldn't you call it Windows 2000? No, we're going to call it the Millennium Editions. ME. What? Okay. Then they had Windows something else, and they had Windows...
Vista.
No, then they had Windows Vista, and then they had Windows...
Windows.
What was the weird one though? There's one super weird one between there, and then came Windows 7, and then came Windows 8, and then came Windows 10. There's no 9. There's just Windows 10, and then 10 was just going to be it forever. Kind of like how iOS or Mac OS is now Mac OS X, because they're never gonna have another one. When it used to be like Mac OS 1, Mac OS 2, Mac OS 3, they were doing at least normal stuff, and then they went all fucking goofy too.
Everyone's going.
Long story short, here is your USB 3.0, so there's already a USB 3.0. So we're going to need to do the exact same thing, but with USB 3.0. Then you have a USB 2.0 here. So now we need to do that with the USB 2.0. So you're going to have a splitter coming off of this that's going to give you two USB 3.0s. Oh no, actually that's not how we're going to do it. One of them is going to come down to here, and what I bought you... Oh no, I bought it for myself, but you're gonna end up using it. Fuck. It's this here that I may end up needing to get myself one of these now too. Fuck. Because
You screwed up.
this is gonna have to go in your PCIe slot, but then same thing, it has two USB 3.0 ports on it. So this will basically slot into this hole down there. And then you'll have one that will plug in here, you'll have one that will plug in here, and you'll have one extra port to be able to use. You don't care, do you? You're gonna care when you have to install this when I'm not here.
No, I do. It's just
It's just taking long to build.
no. I knew it would take this long.
Is
It's
how
just
sometimes things happen. Part of this is me just being a goofball and wanting to do this stuff with you as well and write things out. But I think it was beneficial for you to learn that binary
Yes.
stuff. Like you feel like you learned something out of that, right?
Mhm.
That might be the best takeaway that you get all night. Even though building computers is super cool, and you'll probably this will blast you because once you build a computer once, you just do the same process over and over again with different components. And now they suddenly added RGB in it, so it's like, okay, now you have all these different little headers like that. Now there's one that carries light signals out to your lights that didn't used to be there on the board before. There didn't used to be a USB 3.0 because it was only USB 2.0, right? And before there was USB 2.0, this didn't even exist. That's where that little cards I said was FireWire. That was the old standard before USB. So we were using like FireWire cards and fucking plugins and stuff. And USB came around, which was like a universal serial bus. Before that, there was just serial ports.
yeah.
That's before FireWire.
Figured out why Internet Explorer never works whenever we use it.
No one uses Internet Explorer, and we also going to have to download Windows on this. So the other thing you may need to buy, you won't need to buy it because you can run Windows forever and not activate it. Personally, I will go on somewhere and get a CD key that I can then activate to get Windows activated. But you don't need to do it. Are you starting to grow a mustache?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Are you trying to?
No.
Do you shave?
This is. I'm trying to see if.
You'll put it on your
It's
front
free.
panel or something. Put it on the front panel that sticks here. But I wouldn't even do it. Or put it on
There is
the...
no front panel list.
Yes, there is. What do you mean? Why
That's
you...
the back panel.
No, there's a front panel. What do we do with it? Yeah, that's your front panel. That's the front panel. There is no back panel. The back panel's open so you can get...
So which one?
So remember,
So
this
like-
is the back panel. You're right. This is your front panel. This
So-
sticks on this.
So where would I put him?
Like, if you needed to, up on this, on that, I wouldn't put them anywhere, personally. I think that's the lamest shit ever. But if you want to do it, or I would do it like this, like how we're going to sign your case on that back panel. You can line that back panel because you have a blank white back panel here. Huge coverage. And then you'll end up having like some kids will have like this will be covered in stickers, but it's like the back panel, so you don't really see it ever because it's. I mean, you can see it, but it's like it's here.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, if you want to put a sticker on that front, do it. I mean, I'm not going to tell you stop you from doing what you want to do. But personally,
I feel like it kind of looks good with like.
hey, if you think it looks good,
Yeah.
I think you're ruining the aesthetics. But,
Having, no, because having all these three.
and as long as that's what you want to do, maybe save them and put them on after this thing is built and
Yeah.
working. And then you can apply them. You may get more stickers out of this too. I don't know whether. You can also buy your stickers online if you really like stickering shit. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen my laptop? Where's my laptop at?
No.
You never seen my laptop?
Uh.
Are you kidding me, dude? This is why I was like, when Fortnite came out with their one image, I was like, did you guys just copy me?
Oh.
This is every laptop that I have looks like that. And then, except for like, this is my work laptop. These are different businesses I've worked in. This is my company. This is the businesses I worked in. But
Jeez. That's a lot.
it kind of is a pretty good amount. Let me see if I can find. Oh, you know what? Dude, you've never seen my Instagram? Do you have Instagram?
Yeah.
You've seen my Instagram?
Yeah.
Then you haven't seen those pictures? Get on your phone.
Not of the.
See, now we're getting distracted even more, but this is why it takes us
You don't have the parts.
3 days. No, we have the parts. We have everything. It does. That's not going to stop us from building. That won't stop us from running the operating system. That won't stop us from playing games. All it's going to stop us from is getting that little front area working, which means nothing. That's like free. That's like additional stuff, so that you could like take extra USBs and put them in there, and take like SD cards and put them in there. Really, it was just because I knew that you had that crazy slot that nobody else with a kid your age will ever even know what that slot's for. They didn't know it existed. They don't know. They were like, why would I put a drive in there? Well, you're not going to put a drive in there. And this is also how we were going to get USB-C into your system. Keep going.
Oh, there.
That is one, but you're so far. You're going to go. These were my builds originally. Those are all the parts.
Hmm.
And then it became
Your your
these.
thousands of stickers.
Where's the back panel? Look how clean that is. That's the thing we want to do about cable management. See how everything is nice and tight, clean, zip tied.
Yes.
We're gonna make yours like kind of.
I win.
This is what it looked like before. It's like fucking way more cables than that. But you're gonna have a lot of cables coming out of this.
Yeah.
Anyways, where is this sticker game? My sticker game was high on. Oh, there we go. There's some of them. That's one of them. So that has way more stickers on it now. That's a second one.
It's insane.
And then that one is the third one. And then that's my fourth one there. It looks like that. That's one I actually even love more than that one. And there's that one there. And then there should be a sticker where I was. Oh yeah, here's where I was sticking. Those are all stickers. I bought
Insane.
a lot of them. Those are all bought literally to sticker my laptops.
Jeez. It's insane.
I think that's like $50 worth of stickers. There was like, yeah, but I'm not, yeah. But thing is, I don't spend $100 on Fortnite skins, so there's nothing that anyone can really say to me about that. Especially
One time when I made a mistake.
you one time made a mistake. You one time spent $100 on tiers in Fortnite for a season that ended 3 months after that.
Because I never get any challenges done.
You know what I'm? Yeah, but then it's like then you don't even. What did the tier do for you though?
It lets me have the Iron Man skin.
No, it doesn't really do anything. Are you gonna play that, or are we gonna finish building?
Oh, I thought we were taking a break.
No, we just took
Do
a
we
break.
need to put the matte coat on?
I would let that dry, especially because we're gonna wait till tomorrow and you can't even do anything with it anyways. Let's just let it dry so that it's kind of like hardens up, and then when you put the mat, because what happens if you put that mat over top, the other underlayer that's still wet needs to evaporate off, so it'll evaporate off into your mat layer, and it'll make that stuff all cloudy. So you know what I'm talking about, evaporation?
Mm-hmm. Makes it look like a cloud. I don't need a drawing.
Nope.
We have too many drawings. How many pages have we used?
It's not drawing.
How many pages have we used? Like 10?
I don't know.
We probably used like 20 pages of paper. Just for one night of making a PC. Because we keep getting off track.
Do you know what those three things are?
Yeah. Evaporation, solvents, gas giants. Apparently now, I'm glad I'm not in
My
first and
class.
second grade. You
What
wanna know
is-
how they're teaching? No. You wanna know how they're teaching kids to say Uranus now? Uranus.
Yeah, I know, of course. They've
It's
been
not
saying
how
that
they say
forever. What is this?
Evaporation.
What is it?
It's when water is like. It's when water. It's when steam. It's when water turns into steam, and then the steam rises, and then just basically turns into air.
Does it have to be steam?
No.
Steam implies heat.
Yeah.
Evaporation, that is going to heat, but it's not really creating what we think of as steam. Think of steam as like taking a pair of water and putting it on like a oven and having it boil off, right? Because you're boiling the water to the point, and then after it boils, it becomes so hot that it steams off.
Yeah.
Evaporation is just like you leave a cup of water out, right? It's never gonna boil, but on the very top layer, that stuff's gonna slowly go from a liquid state to a gas state. Not necessarily because of heat, more so because of like the molecules moving around. But what did we do with that alcohol earlier? Remember when I poured it on that thing because I said it will evaporate in like way quicker time because it wants to go to a gassy state way quicker. But so it's not water. Anything can evaporate. That's a liquid, right? So what's a solvent and a solute? Do you know? Have you gotten
Forget
that
that.
far in science?
I don't think.
What if you didn't have to mix like baking soda into water or something ever, or like mix salt into water?
I've
Or
mixed baking
anything.
soda and vinegar.
Okay, so you've made, yeah, right? But
Didn't go as high as I thought it would.
baking soda, in that case, would be the solute, and the solvent,
The vinegar.
yep, or like a solvent, and a lot of times what we were talking about when we were talking about evaporation, we're talking about like paint. So like paint thinner, right? Your paint is your paint, would be your solute, and then your paint thinner is your solvent. Most of the time when you have like that spray can, or even paint that you're gonna spray on a gun, you're gonna take paint and then add a solvent to it to make it evaporate quicker. Some sort of substance that you're gonna take the solute and dilute it into, right? So you take your salt and you dilute it into water or something. You take your baking soda, you dilute it into your vinegar. Okay, you get the difference between those two? Usually these are solids and usually these are liquids, and then this thing goes like sugar going into water or something, you know? But it doesn't have to be that way. In the case of like a lot of things, like you have one liquid, paint, and you have another liquid, paint thinner, acetone, xylene, something like that you mix the paint into, gasoline even sometimes, or like you could just anything that will fit, because that stuff, the whole point of this using a solvent like that when you're painting is so that it evaporates off quicker.
Gasoline makes things go boom.
And when we're talking about evaporating off, we're talking about gas, right? It goes from liquid state to gas. If you want to go to bed, by all means, I ain't trying to keep you up.
No, I'm not tired.
I was like, I may finish building my computer. Usually when you wake up, I'll be light years ahead of you, and I'll be able to help you a little more. Because right now we're doing things slow as hell. But it is what it is. Alright, our RAM is installed. Our CPU is installed.
Now we just need to get it from here.
We need to put our motherboard into our tray, so we're gonna find right now. Well, let's get this thing we're gonna need. This is your Wi-Fi card. Ooh. Ooh. You know what? It'll work because this can install. We're gonna end up filling up. This is gonna run your GPU. One of these is gonna. Oh, we got two of them. Never mind. One of these is gonna have to take your Wi-Fi card. One of these is gonna have to take your USB 3.0 header. Then you'll have one slot open that's still a 16-minute slot. This hard drive we're gonna install. You're not gonna plug it in until the very end, though.
Is there any
This you don't
screws
really
involved
need.
with this?
What?
Is there any screws involved with this?
Yes.
With what we're doing right now?
We're gonna be putting them into the motherboard, so it's gonna all be screwed in.
Okay then.
Might as well.
Magnetize.
It shouldn't be magnetized. It didn't lose its magnetism, did it? Is it not magnetized anymore?
Yeah,
Oh,
I tested it.
Alright. This is mine, right? This is yours. Please don't step on my motherboard. Or my daughter board. Or my sister board. Those are things that
Or my any board.
I'm not joking. Those are technically this is like a sister board. This little PCB that a RAM is slotted onto can be considered a sister board or a daughter board because it's connecting to our motherboard.
It's a sister board to our motherboard.
Yeah, that's how things.
Your motherboard fell over with your sister board on board.
All right,
Your
so
motherboard fell over with your sister board on board.
we can take this. I'm gonna play you Wavy Web Surfers bullshit right now because you're I can't believe you didn't. I send you things and you don't click on them. You don't watch them.
I do.
I know you don't. I don't understand why you wouldn't just say, I'm not going to. Next time, just send me a message back. I'm not going to watch this. Simple as that. Now I'll even tell you why you need to watch it, and you can still choose not to watch it, and let me know that though. But don't have me send you a message because I'm expecting when you don't send me a message back that you watched it.
Okay.
And most of the time, if you did watch it, you would be like, "Oh, I appreciate that." Remember when you frickin' watched the sword fighting fat?
Where he falls over the
I
trash can.
forget what it was. Here we go.
Dito weighted wham.
Yeah. And this weird dude, but this is this.
You know,
I
there's
love this.
something about gaming convention question and answer panels. These places are fertile grounds for creating
question.
legendary.
There was
games
another
for
guy
some
who was
reason.
like, if you
Do
have
you know about
autism.
Sockon?
Um.
Sockon. You know.
No. There was another kid who was like,
Well, real quick before we.
if
do
you
that
have
then, let me do-
autism, he's like, he was at Minecon. He's like, if you guys have autism, has the autism helped you in making your games? And they were like, and then they were literally like, we're not going to answer that question. And he was like, why not? You know why.
Did they say that?
Yeah, they were like, we're not going to answer that question. And he's like, why? He's like, because we don't want to answer that question.
Here we go.
What? I've never seen this.
You don't know who Code Miko is?
No.
This girl is the best person on YouTube or Twitch right now. She is the best. I think she's
You know,
she's gonna win
I
Streamer of the
believed
Year.
my chat for the longest time until they told me about SawCon and said SawCon
That guy.
is Sonic Convention.
Yeah.
When that
I
happens,
just don't go. Do you go?
No.
Why would I go to a convention about saws?
It's not a convention about saws!
What?
Well, what's it a convention about?
Saw God. These nuts! Get it? Saw God! These nuts! Get it! Saw God! These nuts!
He's like, what have I done?
They taught me this. Well, I learned
He
forever.
feels dead inside.
You can't trust a cat anymore.
Yeah. That guy's a computer builder.
Nice.
He's been making tons and tons of money building computers and streaming himself building computers. I mean, tons of money. Tons of money. Dedicated
Is
RAM.
this
Are you ready? Dedicated RAM, buddy. And that's the red shirt. Remember I told you about red shirt guys? There's always
yeah.
been a dude with red shirts that
Oh, there's something about
Oh, here.
gaming convention
Here it is.
question and answer
This
panels.
is
These places are
the
fertile
funniest
grounds
thing
for
ever.
creating legendary memes for
He sounds like a dying dolphin.
is he doing that intentionally or does he have like
That's like his actual life. I don't know if he's doing that intentionally.
It's not that he has like he doesn't have autism
No,
or
no.
Tourette's.
I don't know
Do
if
you know who
that's
Sweet Anita is?
Who?
Sweet Anita?
No.
Okay, well, she's a streamer and she has Tourette's. She will say very bad words and very vulgar things, and she can't help herself. That's what Tourette's does to people, right? They run around and say, "Bitch!" fuck." It's not their fault. It's what it is. That they have something in their head, in their brain, is causing them to do that. They are not able to control it. Okay, legitimately.
Yeah.
So, like some people, and it can show its form in all, like, you know who Ethan Klein is? H3H3, like, he has I would call it a less severe form of Tourette's. He doesn't run around like screaming bitch or fuck or like, I worked with a guy the other day, he was swearing fuck all, like, every couple fucking 30 seconds he would be screaming fuck. But it's not my first time dealing with someone who has Tourette's, so like I wasn't gonna like be offended about it. The first time he started saying it, I was like, and then I realized within like him doing it multiple times in a row, like, oh, this guy's Tourette's. Cool. I swear to God, Sweet Anita makes me feel like able to deal with these kids, this dude much better because of watching her and listening to her and being like, oh, and it's like me having just heard a lot about her. Like, she had just gotten into some controversy recently, so it was like seeing her with her fucking, like, probably watched 5 videos of her the week before. This happened with me and this dude, and I was like, I just took it like in stride, like nothing, because, but she's like, pretty fucking cool girl that streams, and she's pretty damn, short of her screaming out bitch and, you know, popping her mouth every once in a while, she's normal as hell. She's more than normal.
Have you seen the death mics from Tim the Tatman?
The what?
Like when Tim the Tatman plays Warzone, like the death mics when he kills people?
Nope, I don't even watch.
They're hilarious. So Tim killed this one guy, and the death mic goes on for like a couple seconds, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's Jason Bourne."
Is this from the
Literally.
kid that he got killed by saying it?
No, so Tim the Tatman killed a kid, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's Jason Bourne."
Does Tim the Tatman saying that?
No.
The kid is saying that.
Yeah, because there's like a death mic where whatever
So, like,
they say
put
goes
his glass-
through.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
April Fool's joke.
And in 2013, one of these legendary Q&A panel memes was born at Minecon. It happened after a young man going by the alias SuperKai64 approached the Running a Minecraft server panel and asked this question.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated WAM I should add to the server?
The awkward silence after that.
This and this.
Denotated Wham.
But it's not his fault. He got like, he just got stumbled. He got,
What's the Wacom?
and he's a fucking child. He's a fucking child. What do you like? It's so mean. I don't.
Denotated
I don't
Wham.
get it. Like
No
that.
wait, no wait. The funny part
I
about
don't get
this.
how that went viral. Like it's like how mean are the people on the internet that they wanted to make fun of a little kid for getting some shit in his mouth where he was asking a
Today we're going to be
question.
taking a look at the
He was
entire
probably
Super
fucking
Kai tale
nervous.
from his online
He was about to get up and say this thing in front of all these people.
His abrupt disappearance in recent years. This
But
is
the
the
funny
Super
thing
Kai
about
64
this-
story.
The funny thing about this is that not the
Today's video
dedicated
is
Wham.
sponsored by
It's
Magic Spoon.
what's
Oh, yeah,
he's
you're
like
all the people
what's
on
the
the internet.
recommend? He's like
Magic
what's
Spoon
the
satisfies their
recommended?
sweet cereal craving without completely
Dude, then what do
sabotaging
you
your
expect?
daily
He's a
nutrition
little
goals.
kid.
They've got 4 flavors on
Come
tap:
on.
cocoa, fruity, frosted, and
We
my
don't gotta
personal
be mean
favorite,
to people
peanut
outside.
butter. It tastes great and actually makes you
That
feel
shit's
full of
gotten
traditional
old.
sweet cereal where the hunger
Like they
lingers
say, like,
afterwards, accompanied
dude, if
with
you
an
want to
overwhelming
pop
weight
some
of
shit on these, all these little kids on video games now, it's like, dude, even when they talk about, oh, you should have been around in Modern Warfare 2. It's like, dude, you should have been around before Modern Warfare 2. You want to talk about real shit talking, like, go back to the fucking early 90s where people were playing online and fucking, we were playing Splatterball, and all you could do was chat to motherfuckers. You couldn't even talk.
No questions asked.
You know how fast, that's why I got so fast at typing. Fuck you, spinning off, shoot this thing, right? Shoot ball, it's like,
Super Kai's first
like,
publicly available digital
like,
footprints
it was
appeared on September
high-speed
26th
shit
of
back then.
2011 with the creation
That's
of
how you
YouTube
talk
channel
shit.
Kai
You
64
believe me when you're
He
typing
wouldn't post a
words.
video at this
You
time,
can
but he did
freaking
create
talk
a
some good ass
playlist,
shit.
and this playlist
All of it
consists
now is
of
all
one video
recycled.
from another YouTube channel
All,
called
there's
the
nothing
Mario
I
Sonic
haven't heard
Boys.
before.
I think this playlist actually gives you
Alright,
a little
I'm
bit
gonna
of
open up
insight
this
into
case that I
what
never opened up.
Super Kai's interests were at
It
this
kind
time.
of looks like an oversized printer, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. That's why I said it's not supposed to look super cool.
Boo, I told you to go look for that Luigi fellow in the house.
Like, I don't care. He's a little
Good
kid.
lord.
What did you expect? Look at what little Tom or Ryan's Toys does. Like,
Yet Ryan's Toys brings in like 23
Yeah.
something billion
yeah.
million
So
dollars.
are you
Super
making
Kai
fun
was
of
watching
him, or are you like,
kids
oh,
play
he makes a
Beyblade
shit
with
ton of money?
Nintendo toys.
He does.
He's doing the
From
same thing.
opening
He's
toys.
doing the same shit as this.
A
Not
little
even
under a
over
year
person
later,
getting
in June
toys
of
given to him
2012,
by
Super
companies
Kai
to
64
market
would
it.
upload his first video to this channel. That
He
video was
opens that,
entitled
and they're
How
all
to Get
free,
to
but when it
Use in
started, it
Pokemon
wasn't
Yellow,
free for
no
them.
hacking. And while it's difficult to hear because of the quality, Super Kai does actually speak in this video.
Using Pokemon Yellow, no intro. That's just Smash Bros. Let's remove that now.
This video is like any other low-quality video game cheat guide that you would have found back in 2012. And Super Kai himself was like any other prepubescent kid with a heavy interest in gaming. He had a Windows 7 taskbar full of gaming emulators and a PvP nickname.
You know what
Come on, guys,
gaming
we've all been
emulators
there
are?
at one point.
Yeah.
I know you can relate.
Pirated
Simply
freaking-
put, Super Kai 64 was a gamer, a young gamer. And like many other young gamers from the early 2010s,
Young
Super
gamer.
Kai 64 would find himself
yeah, 'cause he
becoming
wasn't a dog
engaged
yet.
in the world of Minecraft.
Oh good lord, this is where it all started.
It's not exactly known when Super Kai
Yes.
first began playing Minecraft, but what's certain is that he really became involved in the game. As
He
he would
started
attend
playing Minecraft
Minecon
when he wanted to know
2013,
the
which of course is
Weka-mated
where the famous
dated
denotated
whale.
I don't know.
Into that
You're
moment,
like,
let's set the
how do
stage
you
for
not
Super
understand
Kai's
that's
public
mean?
debut. What exactly is Minecon?
I know it's mean, but it's
is
so
there
funny.
any chance
Look
of
at
a
all of these people.
collaboration
My
like
man
that
is
between
dancing, he's
Technic
vibing,
and
honestly.
FTV, and how did you feel about that?
Yeah,
What
but
a
listen,
vibe
to
is that?
every one of the people there was an awkward little weirdo asking questions.
What
Look
did
at
you
all
say?
that kid. Rewind it.
Oh my god, that girl!
They're
That
all.
girl.
They're look at all of them. They're all little nerdy weirdos. So why are you getting mad at the one kid
Let's
that's
set
just
the
as weird as
stage
all
for
the rest of
Super
the kids out
Kai's
there?
public debut. What exactly is Minecon?
You
is there
probably would
any
act the same way if
chance
you were
of
there.
a collaboration mod pack between Technic and
Listen to
FTV,
him.
and how did you feel about that?
The awkward silence.
Yeah, and then this other weird kid, that kid's dancing, then this weird kid there. He's like, dude, they're all weird.
That
Look
girl.
at that girl, yeah.
Yes. She has
I-
no social skills. She has no. She's like. She's like.
Dude, yeah, she has social skills when they're on computers and stuff. That's where some people feel more comfortable.
Community service.
Like their
In
parents keep them in the house. The only time I let them
servers
go
I don't know
outside.
if their parents
is
keep them in the house. They probably keep their sons out. According to Elena, you keep yourself in the house.
And you can make money doing so. Everyone wanted to be the person to
But she
create
never
the
sees
next
me when I go
popular
outside.
game.
I'm
So
just
in an
saying.
attempt to address the popularity of community servers, Minecon 2013 held a panel called Running a Minecraft Server,
That
which
dude is
featured
rich as
several
fuck.
prominent Minecraft community members,
You know who that is?
all of which ran popular servers, and the most
That
notable of
motherfucker
these
is
panel members
rich.
was Woody's Gamertag, a YouTube gaming community veteran and host of the Painkiller Already podcast. The panel begins with a bit of discussion
Rich.
amongst the hosts, just giving basic details about what you need to do to run a server, the staff that you need to have on board, and just taking it seriously and
Like
stuff
if he
like
start
that.
working,
Grassroots marketing is,
like if he
uh,
stopped
pretty much
doing a
the
job
key.
altogether,
It's a
he
lot
could
of
live out the
hustle,
rest
it's
of
a lot
his
of
I
life.
think he
but,
did
you
stop
know,
doing the
it's
job
a-
altogether.
it's,
He
you
does this,
know,
which is
use
like
those
running
forums,
Minecraft
Minecraft
servers.
forums.
It was mostly unremarkable conversation, but that changed about
That shit was lucrative
35
back in the
minutes
day.
into the event. After the main discussion amongst panel members ceased, audience members were invited to the front of the stage for a Q&A segment. And this is where it actually gets
Here we
entertaining.
go,
As you
the
have these little
HAF.
children asking these highly technical computer questions to these
Wow.
30-something-year-old server owners, and the
Oversized
juxtaposition
printer.
of ages.
Yeah, I bet it is.
It literally looks like an It has carry handles. It's an oversized printer.
It has carry handles. It's a LAN box. It's for you to bring to a LAN party and
Because
set this
look at
down
this thing.
and have 7 people play off of it.
But look at this. Look at it. Looks like this is where the paper that it prints comes out of.
That's where the PSU goes. This is where the motherboard goes now. And then you
But it looks like that's what the printer paper comes out of.
I hate you.
It's hilarious.
I hate you.
It looks like
After the panel had fielded a slew of
Okay.
questions,
I'm gonna run
you
this
just
open
heard,
chassis.
this is where our
It's not gonna have
boy
sides, it's not
Super
gonna have top.
64
It's gonna have
steals
nothing
the
on
show.
it.
Nobody knew they were
Except
about
for
to
this
witness
fucking
probably
bullshit.
the biggest moment in Minecraft
That's
game
what,
history.
because I don't want to have to
Next
put fans
question
on,
on
although
this
I did
left
get a fan for this top one in case I do want
I
to
was
run it with.
wondering, what's the
Recommended
recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to server?
He's just asking, well, how much RAM do I need to be able to run a server? How much RAM do you need to run your
Dedicated
motherboard?
to a server.
That's what he's saying.
If you're running off a percent.
Yeah, I don't understand how these people don't get it. Like,
on plugins and
the kid is asking
Yeah, it's
about how much RAM do you need to run a server?
This is a technical question you're asking. How much RAM? It's really dependent.
He handles it
on
fucking well.
How many chunks
That's
your
why he's
players
rich,
have loaded.
because
if your players are spread out around your world, you might need as much as 12 or 14 gigs of RAM. If you don't have many players,
12 or
and
14
you're-
gigs of RAM?
or they can't load too many chunks at one time.
I've got more than
then
that in
you're
my
okay
one
at somewhere
PC.
yeah, this is 2013.
1.5 or 2
Oh.
gigabits.
It was
And
an
they're talking about
uncomfortable
1.5
moment,
or
to say
2.
the least.
The recommended amount of dedicated RAM.
Woody handled it, answered the question. Boom. I
It
know.
almost appears
End
as
of
if
it. I don't know
Kyrie
why
Okay,
it became.
but it's the awkward silence at the end
understand
that's
it.
just.
And then what appears to be
Yeah.
his mom steps in from
Yeah,
the
but-
side to help him finish the
Coco
question.
Super.
It's just overall kind of a weird moment. Fortunately, Woody steps in and fields the question professionally
I still
and
think
gave a
that people are
thoughtful
too
answer
harsh
to
on that
the really
kid.
uncomfortable Super Kai, and the panel would move on smoothly. Super Kai 64's pronunciation hiccup was more or less a slip up in the eyes of people at the event. But for the people at
Boom,
home who
test
were watching it
bench mode.
remotely
See?
on stream,
This is how I'm gonna
they
run
definitely
this
caught
bitch.
this moment in fucking
Yeah.
4K and spread it all over.
Test bench mode
The
with no
recommended
this
amount
panels
of
on it, panels
dedicated
off of it.
RAM I should have to
Oh, so it's not a damn printer.
Guys,
I mean, it is, but
So it is a printer.
who cares? What I'm telling you,
Just said it's
I'd
a
run a
printer.
computer screwed to a piece of wood.
And his gaff was
That's
the
what some
biggest
people
thing
do.
for my
They don't want a
contribution.
case, or they can't afford a case.
Well.
You're mean.
Wait, look at this. Look at this though.
Than me. For hours, Super Kai became known as Dedotated Wham Kid, and his
Yeah, I
gaff was
know.
the biggest takeaway from Minecraft.
I've watched. I'm the one who's told
He
you to
became a
watch
living
this.
Look at this. He has his own Pokemon card.
You're so mean. I don't like you anymore.
Dated Wham.
I-
Wham. Eat Wham. Trap remix.
This is the remix. Yeah, this is the remix of that. You never heard that song?
The awkward silence.
He was being dead serious.
He was being dead serious. Yes, he's a little kid. What did you think he was being? I don't understand. You're a giant. You're a grown man talking about a fucking 12-year-old little kid saying some shit at Minecon.
Just because he couldn't pronounce his damn words right.
Dude, are you out your mind? Oh shit, our dude came back.
And
Which
a
dude?
young guy
Oh, dude, he's back. One Tap Harry.
inhabitant of some sort.
Who?
And he asked how much dedicated RAM the server needed, but he didn't say it very well. He said, you know,
One Tap Harry.
Who's that?
He watching us. He
And,
was
we
watching
didn't
us.
understand him
I don't know if
at
he's
first,
still
and
there or
then
not.
we answered him.
One Tap Harry, you still there,
And,
buddy? Can we see you,
like,
dedicated
90% of the clip
Harry?
is this kid struggling through his words, and then the last 10% is the parent, including me.
What's the
answering
recommended amount of dedicated
And,
Wham?
Like, I'm the last guy that makes fun of someone for having a speech impediment. Philly, if you don't know, my son had one.
Someone having a speech impediment. He doesn't have a speech impediment.
He played a role in this guy.
He just couldn't
who
say-
was surely being tortured.
He just couldn't say Ram correctly.
It's not cool.
I'm trying to remember the clip.
Yeah,
It's
it's
essentially
not
just
cool.
you and
He
one
made
guy
fun of the
that's
kid.
blind
He's
guy,
like, the
right?
kid has a
Yeah,
speech
and the
impediment.
kid,
It's not a speech impediment. He couldn't pronounce dead.
See, wait, listen to him.
He couldn't pronounce Ram.
Around above your head, it has your like in-game name. They call it an IGN, and he's wearing like a halo almost that has his name above his head.
Yeah, I don't
His
know if
mom's
it's so
wearing a
magnetized.
matching one,
I
and
don't care.
he has a
I just
speech
need to do this to the
impediment,
thumb
and
screws.
when you
Sometimes they tighten thumb
put-
screws.
the
They're called thumb screws, so you can use them with your thumb.
Speech
With your
impediment.
fan forefinger.
This kid wearing
What?
a Minecraft
Give me a
name
touch
over his head.
We're
It gets
touching
to be
now.
a scene that people make fun of.
You turn your so you want to turn this
While there
computer
were certainly those
to
online
its side.
giving mean-spirited
Wait, so, like, put it on its
comments
back?
towards Super Kai
Well, that's what I would do.
making
Put
fun
your
of his
put
speech
your
problem.
motherboard in. But
There was also this
before you do that,
massive
you
group
put this
that
in. This is
treated
called.
him as some sort of legend akin to the
Take this,
BlizzCon red shirt.
go in here like
One
this,
thing's for
make
certain,
sure you don't cut
people
yourself on
wanted
the
to hear
sides.
more from the
This
dedicated
will just
Wham kid.
push
So they
in.
began subscribing to his YouTube
In there,
channel, hoping he would
okay?
address the newfound
You're gonna.
interest
How
in
does your
person
motherboard gonna fit? Right.
makes
Look
the
at these
dedicated
ports.
Wham
I already know
viral.
because these are your top ports.
Super
these are your
Kai
top
would
ports.
address
Look
his
at your
newfound
motherboard.
YouTube following, but
Go up there.
not in a
and then
video
cover
talking about the
those
dedicated
ports
Wham
there.
clip.
So this would go
Rather,
like
on
this,
November
right?
16th, he posted this video basically flexing
go
this
like this.
PlayStation 4
Motherboard's
that he
gonna
had
go like
gotten a
this.
few days after Minecon. And you can see that he's still even wearing the bracelet from the event.
So you're gonna have to take this. See these little bridges there? Those things are gonna push right into the edges here. You should not cut yourself. But just like how that little clip pushed up and fit that little gap there, these little clips there are gonna fill the gap.
The replies in Super
This
Kai's
is spread out.
comment section were mostly positive, with people just cracking
He ain't there.
dedicated Wham
He ain't
jokes.
there.
About a week
He
later,
dead.
he uploads a part 2
He
of
dead.
this PlayStation unboxing.
One Tap Harry.
One dead Harry.
I don't think he's dead. I think he's
He
probably
dead.
in bed because it's way past all of our bedtime.
He dead. He dead. He dead. Dead.
I'm gonna put these.
The touchpad. The touchpad.
I mean, does he sound like he's got some sort of crazy list now?
I don't know.
That's what I'm like. You guys are just making
After
fun of some
uploading
kid
part
for
2
no
of his PlayStation
reason.
4 unboxing, Super Kai actually disappears from his channel for a while, reappearing in the early summer of the next year in 2014. His return video is titled Wham is Back Announcement, which was basically a short video of him telling his subscribers
Wham.
that he wanted to make Let's Plays and was asking them what they wanted him to play.
Okay, everybody, this is Super 64. I'm back. Let's play. You can vote for what game I'm gonna watch.
He did miss the opportunity to capitalize on all of that,
See you
though.
later, Whammers.
What?
See you
The
later,
summer of 2014
Whammers.
was also when Supercross will first publicly talk about the detonated Wham
It gets
incident
weird.
from the year prior.
That kid is
And he did
hilarious.
this in a few
Text
videos and
this.
interviews that are
He's
spread
pushing
across
in. It's a
YouTube.
pressure for
Most
me.
of these interviews are
But
literally
I-
unwatchable due to poor audio quality, but
Reach
there is
through back
one
to the
I'd like
side.
to talk about.
Reach
That
through hand
interview
on the
being
other side.
conducted by
Reach through
Eric,
from
the
the side.
CPU
Reach
guy.
through from the
Eric
side.
had managed to get in touch with
Yep,
Super
you're on
Kai
the- push
via
it all the way
Skype,
through.
and in
Push
this
it
interview,
front
Super
row.
Kai seemed
You're way too
mostly
hot. You're too
chill
low.
about the
Yeah,
whole
there you
thing
go.
and seemed kind of cool with
Yes.
being a living me.
Yes. Yes. Push this side in. Is it gonna help you? Are you sure?
Were you at all embarrassed?
You put this in like this. Why did you do that?
I didn't.
Never.
Nope. It should be like this,
I
right?
was a little at first, but
Oh.
What was your
We just had that conversation
I
20 seconds before
just
you
the way that
started.
I got that popular on internet.
Remember?
I got distracted with dedicated
On
RAM.
2 GB.
Well, then maybe you need to turn that off. But you
Yeah, it's
can't
not a
have two
number,
things
but
at
I
once.
like
No, it's because he was
custom
like
built it.
dedicated
Keep that little,
Oh.
that little cable out of the way. Okay.
Were you nervous whenever you asked your question?
No, just tired. I had like 2 hours of sleep the night before.
How long have you played Minecraft for?
Since 2012.
That might be.
No,
Oh,
but I
wow,
used
this
to
case
online
might not hold it. That's
Before
why.
Minecon, I just stopped running it way before Minecon. I was thinking about restarting it, but then once the dedicated Wham thing happened, I knew that if I made a server, it would just be flooded with people saying dedicated Wham.
I mean, it won't matter because once we put the motherboard in, it's gonna hold it in.
Well, it was off my old PC. It was
Okay,
just
see how
like
it's almost
this
in there? It's
laptop
almost
with 4
full.
GB, so it only had one.
Were you surprised that you went so famous as you did?
I'm a little surprised.
Oh, shit.
If you could go to Minecon next year, what question would you ask?
The same one.
What would you recommend for the recommended amount of dedicated RAM to a server?
Depends on plugins and players, Dash, Woody Craft.
After his interview run in the early summer, Super Kai would announce a series of ambitious projects on his YouTube channel. Like when he announced he would be
Okay.
live streaming on
So
Twitch.
now what do you
Hey
do?
guys, I'm live streaming. Check out the description to see where I am.
Well, this way
Or
because
the
it's
time
gonna
when
have
he
to plug
announced he would
into
be
a fan
making his own
or-
video game.
Okay,
the rest of those
everybody,
are gonna have to plug
I'm
into fan areas.
releasing a game called Quest for Wham. If you want help out with the development, maybe you want to submit some art or sounds, that'd be great. I'll have a looking for it inside the description. So yeah, see you guys. This is SuperKai64 and I'm out.
Unfortunately, though, none of these projects would ever really come to fruition. As far as I'm aware,
What?
Super
This
Kai
made me
only
run
streamed
off
on
of,
Twitch a couple of times, and that video game doesn't exist. So, he is one to make a lot of announcements and, like, not actually follow through. On October 21st, Super Kai took to his YouTube
You said it
channel
was
to
going
announce something
No,
yet
no, no.
again, and this time it was a
Where does this
Patreon
go?
account.
Is this a
So,
five
okay,
pin?
everybody, this is my Patreon. You don't have
What?
to donate to it. I'll still make my content and my live streams. Just, if you do
This.
plan to support it, it'll just make it so I can like
five
upgrade my
pins?
computer, get better
This is going
software.
five
It'll
pins?
just like help me do
These
what
must
I
not-
do
these
better.
aren't PWM fans.
And I'd really
That's fine.
appreciate it from you
So you're gonna have
guys.
to plug
You don't
this
have
in,
to,
which is gonna
it's
give
just
it
an
power to
option.
fans.
This video actually got ratioed by
Fans
dislikes,
aren't really
which I
going
assume
to
was
be able
because
to
Kai was pretty notorious for
speed up or
announcing
speed down.
projects and not following through, so it's likely that some in the audience felt that he
Yes,
was
I'm pretty sure
undeserving
they
of Patreon funding, and the Patreon itself
Yep,
was a total
no
flop.
way.
I mean, I would honestly throw the dude $5
Oh,
just
but
for
they
being
might
such
speed
a
up and
legend
speed down
from
with
the
the little
dedicated
remote.
Wham clip, but everybody's entitled to their
I
own
don't know how that
opinion,
works.
right?
I
The last video on Super
Um,
Kai
That
64's
won't matter,
channel
really.
was actually
As long
a
as you
Let's
get enough
Play
air
of
flow,
Legend of
doesn't matter.
Zelda Link to the Past. Yes,
Yeah.
he finally posted a
Um,
Let's Play to YouTube.
So,
So
No,
now
no,
we
you
install
got the
the motherboard
boomerang
into
now.
your
I got
case.
the boomerang.
What
so I-
screws do we use? You're gonna need that little box that came with your case, remember? The case box. Remember that little box you took out here and said, I said, don't lose that, you need that.
Unfortunately, though, just as it seemed like
What did you
Super
do with
Kai
it?
might
Don't step on
actually
your
start
motherboard.
creating videos and have a more
It was like a
consistent
little case.
creative
It's
online
like a
presence,
little square
he
rectangle.
disappeared from
rectangle
YouTube
one.
shortly after this video
You
was
put somewhere
uploaded,
that I
and
said,
from then
don't
on,
lose that,
Super
because
Kai
you decided to take it
64
out
would
for some
become
reason.
scarce.
Did you
No,
go
not
found
like
it?
the guy scarce. He pretty much went missing in action in
Yeah, you're right.
2014. It was an abrupt end to Super Kai 64's
he's
YouTube
gonna have some
presence,
stuff
and he
in it
didn't
that
give
you
any
need,
sort
you
of
don't lose it.
explanation. Maybe he just didn't really enjoy online
almost just lost
creation and
it.
was just tired of
Tell me
being the
who's
dedicated
that
Wham kid. There have been many attempts to
We're
track
looking
down
at
Super
this.
Kai 64 in the last few years,
Dedicated
all of which have
Wham.
turned
Yeah, I
up
don't think
empty-handed.
this. I
The
don't
closest
think
anyone
it's
has
called.
come was
We
Eric, the
could look it up
CPU
online,
guy,
though.
the person who interviewed Kai back in 2014.
You
In
want
recent
that?
years, fans of the dedicated Wham meme have asked
Oh,
Eric
dude,
if he
this
could get into
motherfucker came with a
contact
buzz
with Super
speaker.
Kai again, considering that
Badass.
Eric is one of the few
This is
people
something
that
that,
knows
like I
Super
said,
Kai's
old school
Skype
people
account.
go with
He
these,
would
and most
probably
people don't
be
go with these.
somebody
I
that
was
maybe
basically going to go
had
like this when you turn your
communication
motherboard on,
with
it'll be like,
in a recent
beep,
video, Eric
beep,
would explain
beep,
that in
or
order
like
to do
if it
this,
tells-
he would
give
have
you
to
error
recover
codes.
his old Skype
Kind of like
account,
binary
which
we're talking about,
fortunately
or like,
he
you
was
know what
able
Morse
to
code
do.
is?
And in a
Yeah.
follow-up
So you
video
like
recorded
dots and
earlier this
dashes
year,
and
he
dashes
even makes
and
an
dots.
attempt at calling Super
It'll be
Kai.
like 2 long beeps and
anyways,
1 short beep.
Here's Kai.
And then you look it up online.
Here's the
2
Skype.
long beats and 1 short key.
I mean,
Oh,
it says
my
last
RAM
seen
isn't
days
synced
ago,
correctly, or
so I
can't
think it's just
detect
something wrong
RAM.
that
Or like
doesn't even know
1
about
short
probably
beep, 2 long beeps.
4
Oh,
digits.
CPU not
I don't
detected
know.
properly. This will tell you that
Anyways,
there's a lot of times
that
on these
is Kai's
motherboards now there's an
combination
LED that does the
for
same type of
messaging
thing.
input.
But this is how it used to be done with just a
Interested
beeper.
in doing
I need to actually put a, I need to find a beeper out of that thing and put one onto my motherboard because I guarantee you this thing doesn't come with it. I like how you're gonna try and make fun of my computer. but
Your
was a
printer?
Hopskater, was a
that's
Skype.
fine.
It genuinely looks like a printer, okay?
That is fine.
I mean, look at it from the front. It looks like a
I'm happy
printer.
with my printer. It's got a USB 3.0 port. And it's got, what is this, 2 USB 2.0 ports? See?
Yeah.
I knew I needed that little fucking thing.
So yeah, no, this is
What the
kind of where we're
fuck
at.
is this? How can you have 2
anybody else
USB
have any
2.0
ideas how to get
ports?
hold of Kai, then we will do another interview.
Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, no, it
Otherwise,
does.
I think
It was one of those one of those gotta be
There's
HDMI.
nothing else we can do.
Unfortunately, Eric had no
Right.
luck with getting in touch with
Right.
Super Kai on
Oh,
Skype.
this is
If you want to check his channel out, the
Are you
links in the
mad already?
description. You
What
might
is
have to
this?
follow him.
DC9
Maybe Super
7?
Kai will respond to him.
That's the
So
USB.
if you want to follow that,
It's
definitely
already
check him out.
with your printer.
And with that said, unfortunately, the Super Kai 64 story ends
don't
in
know
a
how
dead
your
end,
printer
and his
works.
reasoning for
Oh, it's only
abandoning
has
his
USB 3.0
online
on it.
persona will remain a mystery. When you
You don't
consider
know
that
how your
Super
printer
Kai's
works.
fame was entirely
You don't know
based
how
off of a
anything
clip
works.
showcasing his
You know
childhood
how a
speech
printer
impediment,
works?
I
Yeah,
find
what
it
is this
reasonable
then?
to speculate that maybe being
That's a
defined by
disc
that
tray.
singular
It's a hot
awkward
song
moment
called
could
disc
get
tray.
tiresome after a while.
And
Yeah.
I won't
Sure,
talk
he
to
seemed
you.
mostly chill about
Disc
being
tray.
known as the
I'm not
dedicated
gonna be
Wham
old
kid,
school.
but who
Disc
really
tray.
knows if
What about
beneath the
these?
surface the memes
What
and
are
jokes
these?
made about him got under
This
his
is
skin.
exactly what
Regardless,
you have
Super
there
Kai
with
64 will
5-inch
remain a
bang.
legend amongst fans of Minecraft, and there are many
See?
anticipating his return.
No,
Will that
it's
ever
a
happen?
5-inch bang.
I reckon we'll just have
This
to
is
wait
a
and
hard
see.
drive, right? Because the hard drive would lock him in and then push in, right?
Oh, is that the thing that's like where that I painted?
Yes, exactly. I just said.
Oh, should we?
Finish anything with it? Aren't you? Didn't you tell me you finished it already?
Yeah, but I didn't put the.
And that, my friends, was
That,
the
though.
Super Kai 64 slash dedicated Wham Kid story. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Let me know what you thought about it, and let me know who or what you
Okay,
want me
so
to talk
screws.
about next.
You gotta
I want to
screw
give a
it.
major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you
What
guys.
size screws do we
Thank you.
use?
Surf out. Peace.
Sorry, I was fucking around with my uncles. You're gonna put the motherboard in first.
Yeah, what size screws?
Alright, be honest with me. As a kid,
Put
did
the
you ever
motherboard onto the
intensely
thing.
focus on an object and try to move it
you'll
with
be
your
able to
mind
move
like how the
that.
Jedi used the Force in Star Wars?
Onto the-
If you
so
answered no to
there's-
that
these are
question,
called-
you're a goddamn liar.
these little
As I tried
studs.
to do that. But seriously,
Right,
I
they're
can
called
remember a
stand-ups.
cringy
I would get all
childhood
of this out of
experience
the way.
where
That's what I
we
was
tried to
trying.
channel the
It hurts.
superpowers of a
Help it
fictional
out.
character and use their ability
Why are
in
you
real
here
life.
like that?
So where the
Sit
hell am
down
I
like I
going
showed
with
you.
this? Well, today I'd like to tell you all a story.
Grab it like this
And
so
that
you
story
can
is
actually
about
have
a
more
kid who
dexterity
tried to
to pin it
attain
down.
one of the most coveted of all fictional
Remember, that's what I said.
superpowers.
You laughed at me and I
He
said,
tried
no,
to
that's
go
literally how
Super
you're gonna grab
Saiyan.
it.
In February of
So you know why those
2012, a
stand-ups
teenager
are-
named Jalen would take to YouTube and film his attempt at going Super Saiyan.
very
While it's
close.
debatable if he ever achieved his intended goal, one thing's for sure. His attempt garnered a lot of online attention.
Yeah, and it's gonna This one, yeah. That's it.
Jalen's Super Saiyan transformation video would go viral, starting a site-wide trend of additional Saiyan attempts from other YouTube creators. And the Super Saiyan mania that Jalen created on YouTube, that was him just getting started. I want you guys to walk with me and learn how this kid not only spawned a YouTube Super Saiyan sensation, but became known as a troll and a rapper respected by the likes of Howard Stern, Etika, and 3Pac.
What'd you lose?
Nothing.
Really?
Screws.
Did you lose them?
No. I put them on them today.
Okay, but some of these.
Because I'm not a loser like you and I don't lose my screws. Hey, I'm not the one that lost my screws.
Motherboard. I mean, that's gonna be a PSU. This is gonna be a PSU. These are fan screws. I don't know why they're even going to be honest, but it is what it is.
Don't let this happen to
Then
you.
got your motherboard
Do
too,
not
all those other ones.
be me.
Which ones?
And then you got your extra standoff here.
Buying used phones is a great option. It's an amazing way to get the latest tech and save some money. And we do it, and I do it all the time. But I've been burned in the past. Most recently, I bought a Galaxy S20 online. It showed up completely bricked. The phone wouldn't turn on at all. And it's not the first time that that's happened. I started thinking about things that I could do better, sort of minimize my risk, whether I'm buying a new phone or a used phone online. And I'm not talking about the Craigslist online where you meet somebody face to face that has certainly its own style of risk go along with it, but marketplaces, so Swappa, Mercari, eBay, and a ton of others, there are steps you can take, questions you can ask, whether you're buying used or new, to minimize the risk of getting a phone from somebody else. So let me help you guys get the best deal on your new tech.
I believe the ones on B and C.
Alright, so here's a typical listing for a phone. In this case, it's an iPhone 11. You can see a description, you can see pictures of it. It's got a really good price point, and you're thinking that this is going to be your next phone. Hold up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions and problems
Wasn't there
here with
instructions
this.
in this
So the
thing
first thing
originally?
is who the seller is. And a lot of platforms give seller rankings. People who bought stuff from them in the past go ahead and leave usually stars and some feedback. Every great seller eventually sold their first phone. But it doesn't have to be to you. I would never buy a phone from anybody that didn't have at least, let's use a star ranking.
It shows
at
how
least
to
4
assemble
stars and had
the
sold
empty thing.
at least 5 things. It just minimizes your risk generally. So once you find a seller that at least you think you can trust, I think the next thing always you look at is price. Buying things used and online is always a dance of trying to find the best value for the best quality. And those are always kind of balancing those scales. On the lower end of the scale, phones that seem to be selling for prices that are too good to be true.
That's the last thing you put in. I
they-
don't. Why does
there's
everyone
something
always say
inherently
that?
wrong with devices. For those
Everyone
things,
who's a new builder
first
is
read
like,
the
"We're putting
listing
last
through
stuff.
very
Put the graph chart in now."
read fine
No, you're
print,
putting last
even
chart in.
text
The
that's
last thing
autofill
you fucking do.
through things like eBay and Swap
Because
sort of
you
fill
put the
in
graphic
text.
card in, you can't
Read
get
all
around,
this
you
to see
can't
if there's
move
an
anything.
exposure
You
in
put in your graphic card,
screen
it's
is
the
cracked,
last,
or
the
the
very
camera's
last
broken,
thing.
whatever it might be, and you
Why
might not
does
care
my
about
thing
this,
say
in which
empty
case you're
Wi-Fi?
gonna get a great deal. But at least you'll
If you
know
had a
it
Wi-Fi
going in.
that would
And the
slide
big
in
thing
there,
is
so
price
sliding in
appears to be
is
too
we're
good to
doing
be
a
true for devices that they
PCIe,
claim
or
is
you'd
like
have like
new.
I'm using a USB on
Chances
that one.
are it
If you had an
probably is.
M.2
So
Wi-Fi,
seller looks
you would put it
good,
in
price
that
looks
port.
good. You gotta be able to see the phone
What do we have?
as best you can. So
You have a
photos
PCIe
can
Wi-Fi.
also be a really big tell about
If
the
you wanted to,
quality
you could
of
probably
the device.
install that.
Now some sites like Swappa force any
No,
seller
don't
to
do
take
it yet.
pictures
We'll
from
do that
every angle.
after.
And generally, that's awesome. What I want to see
Why wouldn't
is
you install
absolutely
it and then
every
put it in the
angle
computer?
of
Because
the
you have to-
device,
it has to
from
have-
corners,
So you
sides,
put it in
front,
this PCIe
back,
slot down here.
everything
And then
I
it's
want
gonna have
to
to
see.
have
But
things that come
I
out.
don't see any
So I will
problem with
probably
that
put
too.
those
So I always
in
recommend
first,
doing
all
a
those other
reverse
connectors.
image search to make sure those pictures
So you can
aren't
work around
being
it a lot
used elsewhere. They're not just generic shots from like
So look at this
19,000
back one.
different
You
eBay
tell me
listings
which.
that
Look
sold
at this
4 or 5 months ago.
component list.
If you don't
Tell
know
me
how to
which
do
one
reverse
is
image search, it's
the-
pretty easy, but I can put a link down below. that can walk you through it. Alright, so those are the big things out of the way. You've like honed in on a device, the seller seems good, they've shown you pictures on everything, but there are some details and things you still need to do to make sure the device is going to work for you. The big question, one that I see so many people not ask, is the device locked or unlocked? If it's locked, which means it can only be used with one carrier, is it your carrier? And if it's unlocked, does it have the bands to support whatever carrier you are on? And a lot of times you'll get a better deal on a phone if you buy one that's carrier locked. As long as you're not planning on switching carriers and it's your carrier, then you know it is going to work for you. Most of the times that's not a problem. I tend to jump carriers quite a lot. Every 2 years or so I seem to switch between AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and back and forth. So I tend to go for unlocked devices, but usually there's a premium you're paying as well for those devices that'll work on mostly any carrier. It's also you need to check to see what your phone is coming with, if anything, whether it's coming in a box, accessories that come with the original phone. All those things are generally good to know. At least you can be aware if you're going to get a phone that's just like in a bubble wrap envelope. But beyond that, asking questions, things like warranty. So being able to check on if buying an iPhone, still have Apple Care, buying extended coverage, that could add value to the phone and also protect you if something comes and it maybe is broken or not how you expected. If it's another manufacturer, those phones also come with warranties. So asking if you are still inside of those manufacturer warranties, it can give you a little more peace of mind. It's also worth mentioning that some sites also let you buy a warranty when you are buying the device itself. So it also costs money certainly, but it does kind of hedge your bet, make sure you're going to get a device that's going to work for you. Another big thing to look out for is activation lock, and that's on iPhones and Android devices. Oftentimes it's not like a nefarious thing, it's not a stolen device. People just forget to log out. Forget to log out of their Samsung account, forget to log out of their iCloud account. And that means you cannot activate your phone. You will not be able to use it. Even if it comes in perfect condition, you followed all of these steps, you will not be able to use it until the seller logs themselves out. So asking the seller, have you logged out? And having a record of asking that question at least gives yourself a better chance of getting a device that when you open it up, it's going to work when you put your SIM card in. I know a lot of these steps sound paranoid, but you can even go a step further, and you can request the IMEI number of the phone. And again, some platforms require the seller to put this in anyway. It's a unique identifier for your phone to make sure that that is a clean phone, meaning it hasn't been reported stolen, somebody actually bought it and owns it, and presumably it will probably work for you when you get it. So these are all things you can do to like protect yourself a little bit more. Just add like an extra inch of protection sort of on that wall around you, but none of them are foolproof. Kind of the last step that you can do is make sure that when you actually purchase a phone, you're using some sort of payment method that's not straight cash, something like PayPal, where you have protection as a buyer to make sure if you get something wrong, you can dispute it and usually get that money returned to you. Again, as somebody who's made a lot of mistakes, that's kind of what I do now when I go to buy a phone. And you could pick how paranoid you want to be, but if you want to at least give yourself the best chance of getting what you expect, follow these steps. And if there's something else out there that maybe I didn't mention that you do when you buy stuff online, let us know in the comments, and we can sort of update this video, or if you want to know the other side of it, you know what you can do as a seller to protect yourself from scams of buyers. We can make that video as well. But in the meantime, happy buying. There's a lot of really good deals to be had out there if you just know.
And this time, do I get to screw in?
Yes.
These are the gorgeous rings from SquareMade. Welcome everyone, it is Andrew here on Twitter at Andrew_OSE. And in this video, we are looking at these guys. These are absolutely outstanding, gorgeous rings from a company called SquareMade. So SquareMade does things differently with its jewelry. Instead of taking a piece of metal, forming into the ring, which can have solder points, can be stretched and all that, SquareMade makes all of its rings out of single billets of metal. Whether it's really exotic metals like black zirconium, or pretty basic ones like aluminum and steel. What I have here is the Metal Museum collection, which includes 5 different rings and the SquareMade dock. So aside from these 5, there are 11 different metals in total that you can choose from. So you can buy any of the rings individually, or you can pick up the Metal Museum collection, like I have here, or you can pick up the full collection, which is all 11 rings and 2 different dies. So those are kind of different options to choose from. Now let's look at what we get here in the Metal Museum collection a little bit closer. The first ring up is the stainless steel. I've seen a lot of different stainless steel rings, but this one looks great. It's very simple, it has a really nice finish on it. They do offer a glossy version of this, but the one that's included with the museum, the Metal Museum collection, is just the standard finish one. So it's not high polish, but it's not matte finished either. It's kind of similar in the middle, a little bit of a, which is a kind of a clean, simple finish to this guy. And a little bit of a medium weight, not too heavy, not too light. Next, we've got the copper ring. The copper is one of my favorite ones, just because of how unique it is. You don't see a lot of copper rings that are out there. We see gold and silver, steel, titanium, stuff like that. The copper isn't super common in rings, but it's just a really gorgeous color, and it will develop a very nice patina the more that you wear it. So that is the copper ring here from Square Made. Then I've got here the aluminum ring. This is, I feel like, the lightest one in the collection. It's a very soft metal, very light, kind of whitish color to it. Again, one you don't see a lot in rings, but just kind of neat to have that in the option here. A really nice alternative to the heavier metals that are included in the collection. Then we have my personal favorite, which is the black zirconium. This is what my actual wedding ring is made out of, I believe, not from Square Made, my actual legit wedding ring that I got when I got married. But this black zirconium is a very rare, exotic metal, a high heat process. It brings out this kind of jet black color to it. And it just looks amazing. I love that it has just that natural black finish to it. It's just an overall gorgeous looking ring, medium weight, not too heavy, not too light. The last one of our the Metal Museum collection to show off is the titanium one. Titanium is a great one because it's so lightweight, but it's also extremely strong. It was really nice to see that in a ring form. So here is the titanium version. If you get it closer here are all the silver metal options starting over here. This is the stainless steel on this end. Probably the second one in is going to be your aluminum. Then we have the black zirconium, and then the titanium there on the end. So steel, aluminum, black zirconium, and titanium. Because these rings are forged out of a single bill of metal, there are no weak points to them compared to standard rings. When other rings are forged together, they have those weld points, which can be points of failure that welding can come off that's put on there. There's one simple gold piece of metal. Other metals that we don't have here in the actual set of the Metal Museum, there's the Mokumi Game Titanium, the gray cast iron. The gray cast iron is one of my favorites too. It gets a really cool color to it. It's a very gray, unique color to it instead of just silver or glossy or anything like that. There's regular zirconium, there's stainless steel with a mirror finish, which is a 7-day polishing process. There is tungsten, and then your standard silver ring. So a ton of different ring options here, 11 different finishes of metals in total. So what do you get when you order your Square Made rings? Well, everything comes in a 100% cotton bag. This guy right here. So your rings come just in this, which I also love because this makes it a perfect gift too. So you can gift this to someone and it comes in this bag right here. There was no like order number or bill or anything like that that was included in the box. So it already comes pretty much gift wrapped ready to go. You order it and it directly to someone. It comes in this cotton bag, which is actually a little bit tight when it fits in the box that it comes with. So it comes in a little box like this. This fits just in the bag. It's kind of tight actually. It was a little bit hard to get out. I was stretching the bag a little bit on the side. But you do get the bag, and then you get the box. And then you have hold this in my arm, this little guy here, which is a money clip. So you have a Square Made money clip included. And then a little bit of information on the company, and then a polishing cloth. So you can polish your rings with this, like aluminum dioxide cloth, keep everything shiny if you want, or remove any patina that starts to show up, at least to a certain extent, depending on the metal. But I do like the little touch.
I got all the screws that have the holes in it.
And then the rings themselves, again, Metal Museum version, so it comes in a box. There's a serial number on the back for you guys, or
not to the point where they're
and it is hand inspected. Inside you have a little kind of explainer card.
I did it until where I felt force against
which. You can keep that in the box or link to the hand inside by one of the co-founders there on the back. Everything is inspected.
We're going to take the edges of my printer off.
Perfect ring 100% out to the side. a serial number with a lifetime warranty.
And then
Oh, look.
They're just straight up
you
awesome.
can no
They
longer
look
make fun of me.
fantastic.
You have a box too.
I
It's
love
got
it.
all my stuff.
You got a package and it won't come out.
They're simple.
The mailman won't give you your package.
Remember I said
exotic
all that stuff.
and different metals. For
The
real,
mailman
this
doesn't
whole
want to give
collection,
you
so
your
you can try
package. He
different
wants to
ones
have
on
it
different
instead.
days and see which
Alright,
fits best
what
to
do
you.
you
They
wanna
also
do
make
now?
it great as a desk piece. because
Let's
you
install
get
your
a
power
whole collection
supply
there,
unit.
just a bunch of rings
Wanna
that you
put
can
that in
display
first?
at
Yeah.
all times.
Because this is small.
Plus, these things are entirely
Okay.
unisex. There's nothing that makes them
I don't put
masculine
your
or
power
feminine.
supply in.
They're just simple
You're gonna need a
rings
bra-
that
that's
come
for a
in,
small
you know,
form.
one
You
design.
already have a full
That's it.
form
One
factor, so
design
that'll be fine.
and several different sizes for you to
Is this
choose from.
what we
Choose your side.
What is that?
And
Is that the
pick up
USB
your rings.
3.0 one?
No matter man, woman,
Put the-
doesn't
put
matter
the,
at all.
Wi-Fi
Grab a
on
ring
too.
that you like best. If you guys want to grab a ring for yourself, you can find a link down below in the description.
That's the
But I
USB
wonder what you guys
3.0.
think. Let me know over on Twitter at Andrew_OSU
That's a splitter.
what you
That's
think
up.
of the Square Made rings.
Make sure you don't lose his screws. But yeah, that's a USB 3.0. Those are two USB 3.0s, just like this one here.
Okay. You said a splitter. I thought that you were about to say that was the USB juicer. I'm like, oh, wonderful.
That was my video that someone else stole.
Huh?
Yeah, that was my video. That was my video that someone else stole and made a YouTube short out of it and then posted it.
No way.
Yes, look at that was my. I'll show you my video. Wait, watch this. You tell me if that's not. Ready? Watch this one. Okay? Watch this. You tell me whether that's my video or not.
Nate Ford.
Yep.
Nate Forge.
No, his name is Nate
Forget.
Spunick.
Nate Spunick.
I ride with him. That's why I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? You fucking just ripped my video and then put it up and acted like it was yours.
What an asshole.
You didn't make it transformative in the least. You literally...
Are you gonna end this one?
No. That's... We're still going. Are we done? Do you want to stop and go to bed? We can do that. That's fine.
No, I just thought
But I'm not stopping this.
no
Ooh,
one's on.
look at this. Who is this girl? I need to fucking figure out who she is. You. Wow. Save this to later. What the fuck? I can't wait to see that. That's gonna fucking rock my world. I know. That's gonna be like my new favorite person. Berber Warp. Huh. I know that girl. This girl sent me a keychain before everyone was all hyped on her. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. Your videos. Okay. This might be it. Yep. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's not. Maybe that's the video. That's someone else's video from behind. Because I have the video from the front side. That's not my video.
Same person. Not, but
No, it's the same exact thing.
Yeah,
it's this
but-
guy. It's my buddy. Other video. It's one of my other buddies filming from behind it.
Oh. Oh, you both screwed up.
No, what I'm gonna do is copy that, and then go into forged video and post it onto his video. I'm gonna go to Nate's video and post that on the video.
I'm gonna turn my monitor off right now.
Yep, that's fine.
So which one is the Wi-Fi thing?
The other little box. Uh-oh. Whoa. Hold on 1 second. Videos.
Is it this thing? Is this thing? The Warframe
Yep.
thing?
That is it.
You install this.
I told you it's gonna go. That's why I was gonna wait to the very end. I was gonna do that and do the graphics card and do all that stuff at the very end. Once you've got the PSU installed, once you have other stuff kind of run to the motherboard, that may require.
Let's work on the power supply.
Yeah, that's what I said. Let's figure out what is. This is going. Oh, you know what? This is gonna require USB 2, huh? Fuck. So you need another. You need a 4 splitter. So the one we got you is not gonna be enough. I'm gonna cancel that order. If I can.
Wasn't there one where it showed like 3?
There was 4 of them. That's one that I ordered for myself, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And you said I wanted this one, and I was like, well, fuck, what did I just write?
Yeah, because you got it, then I needed 4.
That's what you need.
4.
Yeah. Cancel items. Ordered
So
by
am I able to
mistake.
do stuff without the Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Well, no. We'll plug that one into your thing, and you won't have your USB headers. Right? Because you won't. That'll only give you. What were the 2 things that were going to go into it? The fan. What was the other thing we were going to put into it? The fan was going to go into it, and then you had.
Oh yeah, that thing, the thing that I painted.
Oh yeah, and then you also have the Wi-Fi, so you need 3 ports.
Yeah.
And there's only 1 on the motherboard. This order has been canceled. Cool. Let's go to the other order. Let's go to this one. Let's order this one
I'm gonna
by.
get put on new gloves because these are sweaty.
Ship to Brennan.
Yeah. Same day delivery. Order to me now. And my hands are sweaty. And those gloves.
What the fuck? What happened to my fucking credit card? Here it is.
Wish my hands were bigger. I could actually fit into these gloves. But no, because my hands had to be small.
Oh, that's. I mean, these gloves are. Imagine using the XL ones that Travis was using. What the fuck is happening? Fuck. Okay.
sink.
I think that's all you need is that, and that will work. I think that's all you need.
Okay.
Another $16. Another $16 down the drain. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Don't stop. Don't start playing games.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You play games. You're a game player. You think you are a game player.
Nah.
This is your manual. Where did my manual go? Oh, here it is. Okay. This manual goes with this. Boom. This shows me how to take all that apart.
Okay. Well, I'm getting YouTube on my Xbox now. So I can do that.
What's happening? What?
That's the fastest something's ever loaded. That took like
Probably because you're
10 seconds.
Or because it wasn't, it's not a big file.
Wow. That was surprising.
Damn, that motherboard tray comes all the way out.
What motherboard tray? You have a motherboard tray?
Yeah.
Yours really
You
is a
got a motherboard
printer.
tray, it just doesn't come out like mine does.
Yours really is a printer.
No, it's really not.
It has a tray and
Yours
everything.
has a tray also.
Yeah, but mine doesn't extend. Yours does. Printer trays extend. Proving my case even further. Your case is a printer.
Your case is a printer. Bam, look at that. This is dope as hell. This does have a motherboard tray. Dope.
You're so
Are you gonna install your PSU or not?
Huh?
Are you gonna install the PSU?
Yeah.
You can use the Wi-Fi too. In the meantime, you just can't plug it. You just have to plug the Wi-Fi into the single USB. And once you get the splitter, you can pull the Wi-Fi out of the single USB, put the splitter into the single USB, and then split all your Wi-Fi.
do that.
What?
I don't think we have a LAN on. Like
What?
a LAN Wi-Fi thing.
What do you mean?
I don't think we have cable Wi-Fi.
You have cable internet. That's what runs into your modem. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about using the Wi-Fi by plugging it into the single USB on your motherboard instead of plugging anything else into that USB.
Like fan.
Your fan is plugged into the CPU fan header to give it fan control. That just gives it lighting. So it's just going to be a black fan probably for now. It has lights on it though. So if you plug in the USB on it, it will start lighting up. It doesn't really matter in the meantime. It's just going to act like a normal fan would. It doesn't have lights on it. How every fan back in the day used to be. So
I don't think.
you're just literally, yeah, you shouldn't care because all you need to do
I
is
thought it
plug
was-
your
I thought
Wi-Fi
that- I
card
thought that I had to
into
plug
the
it in for it to
single
work.
USB. It is plugged in. It's plugged into the, remember we plugged this into your fan.
Well, yeah, no, I thought
Right
it
now.
had to be plugged in for it
This
to actually
is
work.
this is the USB connection. This is the header connection. So this connects and actually gives you power to your fan. This connects and
It gives
gives
me light.
LED lighting up to this little frickin' spinny fan that is clear blades. So the cool kids can have their stupid ass. Look at how this thing comes all the way apart.
Look at how mine doesn't look like a printer.
I don't really know what that means.
I'm fine. Nothing happened. I may have opened it sideways. Where I opened it like that to get it undone. Yeah, no, I didn't. Mother! You have more of this? What do you know? We got more of these things.
One of what things?
These cable things.
Oh, those are your power cables. What do you mean?
Yeah, but the tight, like they're the same way that these are built.
What are you talking about? This is a PCIe cable. This is a Molex cable with a SATA on it. This is a Molex cable. This is your 8-pin power cable. Actually, this is your 8-pin. This is your 8-pin power cable. Oh, this is SATA. This is your PCIe cable. That should have your 24-pin plus your 8-pin. So this is called a semi-modular power supply. These are not modular, and this is modular. So these have, you can plug in one of them or none of them. And these are always going to get plugged in because this is always going to be coming off. See how this is all one cable coming out of this?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas these plug into here and then work.
How do I plug this in?
What do you mean?
This.
This is your power cord. Where do you think that goes? This is the same thing as like what I told you the other cord would be. Like on the back of your thing. That's why I said you might want a little one. What do you mean? This, where do you think that goes?
What part do I plug it in? To here?
Yes.
Like where at though? I don't see.
Okay, move it, flip it, turn it. You figured it out?
Oh hello, you would like the chicken fried rice? Okay.
That's not allowed to be said. That is the racistest thing I've ever heard. Oh my god. Dude, you don't say that. That's rude.
No, it was
That, you
funny
might as
that-
well be saying the N-word.
No, because someone
Yeah.
else, no, someone that was Asian did it on TikTok.
It doesn't matter. Are you Asian?
No, but
Okay.
oh, white guy didn't get.
So, you
People
think
gonna get
that
upset
it's
when he
not
repeated the TikTok.
racist? They should have. And even if an Asian person says that, that's still racist to Asian people. Just because you're white doesn't mean that you can't be white racist to white people. You like that's you can't just be what the okay. Hard drive? I won't be using you, buddies. This guy, I probably won't be using you. You're an SSD tray.
No one loves hard drives.
Well, I'm using M.2 hard drives, so I don't need to worry about this thing.
Switch. Now let's install this.
Okay,
I
so
need
you
help.
need your PSU screws. Well, you wouldn't need help if you watched any of those videos. I don't understand why did you lie to me and say that you did, when you can clearly understand that you didn't.
I watched the ones on like what things meant.
Then what's a PSU?
Power supply.
Okay, what does PSU stand for?
Power supply.
And what about unit?
Power supply unit.
You wouldn't have known that, would you have?
Yeah, I did. PCU.
Then why
Power
don't-
supply unit.
It's a PSU, because supply starts with an S, not a C. And you're going to install this in the back of your case, right? This is where your power supply goes.
Yeah.
Did you find your power supply screws? Did they come in that thing?
Yep.
Did you look at this though?
Nope.
That said power supply screws? Do you want to use those screws or do you want to use these screws?
Extra.
What?
Extra, because they're already in a baggie, and I don't want to open them. Because I'm feeling lazy.
Okay, let's make sure that these are the same length then at least.
There's so much stuff in this thing. I like it.
That is
Water
basically doing rectification.
What?
That thing. Alright, keep those. Let's go ahead and slide that in. It's going to rectify the power. It's going to turn. You know about electricity?
Yes.
Okay, what's the
You kind of
difference
stop.
between AC and DC?
AC travels 2 different ways. DC travels 1 way.
Kind of. What do you mean travels?
Like it goes in opposite directions.
Electricity flows.
Yeah, flows.
Okay. What does that mean? 2 different directions in 1 direction.
Like, AC would be one flow of electricity is going left while the other is going right, and then DC is they're both going.
No, that's not how AC works. Both? What do you mean both? There's 2 electrics? What is both what?
I mean, AC where it's like half of the electrical current is going one way, and then the other half is going the opposite way.
No. How would that do that?
I don't know. Ask Tesla.
Which Tesla?
Nikola Tesla. Ask him. He created it. I don't know.
He didn't create it. That's like saying someone created math or someone created physics.
He did.
No, they didn't.
Isaac Newton. He
It
created
always
physics.
that's like, did Isaac Newton create gravity?
Yes.
No.
He found it out.
You don't think anyone before him found that out?
No.
2,000 years before it?
No.
You don't think they knew what gravity was?
They were cavemen. They would hit each over the head with rocks.
The Egyptians, you don't think they knew what gravity was when they were building pyramids that size? Didn't they come before Newton? They don't invent things. There are inventions, but like sciences and stuff, it's not invented. It always existed. We just figured out how it worked, right? Like the thing that someone's going to find out when they go to Mars, it's already there. It already exists. It's already working.
There's water on Mars.
Okay, then maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. Either way, a future discovery that we find, right? It's discovered, but it already exists, right? It's not like we're like creating it out of thin air. Okay, so alternating current, right, is like this. That's your wave, right? So you have current going from basically negative to positive, back down to negative, back to positive. It does technically flow in 2 different directions, but it's only flowing in 1 direction at a time. That's why you have a peak, and here you're really that's where your efficiency is in there. Right? And you're getting like 12 volts up here, and negative 12 volts down here and 0 volts in the center, but you're really nominally working within there. Okay? Are you tired? Stop. Okay.
I'm plugging my PC in so I can run it.
Did you plug everything in?
No.
What did you do with the screws and everything that you had out that you were ready to plug in?
You told me to put them there.
What about the other? You said you were going to use the other screws.
I know.
So why aren't you using them?
You had me listen to you about electricity.
So you could have done two things at once, and you're now
I can't do two things at
now
once.
you're laying on the ground.
I can either listen or I can do. I can't do and
Fine,
listen.
then don't get your computer built.
Well, I need help.
My fault.
I said that. I said I needed help.
I told you what to do, and then you said that you're not going to use those screws. You're going to use some other screws, and then some other crazy shit happened, and I was like, okay, I don't know what to tell you then, buddy. So slide your power supply is probably going to want to face this fan down. This fan, right, is going to feed. You can put it up, you can put it down. This power supply can go any orientation like that. It's got to basically be like that or like that.
Okay.
I personally would put it down.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
It's gonna make it easier.
It's going to make it that ventilating out. See this little vent down here?
Mhm.
Probably has a little filter right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to vent this down and out. So this should slide in here like this, and then slide up into there where you can put your things in. But the problem is, this tray is almost going to be in the way if you don't put those cables on first. So I would figure out what other cables you need, and then cut these cables down so they're all loose and off, and figure out what other cables are you going to need on this thing. You're going to need a PCIe at least, right, for your, what is on here right now? We've got we have got 24 pin. Cool. Cool. 24 pin. Damn, it already has a PCIe connected into it, so you might not even have to add one in. Cool. And then 8 pin. This is going to be for power to the CPU.
So what do I
And this is going to be power to your GPU. And then you have another PCIe that it should be needed in the future. Let's say you have a GPU like that one that requires 2 pins on the front of it. Right? Does yours only require 1 pin? Say, open your case and see. I'm pretty sure it only requires 1 pin.
This one?
Yeah.
The only one that I haven't opened yet.
Yep. And then you'll probably need to put on one of these that goes to SATA and one of these that goes to Molex. Yep, I would do that one. Yep. 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 One to Molex and one to SATA, and that should cover you. Then you keep this one up and keep, where did that little red one just show up?
Plug it in.
Oh, yeah. That should go right there. Those two should be in the box. Look at that frickin' brand new car. I can't believe it's like, it's literally, this is like a brand new box with the fucking pamphlets underneath it there. Like, this thing is basically brand new. I can't, like, I don't know how, this is quarter of a fucking lifetime, dude. You don't need that really, but.
Is there a sticker on here?
Is there a sticker in there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me see. Sticker?
Is there?
No, no sticker.
Keep that with this, don't? No? Yeah. Keep it with this.
I was gonna throw it into the motherboard bin.
Speed
That's
set.
where I keep it.
Okay, are you gonna take the GPU out? You need to go to bed. We need to probably stop now.
No,
Take
I
this
was
out,
distracted.
so we can find out what's in there.
I thought you told me to do that last.
Yeah, we're gonna install it last, but I wanted to see how many pins are on it. I'm pretty sure it only takes one. PCIe signal. At least this way you can look at it, see what it looks like. It's pretty dope. It's, I tell you, it's like freaking brand new. There's still, I think, even, or maybe that came off. Wasn't there a little cover on that? Oh no, that came off. I think the cover's on this. The cover's on this. That I pulled a couple of those things off. Yeah, this one still could be pulled off. You know what I mean? That little plastic thing that you like. Right? Isn't that right there? Yeah. Well, once you do it though, now it can get scratched and whatever, but yeah, so now we know this thing was brand new when it did that. So this thing here, see this power connector there? So that's going to be our one PCIe that we need coming off of here. Labeled PCIe, pops in just like that. See that? Boom, boom, done. So we don't need another PCIe. You are going to need some Molex connectors, right? Because you have got Molex here on this. This is going to go to the front to turn power on, and then you got your HD audio. Okay, we show HD audio here. USB 3.0. This is going here that we're not going to end up plugging in.
So after we do all this stuff, is there gonna be LED lights on those 3 fans?
Yes,
There will?
there should be. Maybe we even have that little clicker. We just need to power those 3 fans with Molex power to get them all to go.
Okay.
And
Because I
then,
didn't know if you had to plug the LED lights into the motherboard at all. Or do you?
No.
Or is that just for the?
we can plug this into the motherboard, the 3-pin header, right? Where's that? Where's your motherboard? Or where's your case? Manual.
I'm hiding. Little kids, when they think they're hiding, they sit here like this. Why do little kids always think that they're hiding when they sit like this? They're like, looking around, or just sitting under the table. It's just like, I can't see.
Well, I know how to get that 5.25 in the payout now.
Wait a second, I'm gonna go get something that will be useful.
Alright. Let's find your other fan header on this thing. Alright, I plugged your fan in down here. I plugged your fan in down here. I plugged your fan into here. Your back fan I plugged in for you.
Okay.
Thanks. I got this for me.
Yep, that might work.
It's a tablet. I need you to stay, tablet. No tablet. Stay. Thank you.
Okay, are you gonna install the PSU now?
Am I able to?
Read the instructions here. Tell me if you can do it. I don't know. You've got all the you need to add these two cables. On.
Which two?
So these two cables here, right?
Okay.
One of them is going to feed SATA power, and one of them is going to feed Molex power. Because you need to feed SATA power to your drive, and you need to feed Molex power out to this one. Here. This would go to the freaking, if you were using regular onboard, you use those, but we're not going to, so we're going to use this and this.
This for what?
That would be if you wanted to control your LEDs from your motherboard.
Oh, no.
You're going to control it from the remote instead. And use less resources on your motherboard to do that. So
Exactly.
this guy will need to get plugged in. And then this guy will need to get plugged in.
Do we need to plug all of those in?
What do you mean? Yes.
Like all of these cords?
No, those don't get plugged in. That's why we put those over there. So this will get plugged in to bring SATA. Right? See that little clip? How's this going there?
Like that.
And then you do this one, do these two. I would do them to the furthest away, because you're gonna probably be able to, you're not gonna be able to reach this front side when you do that. So I would do, I would do this one here. What is this one? This is SATA. This is Molex. Now you can install this whole thing into the K, slide it back, and put your 4 screws in. And you can use that to teach you how to do it, and you have your screws there.
So, okay. So this is my SATA, and this is
Molex. But you don't need to worry about any of that now. You just need to worry about getting that box into this case and screwed in. No. You just saw how I did that.
I didn't know you could do that.
That's why I said this was going to be an issue if you didn't do it this way. If you didn't put all those in first. And now, this have it turned and pushed up here, and I grab your screws.
And then these screws?
Just yeah, those ones there. And then, oh shit, sorry. Then, you can't reach through on this side because there's this bottom tray, so you're gonna have to kind of position it with that hand. You can't pull this bottom tray, I think this is screwed in there really well, riveted in there. Okay, line it up to where you got a hole. Yep, you may have to kind of sleeve it up a little bit. I think that's good right there. Until you get the holes lined up to there and there. Is it has to be a screw hole, not just like one of these random holes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you see that there's a screw hole. This, yep. Is that one? And this one put in there. And go all the way to it. And do the other one so we can just go all the way to it. And you have to put your hand from the front and push. Get these backwards and just gotta get up there now, yep. No, do this one. Always go kitty corner. One here, one there, one there. Always go across the top. You want to put even pressure. You are. What do I need? What time is it?
I don't know.
You should probably wait for the night after this. Pick it up in the morning.
Alright. There we go.
All four of them are in?
Yep.
Okay. What else is left to do?
Put all the stuff together and then put in the graphics card.
Put all what stuff together?
Wires.
Cables? Okay. You want to do that now?
So this one.
I would run your 24 pin first, and then your 8 pin. So this is going to need to go up into your 24 pin over here. They have an easy cutout for you right there to use. Yep. Now, there is an 8 pin up here. Right, up here. So you have, what is this? This is your 8 pin, right? So feed this one up into that. Alright. You would do that. And then you'll have your PCIe, which is this guy here. That is going to feed in to the graphics card when we get that done. So I would maybe leave this hanging out the back for right now. But you know that this is going to get used at some point. This needs to get plugged in. This, I would pull out. So we're kind of cable managing right now, so I'm kind of like putting these things all the time. So these two probably should come like that. This is going to come around and up like that. Now let's go to the front side of the case. This is where I'm lazy Susan actually helps you. Flip that over. Alright. So this one is going
That's
to go where?
the 24 cable. So it would go like that. Because of that latch.
Because of the latch and what else? Look at those slots were. Some of them were rounded on the ends, and some of them were squared on the ends, right? Only need to fit one. Then the 8 pin up here in that corner. If you need to tilt it up so you can get okay. Needs to go in that corner. Is that the right location? Is that how the latch goes? I can't see to know. Use where's my other phone?
No, the latch goes. The latch is facing this way.
Where's hold on one second. Which way is the latch facing? You have to get all 8 pins in there together. Are you sure the latch is facing that way? You're saying the latch is facing that way?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it looks like once you actually got it, you see what kind of easy it is for you to snap it sometimes. I don't know if this is it. I think that is, man. Just weird with them. Doesn't look like half of it is and half of it is.
So with this, would I be able to play the Valorant game?
Yeah, that's what we're building for. I mean, you can play Valorant on like very cheap ass PCs, like
So like I can play Valorant even without Wi-Fi?
no. You have to have Wi-Fi. We're putting Wi-Fi in, plugging into your single USB.
Oh yeah.
So you have to have internet to play games on the internet, right?
Yeah.
How else would you play games on the
I
internet
forgot,
without
yeah.
the internet connection? So now we can start, I guess, running some other cables through. This is your USB 3.0. We were going to use a USB 3.0 header. What were we going to use that for again? Oh, for the other USB splitter coming in. So this will be from the front panel. You put the front panel going directly into USB 3.0 there, right? That's you would do. Which I'm going to pull this. It's this one we're needing right now. This is your USB 3.0. Do you know how to read your manual and find out what things are and how they go? Right there. That manual. That's your motherboard manual. That way you know where things are actually going and why you're doing it. Find your USB 3.0. Find the USB 3.0 header, and then you'll plug that into that. Find your HD audio. This is your HD audio connector. You'll plug this into the HD audio. Then you'll have front pins that you're going to need to plug into.
Okay. So I found it. The USB 3 header.
Okay.
It's right, it's right beside those, here. Should I plug it in?
Yep.
Okay. Nice and plugged in. Alright. Now what else do we need to do? Do we plug my GPU in now?
No. Are you out of your mind? Is that the last thing you're doing? Are you ready to do the last thing? Or is there 17 other cables hanging out?
17 other cables hanging out.
This, you're gonna leave that cable like that, that cable like that, we're gonna end up tidying all of that shit up before we do anything.
Okay.
Alright, that'll work with that. You still have front panel headers to connect to. So remember I said get your HD audio and then get your all your start.
So where do I connect that HDR?
Like, I don't know, read the manual. I do know, but I'm asking you why you're like, this is how you have to learn. You gotta use the manual because Mike's not gonna be here all the time. That manual will be here all the time. You use that, that's gonna make your life a hell of a
Is
lot.
it front panel audio header?
Yep.
27.
Is what it is.
Okay, I found it. Do I need to plug it in?
You need to make sure it goes in the right direction as well. Yes, you do. Yep. One there, and me, I've got to install a shit ton of these standoffs. This doesn't come with them. So I got the standoff screw in thing here.
Okay. Alright, I got that done.
Are you sure it's in correctly?
Huh?
Are you sure it's in correctly?
Yes.
Do I need to check?
No, I'm positive.
You're positive, wow.
1000% positive.
That's famous last words.
I'm 100% sure it's in the right place.
I don't trust you in the least. You didn't even watch a video, so I
I
can't
did.
trust you. I don't think you did. I think you maybe watched entertaining videos and not the part that taught you that you needed
Well,
to
come
do.
look at it.
I am. Let me see the book.
HD audio is. It's supposed to be facing like that because on it, it shows on the top the part that doesn't have a pin, and when it was put in, it was on the bottom. So I flipped it to make it on the top, and I plugged it in.
Yep, alright.
And what's the next step?
It is put your front header stuff, put your front pins on. So this is going to get plugged into your graphics card. This is going to get plugged into a Molex connector. This is going to get plugged into your hard drive down here at some point. This is going to get plugged into the Molex connector. Wait a second. Are these coming off the hard drive? That's why. So these are coming out of your hard drive into whatever. This into this. All this. One of the things that you don't have to completely cable manage because you have a front tray, a bottom tray area that covers all of this stuff, so it's not going to be really seen. Okay, so I would wait before we do that. Before we do any of that stuff, get the front header stuff plugged in. So these two are over here. You ain't gonna need SATA right now. You'll need the Molex to go to this. I wouldn't worry about that yet. What I would worry about is this here. This is your actual how you're gonna power the machine on and off. So feed this back through. So where's this going? It's coming from up here. And it's a feed through to well, there's two possibilities. We either have it feed through here and come up and over, or have it feed right through here and come straight up. Right here. And this one. Basically, put it down around and then avoid that. We'll put your hard drive in the top tray for the first one there. This should be okay actually. This thing will feed straight up into here. Okay, let's flip this tray around, pull this up and through. You might want to pull some of this back at any time.
What?
Like this. Pull back. So we can get shit out of the way. Start a little bit of cable management. This one too. Pull this back.
Which one? This one?
Those two. And then we pull this. Okay, wait a second. Now come to the front, or flip this all the way over. Figure out where these are gonna go. By
Into where?
using your motherboard. You know, figure out there, read what these say on them. I can tell you where to look right now. Right. Wait, what? There are two headers on this motherboard, each USB 3.2 Gen 1 header supports 2 ports. Do you see another USB 3.2 header on this thing?
No.
I can't either. Where the fuck are those headers then? TPM header. Yeah, there's not. I don't know what this thing's even saying. It makes no sense, but I need to find my power, our LED. System panel header right here. Bam. Power reset, PLED, HD LED. Right? And you can see it right here. Ready? I'm seeing this downline. Is this all fall through? Okay. So you need to plug in PLED plus, PLED minus, power button, and then ground
Into where?
into the header. Into this on the motherboard. Which is going to be this there, right? Ready?
Huh?
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. So which ones?
One second. It should be 18 on this. System panel, header panel 1, yep. So 18. What's 18? It's right here. 18. So where 18 is. Now we look here. There's 18 of this. So it's that, and then it's gonna be going in like this. There should be one pin that's missing on that thing.
Yeah, there is.
Which way is it?
Top right.
That's how this is then. So then every other power is gonna go follow that. That's your top right missing pin, right? So now, if you the very top left one is going to be PLED plus and PLED minus. Then your power. Right? You might plug the bottom ones in first. And then go HD LED and then go HD LED minus, ground, reset. You may have a ground, but definitely have a reset.
Yeah, I don't have a ground.
Okay, so we'll do that HD LED plus first maybe, or do the reset first, or which one do you want to do first? I mean, basically plug them in kind of one at a time. Did you do the HD LED plus and the HD LED minus?
Mm-hmm. Why is the reset now? Because it's like in between them.
I'll just plug that in your rings. Yes. What do you need now? Reset?
Mm-hmm.
Power switch reset. Yeah. There is a ground. It's just it's connected to this. So
What is the ground connected to?
it doesn't really tell us which one's carrying signal and which one isn't. The ground doesn't carry anything. Well, it carries circuit that would go electricity would go through it to the ground. Where's that? Okay. Those two are good. Now you gotta do PLED plus. We'll do the power button and ground and then do the PLED plus. So which one? The power button and ground should be the two zone. Yep. And that should be going to the top two after
Look at the it says reset.
I put the wrong one in, you're right. Fuck me. Yeah, at least you caught it. I wasn't even testing that one. Alright. Reset switch. These can be pulled back a little bit. So like here, you grab this, pull them a little bit, pull them a little bit, gives you a little more play with it. I've got reset switch. Okay. Power LED, do you know where power LED goes or no? Read this manual.
Oh, good, I see. Power LED goes on the top left, and then power LED minus goes on the one next to it. So it goes top left. And then
What?
so power LED plus goes to the top left,
Yep.
and then power LED minus is right next to it on the
Yep.
top.
Yep, it's already in there. And then we gotta figure out
And then
what happens with this one.
that goes right next to it.
Yeah, one's a plus, one's a minus. Which one goes first?
The plus goes first.
On the left side or the right side?
Left side. So LED plus goes onto the top left corner, and LED minus goes right next to it.
Okay. That power switch may need to be switched around, but reality is it's just shorting, so I think we'll be okay. Okay. That I believe is all for her stuff. And we gotta do these ones here still. Screws with these ones here. So sand will go to this hardware area. This will go to this guy here. Anytime like that, or like this. Oh, I know what happened. This goes this way. This is the double. Let's do this. This got female on one side, male on the other side. Male, female, male.
Oh.
So we can go either take this all the way to the end one. I would go to the middle one right here. This is rounded, this is rounded, so just like that. Right. All this stuff. This is gonna go to Santa. Wi-Fi card it. You have Bluetooth 3.0.
So do you put the hard drive in?
Right, we can put this in, but we're not gonna plug it in. Let's put that in this one.
Just turn it.
Does this turn on?
Yeah.
It might turn on now. There's no software installed yet. You have to go to Windows, install Windows on it. There's a lot of software that's on top of it after we get everything done. Like the operating system and all that crap. Let's go to bed. We'll get up and we'll continue working. We're like, and then we put the graphics card. We're like 80% 85% of the way to the build here in the building, and there's another 100% of software still left to do after that. We've gone 85% of the way through the building process.
Nice.
So those get moved. Cause you're gonna lose all that. Yeah, I think we just stop now.
Okay.
Then tomorrow what we will do is we can install that hard drive like you said. We'll run a SATA cable off the motherboard to that area. We can even run SATA power into that one. We're not going to do anything with it. Oh, you got 2 SSD trays right here. Damn, I didn't even see those before. That's pretty freaking dope. Right here's an SSD tray. Right here's an SSD tray. This is actually a pretty slick little case too. For what it is. It's pretty not bad. This thing here, power supply, all good. Then we'll break out a couple of these things so you can put your PCIe stuff in there. We gotta add your Wi-Fi card. We gotta add your USB 3.0 header card. We gotta add, and that card upstairs will even work without the USB 3.0, without the USB 2.0 header. It's just that the USB 2.0 ports that require it won't work. The ones that require the USB 3.0 header will definitely still work. I mean, the ones that require the USB 3.0, or the 2.0 won't work, but the USB 3.0 will still work because we have that extension. And then I'm gonna real quick finish installing this stuff on my motherboard. Almost there. It's close. What are those pretzels I got? Remember I got them freaking peanut butter pretzels?
Yeah.
Where did they go? I need to eat some of those right now.
They're upstairs.
I'm hungry.
They've been upstairs.
This would be the best thing for me to eat right now. Some peanut butter Reese's. Whatever the hell that pretzel is.
With the unopened packs of Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew.
It is it. I have not really have cover in the car. Is this a micro ATX board? I don't get it.
You mean
get how this is like doesn't require more standoffs than it did.
I don't know.
I think this does require more standoffs. So this don't make sense. Maybe it does. Maybe that's all it is. That don't make sense to me though. Because usually the full ATX is going to come all the way out to there.
Mm-hmm.
And this should be full ATX boards. Okay. Now I need to get out a couple screws to swing back out here. Did I open that case? My buzzer is there. We need to install your speaker buzzer as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you don't have to do it now, but I'm just saying that's one of the things you'll have to do.
Yeah.
These fucking screws. This is for a PS2. Craziness. Oh, these must be the top screws. Huh? Craziness. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that.
Should I bring that one thing inside?
No, isn't it drying up there?
Yeah.
So why would you bring it inside? It's gonna start. The more that you bring it in too early, the more it's gonna smell.
Alright.
Where the fuck did all these fucking flatty screws come from? Are these the screws who expects me to use? Or does it expect me to use these tiny ones? I don't fucking get it. How could that? Are those motherboard screws? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, we did basically stay up the whole night.
What time is it?
4:25.
Yeah, we should go to bed. We should probably get up earlier to do this stuff than sooner than later.
Yeah.
Number 632. What's ODD? I must be getting dumb because I can't even. Oh, optical disk drive. Yeah, we don't have one of those. We don't even Miss ODD. Yeah, you know me. Did you take both of those metal things? Those magnetic strips? No. How long have we been on for? 5:29.